Should we go across the conveyor or go down? Conveyor.
Adventurous, you feel.
Hello. Yeah.
Test out the limbs on you. Test your limbs out on you. It works.
Yeah, I think 3 to 5 minutes.
Because on the medical it goes to a different thing.
Hey Barry, yeah, I'm just talking to everybody down here. You might be able to see as well. There appears to be some cars quite badly smashed up or something. So they're doing a recovery at the moment. Everybody's sitting in the pits. Cool. Yeah, yeah. So sounds all good. Yeah, I'm speaking into the mic. You're all good, yeah.
Well, hello everyone, back to Silverstone International for the second day of the Brscc finals weekend. We've got some more fantastic racing for you to feast your eyes on. We had a great day yesterday. We saw championships already settled in the Downforce Radio MX-5 Clubman Championship. We also saw the champion crowned in the Fiesta ST150 Championships. Now today we're going to see even more champions crowned. We're going to see some great racing from the cars coming in behind me in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. The modified Ford series are here for two mega races on an absolute capacity grid of their flame-spitting machines. And we've also got the CityCar Cup sorting out their championship battle with the Student Challenge. It's going to be a great day of racing. We've got lots of MX-5 racing to come. We've got the Fiesta 240s to conclude their day's racing as well. It's going to be an action-packed day of sorts. So make sure you make yourself a cup of tea, get yourself a plate of biscuits and sit yourself in front of the live stream. It's going to be a great day. It's time to hand up to my colleague in the commentary box, Scott Woodward. He is going to take you through the first race of the day and see the runners and riders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis, as always. Yes, good morning, everybody. It's day 2 for Brscc Silverstone Finals weekend, where more provisional champions are going to be crowned. As we said at the beginning of yesterday's broadcast, the one thing you're going to be hearing a lot is either provisional or champion-elect, mainly because all the championships have to be checked in terms of cars doing post-season scrutineering checks. Points have to be checked as well to make sure everything is as it should be. But we will at the very least be wrapping up a few more championships this weekend, including 2 more of the Brscc's ever popular Mazda MX-5 series, the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship and the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. We'll also see the conclusion to the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, as well as, of course, as Rob mentioned, both of the mini championships, one of which is coming up right now, the Mini Melias, the Mini 7s also on top of that, and appearing just for today, we have got also the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy that's just finished qualifying. We also have the modified Ford series with a grid that has to be seen to be believed. It is a wonderful variety and a stacked grid full of cars. It is full capacity plus reserves. Really is a great sight when I saw it down in Park Firm in assembly area earlier on this morning. And also the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge, both of which are all going to finish up this weekend today as well. So in terms of racing action, we're getting underway very shortly with the final race of the regular season for the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares Amelia and Libras. And looking at yesterday's result, it was Craig Edgecombe who took a victory for the Libra category. It's a reverse grid for both categories, which means Ashley Davis starts on pole position for the race number 2, with Mark Sims alongside him. Then it's Lee Roberts and Alex Osborne on row 2, followed by Rob Howard and current 7S champion-elect Jonathan Page in his first weekend in Mini Melias. But it's Damien Harrington and Phil Bullen-Brown who was the winner in the category yesterday in Melias, second overall. But it's James Colburn and Sean King, followed by Kieran McDonald and Tony LeMay. James Cuthbertson and Steve Yule come next on the 7th row, and of Nick Padley, and then a few of the front runners from yesterday who were eliminated in a first lap incident, sadly. And that saw Kane Aston, Ben Colburn, who was on pole yesterday, and Rupert Death all out of the race at Stowe Corner. They're also ahead of Colin Peacock, who retired with mechanical issues. Then there's a row back, and we go to Julian Proctor, who's had some issues all weekend, but he starts on reverse grid Libra pole alongside Philip Harvey. Then it's Ben Norfolk and Gary Warburton ahead of Richard Colburn and Josh Evans. And then watch out for Craig Edgecombe, who won the race outright. What can he do from quite literally the back row of the grid ahead of Les Stanton in essentially 30th place on the grid in car 133. So in terms of the results yesterday, it's essentially the top 8 that's been reversed from both of those categories. And to remind you, it was Craig Edgecombe who took the victory yesterday by 2.5 seconds from Phil Bullen-Brown, who was the Melia winner from Damien Harrington and Jonathan Page. Jonathan certainly transferring all of his skill from the 7S category across into the Mini Melias. So he managed to pick up 3rd in Melias ahead of Rob Howard and Alex Osborne. What was a very interesting element was that the fact that we had Kane Aston, Ben Colburn and Rupert Death all eliminated on the first lap at Stowe, because there was an incident which mainly involved Ben Colburn getting out of control on the run towards Stowe Corner, running across the grass. He then tagged Kane Aston and Rupert Death, and all 3 of them were out sadly on the spot. They're going to have to try and work their way through from the back of the Melia grid, and also keep an eye on Craig Edgecombe, of course, as I mentioned, overall winner yesterday, runaway Libra winner, first time appearing in the championship with that brand new build, and certainly putting it to good use. So watch from him effectively from the back of the entire grid, not just the Libras as well. So coming into this weekend, the Mini Melia title is already settled, because Aaron Scott is provisional champion, and he is already, Aaron Smith, I should say, is already provisional champion. The Libra category is still to be decided, but the Mini Melia title is already sorted, hence Aaron Smith with Jonathan Page essentially, or swapped series. So Jonathan making his debut this weekend in the Melias, whereas in the 7s, it is of course Aaron Smith either heading back to his roots or getting into that series for the first time. So the cars make their way on towards the grid. You can see in 2x2 formation. These are the faster of the two minis out on the grid. And the Mini 7 Racing Club, I think you'll agree, no matter where they go, they're also always quite good to see. Mark Sims is, I think, parked up a little bit too prematurely on his grid spot. He's usually going over your grid spot, but he's not even in it, so he's going to be a bit far back from where he is. He might get a little bit of a helping guidance to just come a little bit further forward. Yep, you can see Ash Morton telling him to, well, he said to him to, I see, so he's wanted to actually, Ash asked him to move forward, but then Mark was actually saying, no, I need a better view of the lights in front of me. So that's the reason why he's starting a bit further back. It's different if he was starting in front of his grid spot and over it, but since he's starting quite far back, he's not actually past it. So even though it might seem like a disadvantage, he's actually trying to get a better view of the light so he can possibly get a better start and beat Ashley Davis off the line. Ashley Davis and Kieran McDonald had to start from the back of the grid yesterday during to changing tyres and qualifying, which means that they now get a chance to redeem themselves, particularly Ashley Davis from pole position. As the rest of the field makes its way through. One car to watch out for in the Libras there. But actually, you can watch in their Edgecombe, the bright blue Mini just at the back of the field there. That's the car that won overall yesterday and was runaway Libra category winner too. So keep an eye on him as well. 20 minutes of Mini Melia action underway. This is the final race of the regular season. This is also the second weekend of the Winter Series for the Melias. And with the green flag at the back, we're all set for the first race of Finals Sunday here at Silverstone to wrap up another championship. The Dunlop Mini Medias and Mini Libras all set for their final race of the regular season. Red lights on, red lights off any second. Now we're mini racing, and ironically, Mark Sims doesn't get a great start despite starting far back in his grid spot. The Minis, the Libras and the Medias off together, and they head down towards turn 1 for the first time. It's a strong start for Ashley Davis. He turns into Abbey Corner first. It's Lee Roberts in second, and then it's Alex Osborne in third in the green and purple Minis. They turn in, and also watch out for that very fast bright blue Mini of the Craig Edgecombe, because he will be charging his way up the order and hopefully trying to pick a victory. Also, keep an eye for the three cars that are coming through from deep in the media field, that being Kane Aston, Rupert Death and Ben Colburn. Rupert Death's car is number 23 in black, Kane Aston is grey and fluorescent yellow. And also watch out for Ben Colburn, whose car is red and green. They're just right in the mix of the pack. I can see out of three of them, Kane Aston's made the better start. He's already ahead of Rob Howard and Phil Bullen-Brown. So a rapid start from the former multiple champion, Kane Aston, but now down towards Stowe Corner for the first time. Ashley Davis away and gone at the front of the field. It's now second place for Lee Roberts, but they're going to go throw abreast already. They're at it again for the Mini Medias. Diving up the inside. Actually, is that Rupert, I thought it was Rupert Death for a second, but it's not. It's Jonathan Page who's gone to fourth position. So despite the reverse grid, Jonathan Page, the 7S champion-elect, is certainly taken to these Mini Media cars like a genuine duck to water. Oh, that was Kane Aston getting squeezed around by a couple of the cars around him. One I think was 88 of Kieran McDonald. It was in the Mini Spares sponsored car. Kane Aston in grey and fluorescent yellow, sitting side by side with the 25 James Colburn. Out to the final corner they go, and end of lap number 1. It's 1.6 seconds already out in front. Ashley Davis as he charges down towards onto lap 2. And side by side for more moves. And there you can see Craig Edgecombe in that blue Mini Libra car, already picking his way through the rest of the Mini Mysteries contenders, and then starting to work on the tail end of the Mini 7s, Melias, as they come through towards the complex for the second time. So Alex Osborne up to second place in green and purple. It's now John Page in third place. And up to fourth now, I think, is Sean King, who crossed the line in fifth position. Yes, there's Sean in the pale blue Mini. Roberts down to fifth. And as for the three cars starting towards the back, well, there's Rupert Death boxed in with Rob Howard, and just a couple of cars ahead is Ben Colburn, but he's having a great scrap with the 25 car, and that is a James Colburn in there too. So the Colburn family certainly having a bit of a family affair towards the rear of the top 10 and backwards. Here comes Jonathan Page to the inside for second place in towards Stowe Corner. Nice easy move up the inside to take P2, and Sean King tries to go with him, but Osborne shuts the door as they turn in out of the right-hander and down the straight towards the Vale and Club complex for the second time. And Kane Aston is not hanging around it. He's already up the inside of Roberts, looking up the inside of almost everyone. At the very least, he'll get Roberts, trying to peek his nose up the inside of Sean King whilst he's at it. As for Death, there is Rupert battling with Damien Harrington and Rob Howard, but he's quite the far back across the line. When he came across the line, he was in 14th last time. He's going to be around about, I think, in 12th, because he's ahead of Ben Colburn now, and also Rob Howard. But he's 11th, in fact. He's got past also James Cuthbertson on top of that too. And as for Colin Peacock, he's into 16th place at this point, whilst the other driver, Kane Aston, of course, up into 4th and setting the fastest lap of the race. So he's certainly getting a move on at this point. So into the complex now for the third time. You can see that Ashley Davis is pulling away here. So he's got a good, decent margin already in 2 laps, 2.7 seconds. But I imagine if Kane Aston can clear these two cars battling for second in front of him, he'll have a great chance to start chasing after Ashley Davis out in front. He is line astern. There is James Cuthbertson, car 37, chasing after Rob Howard. as they come back down the back straight, and now it's side by side for second because Alex Osborne now finds Kane Aston to his inside. He's got to get Sean King, who will get the draft from Aston down towards Stowe Corner. Ashley Davis turns it in front, still about 3 seconds ahead, but looking at lap times, it was a 1:17 for Aston on that last lap to take the fastest lap of the race. Osborne was a 1:19.3, and Davis is the only driver in the field, it seems, who's on the similar sort of pace as Kane Aston at this point. But Kane really needs to clear this traffic, particularly now Jonathan Page. If he can do that, he can start to use the clear air to chase after Ashley Davis and start to bring down that gap. Here are Deethan Coleman, who are now still deep into the bottom of the top 10. Deethan Coleman coming across the line in what should be 12th and 13th. We've got Howard and Harrington side by side, also with Cuthbertson in the mix as well. And Aston was side by side, I think there, that was with Sean King down towards the right-hander. I guess for Craig Edgecombe, he's already caught the pack of mini meters. He's already up the inside of James Cuthbertson. And he's now going to try and keep picking his way through. He crossed the line in 15th position, but I imagine with the pace that he's got underneath him in that Libra car, he will keep on picking them off one by one. So Davis sweeps through the shot now. As Kane Aston has moved up into second place, so that is pass complete on Jonathan Page. Jonathan doing a fantastic job as he cocks a wheel into the right-hander at Chapel onto the back straight for the 4th time. Fastest lap of the race, as I mentioned, has gone to Craig Edgecombe, 1:17.310. It's 6/10, a whole 6/10 and change quicker than Kane Aston at this point. And Aston now hasn't got a drafting partner. He's now providing a tow to Jonathan Page. And Coleman Page dives up the inside. There's a huge lock-up as he went for the move on the inside at Stowe, but thought about it at the last minute and backed out of it and felt that wasn't going to come off. And Kane Aston must have had flashes of yesterday when he had Ben Coleman careering across the grass and clatter against the side of him. Aston now into second place. Now being treated to see what he can do now. He hasn't got a drafting partner, and now that he has clear air, because if he can pick his way through and start to reduce that lead gap, it might well start to work out for him. Keep an eye, of course, on that bright blue Libra car of Craig Edgecombe, yesterday's overall winner. He's made up 3 spots on that next lap. He's up from 15th to 12th. That's Cuthbertson with the headlight flash. I think he's trying to signal to a couple of cars around him. Let's not fight. Let's see if we can make some progress up the order. Edgecombe, of course, leads the way in the Libras by some margin. In the rest of that category, it's second place at the moment to Josh Evans and third place to Julian Proctor, having a much better race so far after he had problems in qualifying when his car stopped and then further issues in the race. Now, one car's picked his way really through the orders, the Welshman Kieran McDonald, and here he goes up the inside of Jonathan Page, and Page is going to give him all the room he needs. Alex Osborne keeping a watching brief in 4th as he will get the tow from both cars. Which way is he going to go? He'll either be in the tow of both McDonald or Page. He's chosen neither. He's going to go 3 abreast. It's now 4. No, make that 5 abreast down towards the back straight. Fantastic. And now look at that. Is that Rupert Deeth going past all of them? I think it might be. Down the inside, is it the 23 car? It is. It's Rupert Deeth. So Rupert Deeth has gone from quite literally 8th to, what's that, 2nd, 3rd place in 1 lap. That is absolutely sensational from Rupert Deeth. Fantastic. You can tell he's a former champion as well and a practical master of these cars. That new car which he was betting in at Crofts certainly has got some mumbo in a straight line, but he's picked off 4 cars in one move. They went 5 abreast down the back straight. Only in Mid-Emilia racing will you see that kind of action. Rupert Deeth just sailed past all of them and said, "See you later, boys. I'm off to get 3rd place." He's brought Phil Bullen Brown with him, so Bullen Brown's up to 4th now. Davis still leads, but Aston was about 7/10 quicker than him on the last lap time by. And we've only had 7 minutes of racing. It's a 20-minute race for the Medias. You can tell it's end of term for them. It's not the end of their season because they still have the final rounds of their Winter Series to take place in a couple of weeks' time at Brands Hatch at the Formula Ford Festival that also shares the TCR UK season finale. So they are really going to put on a show here. If this is another taste of what we can expect at Brands Hatch, sign me up because this is going to be amazing stuff. Lots of battles pairing off, and there is Craig Edgecombe, who's already got past Ben Coleman, up into 8th position now, and looking to try and pick up more places if he can. He might not end up winning this race, but he will at least, I think, could end up on the overall podium in the result, as Bullen Brown looks to the inside of Rupert Deeth, gets the tow from the 23 down towards Stowe Corner. Likewise, a possible move on between McDonald and Page, but Page has the inside line. And I'll tell you what, if this is Jonathan Page's first weekend in mini medias, he really has taken to it, and it just shows that the skills in Mini 7s that you learn and 7S categories really does transfer into the medias, because these cars might be a bit more powerful, got a bit more grip, they've got wider arches, slightly different setup to the Mini 7s that they race, but these cars, all the skills of racing in Mini are certainly very transferable amongst the rest of the field. Further back in the order, that's car 24, which is having a bit of a slightly more lonely race. That's Steve Yule, is the head of Josh Evans, who's second in the Mini Libras. More than Mini Libra cars taking their way through the final complex. This looks like Warburton, Norfolk and Harvey. They're scrapping over 24th place, and also at the moment they're also battling over 5th, 6th and 7th in Libras. Now we've lost Alex Osborne. Alex Osborne has not come through this time by. He's tumbled down the timing screen. Sadly, the green and purple car has not hit the timing line and finished the race. That's a shame, so he's out at this point. Here comes Jonathan, here comes Phil and Brown then, still side by side for second place. Aston has pulled away now and he has managed to get the gap down to Ashley Davis in front. It's down to 1.8 seconds as Bull and Brown swept round the outside to take third from Rupert Death. More action going on. Harrington against Cuthbertson, also in there too is Mark Sims, and despite starting on the front row of the grid, it didn't quite work out. Looks like that's Rob Howard who's also smoking. Is he heading towards, I thought he was heading towards pit lane. There's a little bit of smoke coming from the mint green mini at just at the back of this little group of cars, which is just behind Colin Peacock in number 7. Peacock in that point is actually in 12th position at the moment, in Media's 13th overall. And I should mention, meanwhile, the amazing Craig Edgecombe has set another new fastest lap of the race, and he's up to 6th overall. His next target is going to be this leading group of cars, which features Jonathan Page and Rupert Death and Phil Bull and Brown, and then his next task will be to catch up to both Kane Aston and Ashley Davis if he can manage it. There's the top two. There goes Davis, there goes Aston. Then you've got the next group of cars with Bull and Brown, Death, and there is Edgecombe with the bigger air filter sticking out the front of the bonnet there. You can see turning in. That's the runaway Libra category winner. And certainly if he does a full season next year, he might dominate the entire category. This is an example of what he might achieve next year, and I'm sure he'll want to get himself in for a full campaign. Down the back straight, and you can see just the enhanced power and speed of that Libra car. Just drafts literally in a straight line past both Death and Bull and Brown. Bull and Brown actually had quite a battle trying to stay with Edgecombe and try and get the lead overall from him. This is almost deja vu from yesterday, but now he's got an added element of Rupert Death, who is trying to make it more difficult for him. They're going to be side by side, but Edgecombe does indeed go around the outside, take the racing line, and through he goes. Also making his way through now is Ben Colburn. He was on pole yesterday, but got caught up on that incident up at Stowe Corner between himself, Rupert Death, and Kane Aston. They're going to make their way onto the pit straight one, lap 8, lap 9 now. 1 minute 20 to go on the clock, so still moments of Amelia action left for the regular season. These are the final rounds for their regular championship. Of course, the Winter Series carries on to Brands Hatch, as I mentioned. And these rounds also make up the second meeting of the Winter Series on top of that too. Turn their way out of Village and Loop Complex, through Chapel and onto the back straight once again. And Craig Edgecombe is going to try and use all the superior power of that Libra car to start to close in on the top two. It's 1.2 seconds in the lead gap between Ashley Davis and Kane Aston. Look at his lap times. The last lap for Craig Edgecombe was a 1:16.898. He was a full 6/10 quicker than Kane Aston, a full 8/10 quicker. Look at the last lap times. He was a full 1.1 seconds quicker actually than Aston. He was a full 1.4 seconds quicker than Ashley Davis. So Edgecombe really tearing it up in his leading Libra car, side by side between Cuthbertson and King. That is going to be for a spot in the top 10. King holds on for the time being. More dice as we see a bit more change. Oops, off the road's gone Lee Roberts. Straight into the gravel trap and almost kissing the tyres, but he's gone right towards the scene of the incident. And that car's going no further. He'll be deep in the gravel trap, and that is not getting out anytime soon, Sunshine. That's a shame, because he was running relatively decently. He was running around about sort of 15th or so, and he only dropped back a little bit since his start towards the front of the field on the partially reversed grid. But shame for Lee Roberts to exit out of the race early. And now you can see that Craig Edgecombe is, you can see he's starting to reel in slowly but surely Kane Aston and Ashley Davis. And he's kind of bringing Rupert Death and Phil Bull and Brown with him. He's allowing to punch a hole in the air to give those two a real chance to come away. In fact, actually, so much so is he trying to aid them, or their pace has gone up a little more, that Death, Bull and Brown, Page and Ben Colburn all set personal best on the last time, and they were all lapping in the low to mid 1:17s. So good to see the pace is going up. That is someone else struggling. That is, I want to say for a second that was Jonathan Page. I'm not sure if it is. It might just be a back marker that's having to lift off and let the rest of the field go through. If it is, then that's good driving. There is yellow flag, double wave yellows down there. There's a Cuthbertson is waving to the car behind. Don't overtake. There's double wave yellows. Careful into the braking zone. That's the reason why, because Lee Robertson's car has been pushed away by the marshals. Good work for the marshals and recovery teams to quickly be on the scene to tend to Lee's car. There's a live snatch going on. into the last 6.5 minutes of the race. Now there's been a change for, right, well, 1 second, where's Kane Aston got to? Because it's now Ashley Davis in the lead. Cuthbert Edgecombe's up to 2nd place. Where's Kane Aston disappeared to? Kane Aston out of the race, or he's disappeared somewhere. He hasn't come through, I don't think. Let's look at the timing screen. Has he come through? He hasn't come through, so he's stopped on circuit somewhere. There's Kane Aston. Aston out of the race, and that's a real shame. He was closing in on Ashley Davis, but it's a repeat of Croft in race number 2. He was in a potential position to challenge for the victory, and then mechanical issues forcing him to the sidelines. That's not the way he wants to end his 2023 regular Mini Media season, but sadly, the car, number 11 car has let him down. You see just to the right of shot, Kane is walking away. He's pulled the car right off the road, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue, if at all, for the Marshals, because it's way out of harm's way. So I imagine the double wave yellows will be just there for the time being, just to allow Kane to get himself in a safe place. Kane Aston, very sadly, out of the race in this final round of the Dunlop Mini Melias. Ashley Davis holds on to the lead by 0.3 of a second, but I'm certain it's probably a question of when rather than if that move is made, and Edgecombe will certainly try to push him as hard as he can all the way to the checkered flag. In fact, I'm certain that that move is going to be made. In fact, it has been made. There he is. Greg Edgecombe hits the front then, and now leads by a canter in Mini Libras and the race outright. Greg Edgecombe in that bright blue Libra Mini is out to the front of the field. Now, for the media victory, might not be done here, because Ashley Davis has now got a rather feisty Rupert Death on his tail. He's got the toe down towards Stowe Corner. Davis tries to get the slipstream from Edgecombe, but in fact actually gives it to Death as Death dives out. He gets the slipstream from Edgecombe in front and into Stowe Corner. Rupert Death wiggling around on the brakes, but he manages to get the move stuck and up into the lead of the media as he goes. Ashley Davis will try and come back at him on the exit if he can. He's going to try and work his way towards the complex at Vale and Club. Through the right-hander at the Double Apex at Club. There it is, Craig Edgecombe, new race leader. He's now got 4 minutes to try and at least maintain that lead, if not try and pull away. He was given some headaches by Phil Brown yesterday. I wonder if Rupert Death and co are going to be as equally as challenging at this point. Edgecombe is not, like yesterday, he's not being allowed to get away too far, because the media drivers behind him are certainly giving quite a race here. He has got the power on the straights, but it's in the corners where the medias are just a little bit quicker. On the tighter, twistier sections is where they're able to stay with him, but on the straights you can see he's ever so slightly creeping away, edging away with the enhanced power of that Mini Libra car. Death now looks to the outside for the lead on Ashley Davis and the Melias, looks around the outside and stays on the outside line. Davis tries to give him the run on the exit of the corner, but this now puts him on the inside for Vale. Bull and Brown sniffing around to have a look. They're still side by side for the lead of the Medias. Now, almost 3 abreast as Bull and Brown takes a look to the outside line. Death breaks that a little bit later, turns to the apex and takes the lead in Melia's 2nd overall. Now, is there anything he can do possibly about Craig Edgecombe? Well, not if Ashley Davis can get back him on the inside line, which he's doing. Back to the inside they go. They're side by side. 3 minutes to go. This is typical Mini 7 racing, and they're at it again. Down towards the right-hander Abbey. Ashley Davis throws the block, says no to Phil Bull and Brown. Ben Colburn's in there, and is also Jonathan Page. There goes Kieran McDonald. But all this fighting is just allowing Craig Edgecombe to pull away here and just maintain that gap in front. Through the complex, they're side by side again. Ashley Davis gets back up the inside. He'll have the inside line for Chappell on towards the hangar straight. Death gets his nose in front just about, has the momentum through the right-hander. And there goes Ben Colburn up the inside to get 3rd place from Phil Bull and Brown. Bull and Brown takes P3. Jonathan Page is in there too. Imagine if Jonathan Page wins the media category in his 2nd ever race in the higher formula. Here comes Davis, gets the toe on the outside line. Bull and Brown moves out from Colburn, gets the toe from Davis in front, and Colburn goes, right, my best form of attack is defence. Up the inside he goes, and almost makes a tag on the inside of Death. Death squirms his way up the inside at Stowe Corner. Davis runs out wide. They're all running out wide on the exit. There are 4 abreast again down towards the right-hander at Vale. Sort yourselves out, boys. This is mega stuff. Less than 2 minutes to go. 3 wide for the lead, and Colburn goes round the outside of all of them. Fantastic from Ben Colburn. Gets past all of them. He's hoodwinked all of them. He's hoodwinked Death and Davis and Bull and Brown and Jonathan Page. Magnificent from yesterday's pole sitter. Ben Colburn with another magnificent pass. That was almost as good as the 5 wide pass that Rupert Death made. Anything you can do, Sunshine, I can do just as well. Fantastic. So Ben Colburn goes to the lead now. It's second still for Ashley Davis, who is still side by side with Rupert Deeth. They haven't left each other alone just yet. Now they come back towards the complex. The rest of the field comes streaming through in their own little private battles. There is Craig Edgecombe, oblivious to what's going on behind. They're all over each other for third overall and second in medias. Bullen Brown goes to the outside to make the move on Davis. Davis fights back, dives back up the inside into the right-hander. Page is all out of shape behind them as he tries to hold on to fourth in medias. Now onto the back straight. This is where we'll have one large slipstream. And what's going to change here then? Colburn has the toe. Deeth is trying to close in on him. They're quite boxy little cars, these minis. So they'll punch quite a big hole in the air. And Deeth is coming. He's coming. He's getting get closer down towards Stowe Corner. Has a little look up the inside again. Davis throws caution to the wind and goes third around the outside of Bullen Brown and holds on for the time being. But can Bullen Brown make a move just like Colburn did and sweep it around the outside? Jonathan Page is keeping a watching brief there in fifth. Davis moves across, tries to take his regular racing line, holds on. A little deep there from Page as he tries to keep in touch with the top four. And out through the right-hander they go. Also trying to close in here and join in is Kieran McDonald. Fantastic for him. He's currently 6th in Melias, 7th overall. Now they start the last lap of the race. If anyone's going to win this race, they're going to have to pull the pin now and go for it. Deeth is going to have to go in full attack mode here, whereas Colburn will have to try and defend for his life. So Craig Edgecombe looks as though he's away and gone overall and in many Libras, but the media fight is still up for grabs here as Rupert Deeth is just on the outside line trying to make the move. Can he get the switch back on the exit through Village? He's not close enough to pull himself alongside, but he's close enough to get a really strong toe down the hanger straight. This is where he wants to be. He turns in through the right-hander at Chapel. Little second bite at the apex there for Colburn, but Deeth is right there. He's exactly where he needs to be to get the toe down towards Stowe Corner. They will be side by side for the lead here. There goes Edgecombe, but for the lead now for Melias, here comes Rupert Deeth. Side by side now. It's Colburn on the inside, Deeth on the outside. They're wheel to wheel down towards it, and Deeth with pure straight line pace takes the lead down towards Stowe Corner before they even hit the brakes and turn in. Colburn will try and get him back here. It's also side by side for third in Melias between Bullen Brown and Ashley Davis. Bullen Brown goes round the outside and holds on. That'll give him track position for the next corner, which is left at Vale. Colburn looks down the outside, has a little peek, but he can't quite squeeze through. It's going to have to be the run out of Club to make this work. Through the left, through the right, the first part of Club, through the second part of Club. Craig Edgecombe will win the race outright in Mini Libras, but up towards the checkered flag after a brilliant race once again for the Mini Melias. Rupert Deeth picks up the media victory, second overall. It's Ben Colburn second and Philip Bullen Brown in third. Ash Davies fourth, then Jonathan Page and Kieran McDonald round out the media top six. Whew, that was superb mini racing at its finest once again. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Mini 7 racing never ever disappoints. There is never ever such a thing as a dull Mini 7 race, because you get racing like that every single time they're out. And a big thank you to everyone at Mini 7 Club, to Colin Peacock and everyone else for being part of the timetable this weekend. We should obviously mention, of course, the Mini Libras. Of course, Craig Edgecombe wins that one. But the battle for second backwards, it's going to be Josh Evans that wins that one. This is the fight for third in the Libras, and Julian Proctor ends his weekend with a silver lining, a third place in the category ahead of Richard Colburn. An excellent job from Richard that might well possibly help Colburn towards the Mini Libra title. But there is Craig Edgecombe. A fine drive from quite literally the back of the grid in less than 20 minutes to get himself to the front of the field. But that battle for the Melias was certainly something else that was entertainment nonetheless. And it was that timing down the back straight. It was the timing that Rupert Deeth got. He was that close enough. He got to put himself in a great position to get the slipstream to move past and to motor his way through towards Stowe Corner before they even touch the brakes and turn in. Despite Colburn's best efforts to try and get back through again, Rupert Deeth does indeed hold on and takes the Mini Melia victory. A fine way for him to end the regular season for Mini 7 Racing Club, the Melias and the Libras. We've still got the 7s and the 7Ss to come for their final rounds of 2023 before they head to their winter series at Brands Hatch. Here's the result. Craig Edgecombe wins overall and in Libras. Rupert Deeth makes a last lap pass to win in the Melias ahead of the Ben Colburn and Phil Bullen Brown on the podium. Ashley Davis and Jonathan Page round out the Melia top 5 ahead of Kieran McDonald, Damien Harrington, Rob Howard, James Cuthbertson, Colin Peacock and Sean King in the overall top 12. And then we scroll down to 13th downwards. Mark Sims from the front row of the grid back down to 13th. James Colburn picks up 14th from Nick Paddy. Josh Evans is second in Libras ahead of Tony LeMay. Julian Proctor picks up the final Libra podium ahead of Richard Colburn with Gary Warburton and Philip Harvey. And we lost from that race, sadly, Kane Aston pulling off with mechanical issues. We also lost Steve Yule and Ben Norfolk. And a couple more cars also pulled off the road too, one of which was Lee Roberts after he went skating off into the gravel at Vale. And Alex Osborne also pulled off the road with mechanical issues of his own. So that's the regular Mini Libra and Mini Melia season finished. Of course, they've got their winter series at Brands Hatch to come. There's the top 3 overall, and hopefully in both categories pull in to the top of the pit lane for our podium presentations. It's going to hand down quickly to our presenter extraordinaire in pit lane, Rob Lewis, to take us through the first podium interviews of our final Sunday here at Silverstone.
Well, we've got an extended podium down here because, as once again Mr. Edgecombe has lined up the Mini Libra in the premium spots. He is our overall winner, winning the Mini Libra class as well. Rupert Death, after a fantastic race, takes out the Mini Miglia honours, and Ben Colburn slots into second. They're just getting Phil Brown in, as well as the third overall in the Miglia class. And I think we're just going to see if we could grab a word. If I could just get you guys to pop over and stand with us on the Brscc podium here. What a fantastic race. Yeah. 2 wins.
Yeah,
brilliant.
That couldn't come any better than that, could it? Started at the back today, drove through it, everything just went right again. So yeah, happy with that. It's a good result, good finish. A little bit of damage, but nothing too bad.
Circuit definitely suits the car.
Yes, I think it does with a long back straight. I think it certainly helps out a bit, but yeah, brilliant result. So I want to thank Edgy Racing for prepping the car and getting it all ready for me. Absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations. 2 overall wins, 2 wins in the Libra class. If we could just get Rupert Death over as the winner of the Miglias. He's taking his time. But Rupert, if we could just grab a word. Without damaging the furniture. There you go. He's got to get the #1 in there. He's got to get the #1 in there just in case. But if I get you to stand on the cross there, my friend.
On the hot spot.
You are on the hot spot. Certainly hot property out there in that race. A fantastic win for you in the Miglias.
Oh, yeah, no, really well deserved, I think. Good race, especially after yesterday, which was a little bit unfortunate. Unfortunately, that was a racing incident, but yeah, no, I really enjoyed that this afternoon.
And yesterday, you all paid tribute to a dear friend, and yourself in particular had a lot to say about Peter. Would this be a race that you'd be proud to dedicate?
Absolutely, yeah. No, this one's for Peter. I hope he's up there watching, and I hope I've done him proud.
Fantastic. I can see you getting a bit emotional, but congratulations, Rupert. Congratulations on a fantastic Miglia win. Now, our second place driver in the Miglias and 3rd overall on the actual podium. I'm hoping to get a driver here somewhere. Ben Colburn, are you around? Come on over, Ben. Stand on the magic cross. It is quite awkward trying to round up these drivers after a brilliant race, because you just want to get out and talk about it, especially when it looks like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a great race. That's what it's all about, and that's why we joined the Mini-7 Racing Club. And you know, the racing is second square, and like all clean racing, as we just shown there. So no, really pleased with it.
And a man of your credentials as well. I mean, you can see it on your race that you've raced in some fantastic series across the UK over the years. What brings you to Mini racing?
I think this is actually probably the most competitive championship in the whole of the UK. We've had around about eight of saying ex-champions, so to be on the podium is just a massive achievement, and just so close to getting my first Miglia outright win. But I mean, I got pole yesterday, so that was another tick off the list. So I'll just have to wait till next year for that win, but we'll keep trying.
Keep working, keep ticking away.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on a fine podium, Ben Colburn, and hopefully we can grab Phil Brown over to have a chat, but he's too busy getting his picture taken. Come on, Phil, come on. Stand on the cross there.
Still need a box.
You still need a box. Well, third overall in the Miglias. Great result once again after yesterday.
Yeah, dead chuffed with that, really pleased, and really good, clean racing. It was fantastic. We thought they'd got away a bit, and me and Rupert worked together a bit, get them back. I think Craig coming through in the Libra helped us, to be fair, because it sort of gave us a little bit of a tow to get up there. So, yeah, I think just a cracking race. Great way to finish the year. Great doff of the hat to Peter. It's just been a fantastic year.
Absolutely fantastic. A class act there, Phil. Congratulations on a wonderful podium. And that rounds out the Mini Miglias. We're going to see the Mini 7s out later on, and they will be just as action-packed. But I'll tell you what, Scott, it is great seeing these guys on the Brscc package. For now, it's time to head back up to Scott Woodwis to go down the grid for the next race.
You know, it always helps if I actually turn my microphone back on rather than anything else. It otherwise I look like a complete burp, but then that happens 99% of the time anyway. As I was saying, I was about to say, yes, thank you to Rob, and of course I echo what he said, is that magnificent to have the Mini 7s on the grid and on the timetable this weekend, and a big thank you once again to Colin Peacock and everyone else, and also for bringing the tribute to Peter Baldwin in the pit lane as well yesterday. An emotional one for everyone involved, and of course Peter Baldwin. The word legend gets thrown around quite too often and too casually sometimes, but I think it's safe to say that Peter Baldwin was nothing short of an absolute bona fide, genuine legend of not just mini racing but club racing itself. And I know that everyone in the Mini 7 community, and you know, Peter's family and his friends, and all his fellow drivers and everyone else within the paddock do miss him dearly. And of course the Brscc sends its sincerest condolences and best wishes to everyone involved that knew him, that are still thinking of him at this time. So we're moving forwards then from minis again, as I was also mentioning. It's good to have the Mini 7s on the timetable. They'll be back for a couple of meetings next year on Brscc rounds as well. But we're moving forward to minis, back to Mazdas, and we're going to our second race of the weekend for the gas-shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship, where current points leader Steve Foden is looking to try towards becoming champion-elect and claiming that provisional title. He was picked up 5th place yesterday. There was a slight amendment to yesterday's result. It was Jack Noller who took the victory, so Jack Noller was actually given the victory in the end. It was then Ted Bradbury picking up 2nd place. Adam Sparrow was given was third, and Thomas Langford was 4th. After he was given a 3-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage at one point, so he will start back from 4th on the grid. Steve Foden, meanwhile, picked up 5th, which means that's 92 points. And even though Adam Sparrow did take a couple of points out of Steve Foden, on my calculations, he still leads by 50. Steve Foden still leads the way by 50 points coming into this second race. Ultimately, he needs to be outscored by at least 100 in the next few rounds, at least 50, in order to try and have the deficit overcome. So, as a result of the demotion for Thomas Langford, it is a first win of the season. Probably not the way he'd want to get it, but a win is a win for Jack Noller, so congratulations to him at Go For It Racing. And he will start race number 2 from pole position. And he will look to try and pick up a victory actually on the road this time, if he can make it. He'll have, of course, the very rapid young rookie Ted Bradbury alongside him. Here is the grid. So, Noller and Bradbury on the front row of the grid. Adam Sparrow and Thomas Langford, who won the race on the road yesterday but was demoted, starts from 4th. Steve Foden, currently championship leader, he's starting from P5 alongside Luke Pullen, double Donington winner. Then Neil Chisnell and Patrick Lay making a welcome return to a Mazda MX-5 after about 5 or 6 years away, starting in 8th. It's then 9th on the grid for Owen Mills and Oak Richardson, from Tim Dorr, who's the Masters leader, and Simon Hartley, Steve Bartlett and Kevin Dengate, then Matthew Goddard and Tom Mallet, followed by Harry Storer and Dougal McDonald, Ben Smalley and Martin Tolley, who's back in a Mark 1 this weekend, Richard Wooden and Andrew McGregor from Andrew Dean and Ryan Margulis. Then we have Jonathan Fieldsen and Clive Chisnell, Graham Rumsey and Levi Aisbett, Simon Privet, Jim Storer and Jack Moody, who's thankfully back on the grid too, but didn't manage to finish the race yesterday, as we'll start from 31st and last at the back of the grid. As I mentioned, it's good to see Patrick Lay back on the grid. Last time I saw him was about 5 or 6 years ago in Mazda MX-5 Racing, in that effectively very same car, that's in bright red and green. I think he was one of the drivers that used to run quite frequently with Tom Roach's Blendini Motorsport squad when Tom Roach was still known in the days as Mr. MX-5, and he has jumped out occasionally in a couple of times to MX-5 racing to test his skills, and still as quick as he ever was. And good to see that Patrick Lay at least running his own car, from what I can see. I'm not sure if he's running with a team, but even so, he's good to see him back on the grid, and hopefully it's the precursor to coming back for a few more regular appearances next year. So then, Jack Noller then, who was yesterday's inherited winner, picks up pole position. The red lights are on for race number 2 of the weekend for the gas-shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship. It's a decent start for the first few rows, a clean start also for Tim Dorr as he tries to squeeze past Owen Mills just in front of him. They head down towards Abbey for the first time, and despite the run from Ted Bradbury, Jack Noller should turn into Abbey corner first, which he does. It is Bradbury in 2nd place, and it was Adam Sparrow into 3rd. Rest of the pack goes streaming through, and it should be Noller from Bradbury from Sparrow. Sparrow looking up the outside for 2nd place, and Steve Foden in the mix there too, as he's also Thomas Langford. The rest of the pack comes diving in, and it will be Noller who leads the way for Go For It Racing. It's then 2nd for Cars Motorsport, 3rd for the Rob Boston Racing car. At the moment, it seems to Steve Foden, as he can get the inside line, which he does, and sweeps across to 3rd place. 4th for the AB Motorsport car, or cars, of Ted Bradbury and also Thomas Langford in there too. Thomas Langford running the ex-Ollie Allwood Championship winning car in white and blue, in that sort of heritage Mazda sort of American livery. Further back, you've got side-by-side 3 wide action. Patrick Lay, Luke Pullen and Neil Chisnell are going 3 abreast in towards Stowe Corner. How's that going to play out? It will be Pullen who gets the better run, and also picking his nose up on the inside is going to be Owen Mills running wide over the curb on the exit. Everyone else turning their way through Stowe Corner nice and steady. As now Adam Sparrow starts to apply the pressure once again, like he did yesterday on the back of Jack Noller. He was doing this pretty much all race yesterday, but he's going to try and see if he can grab a good result here if it's possible. Try and pick his way past. More three-wide action. Oak Richardson in there in the blue car with the... Oh, no! That's way too close. That was Oak Richardson, Kevin Dengate, and I think possibly one of the Go For It racing cars in there too, and that 3 into 1 was never going to work. Oak Richardson does get back onto the circuit, bounds his way back on through the gravel and grass, and he's way down the order. So Oak also a guest this weekend, so he's not going to score any points, and so anyone that's going past him is not really affecting how much they're going to score compared to passing anyone else. Some leaders make their way out through the complex for the second time. And Adam Sparrow putting the pressure now onto Jack Noller once again, but Noller seems to be absorbing it well. How much would you love to actually take a victory on the road this time rather than inheriting it in the steward's office? A bit further back, number 3 is Richard Wooden. He's batting away with 116. Also there, Graham Rumsey scrapping with Martin Tolley. Martin, of course, as one of the Masters drivers this weekend, but Martin, of course, is quite experienced. He's done the series before when he's raced both Mark 1 and Mark 3 in the same weekend. And that was Richard Wooden battling away with Dougal McGregor. So it looks like Wooden's got past McGregor up into 17th place as a result. So down the short straight towards Vale, and Jack Noller again just pasting his car neatly on the racing line. Doesn't feel as though he's too much under pressure from Adam Sparrow to try and make a move. And I think Sparrow's trying to initially work together with Jack here, not fight him too much, and try and get away into their own private battle if they can. Some lock-ups behind. That's the 3 Richard Wooden in there with Levi Aisbert in car number 13. The pack goes streaming through. Oak Richardson has sadly retired from the race now, you can see on the right-hand side. Oak Richardson after the 3-wide contact here on the exit of Club. But, well, it says he's retired, but he's actually right there. He's actually on the screen. So that's not quite correct from TSL. Oak Richardson is still there in the race, I can confirm. He's the blue car just there with the white striping and the sort of part yellow, part white windscreen banner when he's a guest entrance this weekend. Leaders back the way through Chapel on towards the hangar straight again, and sticks down Bradbury up to 3rd place now. So Steve Foden's dropped back to 4th, and now he's under big pressure from both Thomas Langford and Luke Pullers. So 2 of the AB Motorsport cars are certainly going to make it a little bit more difficult now. So this might well push Steve Foden back to 6th position. So in terms of points and where they are right now, Adam Sparrow, of course, will be on course to take 98 points at the moment. Bradbury's now into 3rd place and would take 96. Let's take Kevin Dengate pits. That must be must be a legacy of what happened in the 3-wide contact with Oak Richardson, because he was in the middle of that little bit of contact. As they come through, Luke Pullen currently sat in he's 5th position now, because Steve Foden's been dropped back to 6th. So currently at the moment he'll be scoring 90 points. It'll be Luke Pullen on 92, and Owen Mills is a couple of further places back in what will be 7th. Also, I should note that Patrick Lay's not showing up on the timing screen for a second, so I'm pretty sure that he's a little bit further up than he should be, because he's not actually come up on the screen by the looks of things. Patrick Lay is definitely in the race, but I think either his transponders being intermittent or TSL is simply just missing him on the road, because he's definitely in the race. Some slight odd things going on with TSL, I think, in this race. It's showing Oak Richardson's out of the race when he's not. Patrick Lay hasn't come through, which he has, so that's interesting. But Patrick Lay's definitely up there in about 7th or 8th position, so hopefully TSL will manage to slot him back into the proper order. Top 2 trying to pull away, but Bradbury's going with them. He's trying to pull away from the scrapping gap, the battle that's going on for 4th behind between Langford, Pullen and Steve Foden. Now Steve, of course, has got a 50-point advantage on my calculations over Adam Sparrow still. So even if Adam Sparrow was to win this race, you take about roughly 10 points out of him. So he would need to then, in the final race, if he does that, but bear in mind that none of them take the fastest lap of the race, which Adam Sparrow has also, so that would give him an extra bonus point on top of that, which means currently he'd be on 99 points for the race for the second one, whereas Steve Foden would be on 90 points at this point in time. As they come back into the complex at Vale, Bradbury just closing in a little bit more as they turn in. Now, Thomas Langford has got teammate Luke Pullen just behind him as they turn through the right-hander. Foden keeping a watching brief. And I suspect this is Foden simply just playing it safe and not doing anything that's going to risk too much. If you can stay with that lead group, stay with it, but not actually do anything too dramatic. Big battle pack going on here, which has been headed by 96, which is 96 in the order is, if I can find it on the screen, where's 96? 96 is Adam Smalley. He's going side by side with Oak Richardson, so Richardson now looking to try and pick up another position. He will go up to 17th as a result of that. And more battles towards the back, and again, I've said it before a few times, but particularly yesterday, but it doesn't matter in this championship whether you're towards the front, in the middle or towards the rear, you've always got somebody to race with. Just saw a glimpse there of Tim Dorr in green and gold. Now his car, he's currently running 10th at the moment, and he's second in the Masters category behind Simon Hartley. That would give him 98 points. I think it should still increase his lead because his next rival in that battle, which is Graham Rumsey, is a bit further back in the order. He's currently sat at the moment in terms of Masters. What's it currently showing me here? Should be, I think, third. I think for some reason TSL thinks that Stephen Bartlett is a Masters driver, when I can certainly tell you that he's raced before this season and hasn't appeared in the Masters category, so I don't believe that's the case. So I think that's an error on TSL. I think the actual Masters order is Hartley, Dorr, and then in third place it's Graham Rumsey in terms of point scoring. So Rumsey currently third in the Masters, and he will then drop a further 2 points. This is really helping Tim Dorr to potentially become champion-elect in the Masters category. He's got a lead now, if it stays as it is, of almost 100 points. You see here you've got Richardson again still scrapping with the 96 car. Just ahead of them, you've got 23 Martin Tolley up the inside of Richard Wootton, still enjoying himself at a Mark 1 once again. Now they make their way towards Abbey Corner once again. We are coming up towards half distance, 20-minute races. Still got 12.5 minutes to go. A couple of the Go For It racing cars also running in formation. That's cars 17 and maybe 96. So I've got the timing screen to see who those would be. 17 is 17 and 13. So that'll be Harry Storer and Levi Aisbett together. We're ahead of this group that's duelling over the bottom end of the top 20. Oak Richardson trying to pick his way past Dougal McGregor, one of the few guests in this race weekend, also a guest like Oak. Oak powers his way past into what will be 16th position. Next target's going to be Martin Tolley. So they come back down towards the right-hander at Stowe again. Wootton's managed to pick his way through and up past Martin Tolley into 14th place. It'll be 15th for Tolley and 16th now for Oak Richardson. Now he's got past Dougal McGregor. McGregor, meanwhile, is defending from Graham Rumsey, who goes down the outside. This won't change where he is in terms of Masters. He's still third in the JRW prepared car, who regularly repair Fiestas, but they're also running across Graham Rumsey on top of that as well. It's their sole MX-5 in the order, from what I can see. And this battle putting quite a nice show towards the bottom of the top 20. Meanwhile, back with our leaders, it's still Noller from Sparrow, from Bradbury, then Langford, Pullen and Foden, so no change in the top 6 at the moment. So as it stands, as I mentioned, it's going to be fastest lap of the race for Adam Sparrow, so he will pick up 99 points from this race. Steve Foden will currently pick up 90 for finishing in 6th. Ted Bradbury will pick up 96 for finishing 3rd. Owen Mills, who is 4th in the championship coming into the weekend, will pick up 86 points for being a couple of places back. And then Adam Craig not here this weekend, and Luke Pullen, who's currently in 5th place, he will collect 92 points for P5, and either way, because because Adam Craig is not here, he's also leapfrogging him in the championship, and Luke will finish in the top 5, all things being well. But now you see here that Noller's just starting to edge away a tiny bit now in the lead of this race. So he's got a small gap to the cars to second place man Adam Sparrow. A little further back, we've got that's Storer and Aisbett running together. That'll be Harry Storer and Levi Aisbett. This is the 96 car also getting stuck in as well. 96 is Adam Smalley. Sorry, maybe it's not Adam Smalley. No, it's not. That's Ben Smalley. Forgive me. Adam Smalley is the Porsche driver. I'm sure there's somebody in the comments that's lambasted me for that. Ben Smalley, not Adam Smalley. It's not the current Porsche Carrera Cup champion. It'd be good if he did get into an MX-5, but Adam, I'm sure, has got bigger fish to fry than MX-5. As good as MX-5s are, I'm sure he'd love to come and have a go himself. If someone was offered, but he might stick with his Porsches, I think, in that sense. There is Tim Dorr, leading the Masters category, being chased down by Stephen Bartlett. Again, if you're looking on the TSL timing screen, I'm firmly convinced that that's an error that Stephen Bartlett is listed as a Masters driver. I'm certain that he isn't. So we essentially ignore him in terms of Masters points. Tim Dorr ahead of him anyway, but Simon Hartley looks as though he's on course to pick up a Masters win. Looking pretty strong in 9th place overall. Made some good progress with Simon Hartley this year. Good to see the number 5 car running so well, up inside the top 10. And a little bit on his own, but he is being caught slowly, just as they saw them flash through the back of the shot. I saw that Simon Hartley did have Tim Dorr and Stephen Bartlett not too far away from him on the back end. They make their way down towards Abbey Corner once more. That's Kevin Dengate that's come back out after his lap 1 incident with Oak Richardson. Back out and now a lap down as the leaders come up to put a lap on him. Meanwhile, further back, this is the 18 of Matt Goddard. He's now scrapping away with Graham Rumsey, and also in there too is Ben Smalley. I'll call him the right name this time. Ben Smalley. And also in there is 550. 550 is Tom Mallet. Also in there too is McGregor in 116. That's Dougal McGregor in there too. He's at the back of that queue now in 16th position. And Andrew McGregor is a little bit further back in... Well, he was in 22nd, but he's been passed by Tim Storer last time by it, so he's now been lost a couple of places now in the process. Good to see we're giving some of our cars down the order a bit more airtime, as the leaders are pretty static at this point. Top 6 not really making any moves or making any sort of progress or switching around dramatically. It seems as though that everyone's pretty much comfortable where they are in terms of position on track. And they make their way towards the Vale and Club complex, and it still seems as though that Jack Noller has this one under control. So Sparrow now coming under a little bit of pressure from Ted Bradbury, and also Langford and Pull in the mix there too. I suspect also that Steve Foden, who's there in 6th, the white and gold car, the white car with the gold stripe down the middle, I suspect he's just hanging back and banking the points that he needs. He'll have done the calculations himself. He will know what he needs to do to become champion-elect this weekend. Meanwhile, further back, still having a great scrap between each other. This is Oak Richardson battling with Richard Woodton and Martin Tolley. There goes Matthew Goddard in the two-tone black and white number 18, and Graham Rumsey in there too in grey and yellow. So nice runs all the way through. Back. Some great battles up and down the order. Good to see that a few of these guys, as I mentioned, getting some air time. It's not just the leaders, it's up and down the order. We're getting some good fights up and down. I'm sure the drivers will appreciate them getting a bit of live stream time. There goes the two more of the Go Fit Racing cars. They're getting quite a lot of air time, the Go Fit Racing cars, aren't they? Because they're always in some kind of a fight, aren't they? They've got Harry Storer now has lost out to Levi Aisbert, so there's been a change between them. There goes Martin Tolley in the front of shot. And a few more cars in the mix. There's another one there, look, it's 96, which is Ben Smalley, so they're everywhere, these Go Fit Racing cars, aren't they? But they're getting stuck in. Of course, there's one at the front of the field. Now, Ted Bradbury's been given a time penalty. I've just seen on the screen. Ted Bradbury's been given a time penalty. It must be for track limits. Look at the race control. I don't think race control, but he's showing us having a triangle next to his name. So that will be Ted Bradbury. A penalty for, 5 seconds pending for track limits, which means that'll push him down the order. That's going to help at least Steve Foden, because that'll push him into the top 5. And Bradbury will be off the podium. So at this point, if it stays as it is, he will be demoted down to at least 6th, if not further, depending on how close the likes of Owen Mills and Neil Chisnell are. But Bradbury's going to be pushed off the podium and outside the top 5 also. They'll promote Langford to 3rd, Pullen to 4th, and Foden to 5th, if it stays as it is. I wonder, is Sparrow, after just a couple of laps, just to sit back a little bit and just hold station, and just try and size things up a little bit? He's now starting to come back at Jack Noller and trying to possibly have a look here. He's darting around having a look. He looks to the outside line. I figure that he's done trying to follow and work together with him. Now, was that Simon Hartley in the pit lane? I think it may have been Simon Hartley coming in, or somebody was either wide or coming into pit lane, one of the two. But if that was the case, Simon Hartley, who will be in from the lead of the Masters category, let's have a quick check to see where is he. Hartley, it looked like it was Simon Hartley's car that was off the road. There was a blue car, so maybe it was him. There's Adam Sparrow. Sparrow's got a 5-second penalty as well now. So Adam Sparrow, 5-second time penalty for track limits. That's crucial because that will also put him behind Steve Foden. So that's another free place that Steve Foden's been given. So Foden, that will push him up to 4th place now, and it will gain him also a couple more points on Sparrow. Of course, it won't be completely wrapped up in race number 2, as there's no drop scores from any usable for any of the 3 races in this final weekend. It means that every single result that you score has to count towards the final total, which means that Sparrow's going to lose some valuable points, and he would need really Foden to, well, he'd need Foden to not finish and not score anything at least, or at least have him outscore him by about roughly, I'd say, what, at the end of this race, depending on where Sparrow ends up, he'd have to outscore him by at least sort of 50, 60 points, which it might well be possible given the size of the field. So this battle here continues on. Car 50, which is Tim Storer. This is for 22nd downwards. You've got, who else is in this battle? You've also got in there, you've got Andrew McGregor, you've got Ryan Margolis, you've got Jonathan Fieldson and Clyde Chisnell. And Simon Privet and Kevin Dengate are the ones that have been falling back a little bit and have just lost a bit of pace. 3 3/4 minutes to go. Bradbury's gone to second on the road, but of course, effectively where Bradbury and Sparrow are practically irrelevant, because really it's the order is technically Noller and then Langford, then Pullen, then Foden, because these two in second and third, whilst they might be there in track position, they're going to get 5-second penalties for track limits. I suspect that those, particularly Foden, is just sitting back and not using too much of the road, and just, he's not even going over the curb. Look, he's simply just keeping the pace that he needs to keep up with the top 6. And if he picks up points, he might even get the signal that both cars in front, these Bradbury and Sparrow, particularly Sparrow, his main championship rival, has a time penalty, and that will certainly help him relax a little bit. You won't totally relax, because if he does, he'll start to fall back and get a bit complacent, but he just needs to keep his cool. And Bradbury, though, doesn't, whether he knows about the penalty or not, is going for the race victory here. He wants to try and get his second race win of the season and his career, but this time in the dry, because he picked up a victory in the wet at Snetterton a few meetings ago. He wants a dry race win, but not if Jack Noller's got anything to say about it. And then, and again, even if Bradbury does take the lead and cross the line first, it won't be a victory for him anyway. Now down towards Stowe corner. Sparrow's got the toe. It's 3 abreast almost down towards Stowe, and Jack Noller holds the inside line. And Sparrow goes diving up the inside, a beautiful dummy up the inside of Ted Bradbury. He really did hoodwink him there. That was a fantastic move there from Adam Sparrow to really catch Ted Bradbury unawares. Now it's opened the door, because here comes his teammate Luke Pullen. Round the outside he goes. He'll have the inside for the first part of Club. Can he hold on? Yes, he can. So third place goes to Pullen. Here comes Thomas Langford, and I imagine Steve Foden won't go up the inside unless he knows he can make a clean pass with no drama. He's got the toe now latching onto the back of Thomas Langford's car. Just over 2 minutes to go now in this second Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 race. Behind them, you've also got a scrap going on between Neil Chisnell, Owen Mills and Patrick Lay. It's side by side between Chisnell and Lay for what is currently at the moment showing as, what is 3 abreast? How's that going to work? And Mills goes round the outside of both of them. Fantastic stuff. That was, it's showing Patrick Lay in 9th place, but that's not correct. It's showing 2 9th places. So again, a bit mystified what's going on for Patrick Lay with his transponder. Meanwhile, more pressing matters with this battle at the front. If you've got Jack Noller, who again is resisting all the pressure from the cars behind. This time it's Adam Sparrow's turn, despite that penalty. But Luke Pullen's now in the mix. I remember a move he pulled off last year, where he went diving up the inside of somebody and went past about 3 cars in one move at Stowe corner. Can he do it again? Down to Stowe. Sparrow is there, but he's lucked onto the rear bumper of Jack Noller. Down towards the right-hander they come. Will he try and pull the same move he did on Bradbury up the inside on Jack Noller? The answer is no. And they're coming up to the last lap of the race. And it's now or never for Sparrow. Well, whether Sparrow knows he's got a penalty or not remains to be seen. He's looking up the inside anyway. Noller's kept the door open. Turns in. He'll have the inside line for the first part of the Club again and holds on to the position. Here comes Pullen round the outside. Can he get better momentum off the curb? Yes, he can, almost. Bradbury wants to make it 3 abreast. He gives Sparrow a bit of a nerf. They're side by side for second. Over the curb goes Pullen. They're side by side as they come back towards Abbey Corner now. Also, Foden wants to get involved here. He's looking up the inside of Thomas Langford. It is, in terms of track position, 6th for the lead here, with Noller holding on and holding everyone back somehow as they turn into the right-hander. Patrick Lay's up to 7th. So he's now moved up into the head of that second group. But still, Jack Noller holding back the tide as they come back towards the complex. Outside looks Adam Sparrow. But again, Sparrow and Bradbury have those time penalties. Round the outside looks Sparrow. Will be on the inside for the second part here. He will just about, there's a small overlap, but Noller has it. And Bradbury now is trying to push hard, but it will be at least, it looks like Noller will win, despite what happens with Adam Sparrow. Even if Sparrow gets past, and so does Bradbury. If he stays ahead of Thomas Langford, Noller's still going to win, but he wants to get this on the road. The time is going to hit 0. It's a 10-second penalty now, so it's another 5-second track limits penalty for Ted Bradbury. That will firmly push him right down the order. Now side by side for the lead on the road. Here comes Sparrow down the outside. Will he be last of the late breakers? Goes for the outside and sweeps his way through. Can he get himself in front? The answer is almost. Sideways there for Noller, but Sparrow's got through, but it's not going to matter. If Noller can stay there, he can get himself back through. He's looking down the outside once again. Will he sweep round the outside? He's looking for it. He goes too deep. Bradbury might get through as well, but again, it won't matter. They're going to be side by side on the exit. Noller tries to put himself through. They're going to be 3 abreast on the exit. Here comes Noller. 3 abreast round the outside. Goes Bradbury on the curve. They're almost touching 3 abreast. Cross the line they come. Checkered flag inside. Bradbury gets it on the road, but it won't count. He has that 10-second penalty. It is second for Noller on the road, but he gets the victory again. It's his second win of the weekend. It'll then be third for who? Let's look at the result and see how it's worked out. So Noller gets the victory. Langford is second. Pullen is third. And then it's Foden 4th. Adam Sparrow 5th. Yeah, Foden 4th. That works anyway for him. He gets 94 points and outscores Adam Sparrow by 2. And then Owen Mills 6th. Rest of the order comes through as Neil Chisnell in 7th place. It's then Dor in 8th, Lay in 9th. And then it's Bartlett in P10. Ted Bradbury pushed down to 11th after that penalty. I'll tell you what, that was a proper MX-5 race and a half, that was, between them. And Noller did so well right into the last couple of corners on the road to hold the tide back. But it seems as though that even with the last gas move from Bradbury, who was over the curb a little bit on the outside, he did just pip him on the line. But even so, it is going to be victory for Jack Noller for the 2nd race in succession. It's his 2nd win. What's the phrase? You wait for your first victory, and 2 come along at once. And Noller actually gets a chance this time to celebrate it this time, because he didn't get a chance yesterday. He was on the podium, but didn't actually take the race victory until after the race, when Langford was handed the penalty. So amazing stuff from the Mazda MX-5 as always. One more race in the 2023 season to decide who comes out on top with the title. It looks as though it's still advantage Foden, but of course anything can happen, and it usually does in motorsport, with that final race coming up later on this afternoon. So, fast and frantic as it typically is in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And that will certainly be a very popular win once again. A number of further track limits infringements. Penalties have been applied apparently, according to race control. Yeah, the message has come up now, literally, is there's more track limits penalties being applied on top of that. There was a penalty for Simon Hartley, one also for Richard Wooten as well. Dougal McGregor gets one, and so does Jonathan Fieldsen. So there's 6 cars with track limits penalties in the end. And I'm sure that, unfortunately, Ted Bradbury, we got disappointed to be waved through and realise, oh, I'm not the race winner. So he wins it on the road, but sadly, that 2nd race victory is not going to come his way. And instead, it was sure to be a very pleasantly surprised and relieved Jack Noller, who picks up that 2nd victory. So let's quickly run through the order before we get to heading down to Rob then. So Jack Noller takes the victory then from Thomas Langford in 2nd place and Luke Pullen in 3rd after the time penalties are applied. It's 4 for Steve Foden, critically, another 94 points towards the championship. Adam Sparrow behind him, of course, in P5, but he gets that fastest lap point as well, so only loses a point to Steve Foden. But again, it's still an advantage that Sparrow has to try and overcome, and it looks even more unlikely that Sparrow will get himself in front. Mills is 6th, 7th for Neil Chisnell, 8th for Tim Dorr, who also wins the Masters category. That will certainly help him out. 9th goes to Patrick Lay, 10th goes to Stephen Bartlett, and it's Bradbury who's 11th after his penalty. 12th goes to Levi Aisbett, 13th to Harry Storer, and Oak Richardson, Martin Tolley's. Then it is Matthew Goddard and Simon Hartley. And the rest of the top 20 looks as though it's going to be Rumsey, Mallet and Wooten. Right, down towards pit lane to have a chat with our race 2 winner for the 2nd time this weekend. It is, once again, Jack Noller. He's down there with Rob Lewis.
Well, very organised Jack Noller. He's come straight over to me with the banners and everything in the background. Jack, fantastic win there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I said to Alex and in the pre-grid, the goal was just defend. Try and get Ted off the line, because obviously on the outside for pole, and then just defend the whole time. Saw early on the race 5-second penalty for Ted for track limits. Saw later in the race 5-second penalty for Sparrow for track limits. So I knew those are the 2 I wanted to try and keep behind me or try and keep around, so I had a buffer, and it worked the whole race. And I think technically Ted got me on the line, but either way, that was mega close. Actually, depends where the sensors are, depends where the line is, I guess. But yeah, it was so close. Defend the whole way, amazing job.
Absolutely. You'll probably want to watch this back, because it was a very entertaining race. I think Scott Woodwis had some fun up in the commentary box.
Yeah, I watch back all your streams anyway, and it's amazing to watch them back and have the amazing commentary up in there, and obviously the amazing broadcasting and stuff with everyone as well. So thanks for that, and I hope we put on a very good show for everyone today, and one more round to do it tomorrow, well, later today.
So one more round later on today, a bit more of the same?
Well, I'd love to say, like they say the buses, when you're waiting for 1 to come at the same time, there's 2 wins, and amazingly racing done, really close. Sparrow was all over me at the start and managed to keep my tyres alive about middle of the race, so I pulled a little bit of a gap and maintained that pace later on as the tyres go off very quickly around here. You probably see fastest laps done in like the first 2 laps, and then that's it. But amazing job overall, so yeah, and thank you very much.
No worries, superb job. Congratulations there on a fine win. Now, 2nd place, you can hear the applause as well. One of the friendliest paddocks you could ever be in, the Mazda paddock. A great bunch of people. Come and stand on the cross there, sir. 2nd place, very good, not quite, but a fantastic job.
Not quite. Hopefully I get to keep this one, apart from yesterday. I just want to thank my sponsors, Next Wave Safety, Caesar Auto Electrical and Surrey Sign Solutions, and of course AB Motorsport. Luke and I really had the AB train going for a little while. I thought we had really lost the gap to start with, because the front 3 just went away, but we stuck at it and managed to catch them, and the bedlam at the end really helped us out.
Certainly was bedlam, but would you say that's Mazda MX-5's at its best?
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't be racing it otherwise.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a very fine result there. And in third place, a very well-earned third place, I think this is going to be quite popular. Luke Pullen. We'll get Luke over. Silverstone's packed out for you, Luke. You certainly enjoyed that. I'll get you to stand on the square there, make sure everything's prim and proper. But a great drive by yourself.
Yeah, absolutely loved it. You know, it's great to have all my fans here this weekend. Everyone's travelled so far. But no, honestly, it was such a great race. Proper hack, you know. The lead group, we were just battling and working together the whole time. Me and Tom just worked like a unit all the way through. And those last few laps, it was just hilarious. It was so much fun.
Proper pack racing.
Proper pack racing.
So, you've got one more race later on today. What's the game plan?
Well, I said to Jack, you know, I got my first 2 wins in Mazdas at Donington the last round. And Jack's got his first 2 wins now at Silverstone. So I basically just want to beat Jack. That's all I want. I want to get that 3rd win. I can see him over there eyeing me up. We pretend we're friendly, but there's a real toxic relationship between us. So I just want to come out on top.
Absolutely. So later on, like, put the championship to one side. Is this the showdown just between yourself and Jack?
Yeah, no, I think it's been brewing all year. I think the keen-eyed viewers of the championship will know that me and Jack, it's that's where the real action is. Forget Steve and Adam. This is where it's at.
Proper stuff. They'll make a documentary about it one day. Congratulations, Luke Pullen, on a fine podium there. And that rounds out the overall podium for the Brscc MX-5 Championship. A great paddock, great people to be around, certainly. But I think we're going to have a Fiesta out on the track. It's time for the ST240s.
Not wrong, it's a wonderful paddock, the Mazda MX-5s, and when they really do get together, it's a fantastic camaraderie all round. But for Mazda MX-5s, where they've got one more race to settle the title, it is now time to settle a championship, because it's crunch time. It is now the final race of the season for the AIRTEC Motorsport ST240s, and race 1 winner Albert Webster starts on pole position. He can now possibly go and wrap up the title in his first year of senior racing. He's got John Cooper for company alongside him on the front row, then Matt Luff and Adam Clark on row 2 from Joseph Knight and Gary Miller, then Simon Horrobin, and Alistair Kellett crucially back in 8th. He needs to be ahead of Albert Webster and hope the results also go his way to stand any chance of holding on to possibly taking the title out of Albert's hands. It's Zachary Lucas and Archie Johnson on the top 10 for Connor Blackburn and Sean Reynolds, then Barry John McHenry and Caitlin May from Marco Ricci. Finish well. If she does so, she can also wrap up the club class title on top of that as well. She went out of the race yesterday after a collision which saw her out of the race with damaged front suspension up at Stowe Corner, and that caused the race to be red flagged about 3 minutes early because her car was stranded and out of the race. So Morgan Kidd didn't quite get the chance to get herself crowned champion-elect in club class a race early, but she gets the chance now in the final race of the season. So Albert Webster comes into this race on our calculations with now a 15-point lead over Alistair Kellett. That's what he needs to try and hold on to at least, or at least hold on, not be outscored too much in order to get this job done then. The final race of the season to decide who provisionally takes the AIRTEC Motorsport ST240 titles is all set to go. The red lights are on, they're out and wow. It's a good start for John Cooper from the front row of the grid, and also from Albert Webster way well too. Down towards takes the lead. It's a fantastic Cooper to turn to Abbey first. A cracking start also for Kellett. He's up to, looks like 4th or 5th up the inside of Joseph Knight. And a great start also for Adam Clark up there in 3rd place. He is currently at the moment highest of the club class cars on the field. But of course, Alistair Kellett knows he has to get himself in front of Albert Webster and then hope the results go his way. Through the complex, it's now once again Cooper who leads, then Webster in 2nd place, but currently he is ahead of Alistair Kellett. That's all he really needs. As long as he's not outscored by at least 15 points, essentially that will be the title provisionally, and champion-elect will be Albert Webster in the pro class and overall. Onto the back straight for the first time under racing speeds. It's now John Cooper with Albert Webster going with him. Meanwhile, there goes Alistair Kellett in silver and blue, darting his way and shooting the gap between Adam Clark and Joseph Knight. It's almost 3 abreast. Knight doesn't want to give it up, but he has to back out of it as Kellett sweeps down the inside and cuts the nose off. Adam Clark tries to go with him, but can't quite make that one stick. Also running wide there is Matt Luff. He's battling with Simon Horrobin and also with Gary Miller, who's the red Fiesta with the yellow flashes. Oh, Joseph Knight put 2 wheels onto the grass there and almost was wiggling out of shape a little bit. So in terms of the battle for 3rd place also, that's now closed up to just 6 points between Matt Luff, John Cooper and Simon Horrobin. At the moment, Matt Luff has 532 on our calculations. John Cooper's top 5 finish yesterday puts him on 527, now a point ahead of Simon Horrobin. So effectively, John Cooper can take 3rd in the championship if he outscores Matt Luff by at least 5 points, because he's taken more race victories than Matt Luff has. If he holds on to where he is, it will certainly make it work. Matt Luff comes across the line in 8th compared to John Cooper in the lead in 1st position. But in terms of scores, 46 points is what Albert Webster would take from this one. 42 currently for Alistair Kellett. If it stays as it is, that is going to be 4 more points, and the gap will go out between the top two to 19 points, and it will still be Albert Webster who is provisional champion. So this will be the most nervous and nerve-wracking 20 minutes of Albert Webster's life, because he spent a lot of his career in juniors trying to pick up a race victory, and now in the first year he's picked up the chance to get a title off the road, and as the race has gone, Marco Ricci sadly, and that's going to affect where he is possibly in the top 5 when it comes to the club class standings. I should also mention that Morgan Kidd hasn't progressed too much more from the back of the grid. She's holding on in 15th position, and in terms of where that puts her in club class, let's have a quick look. She's currently showing as in club, let's see, about 7th in club class by the look of it. Yes, 7th in club class. But of course, the points that she scores also is determined by where she finishes overall. So Clark actually scoring quite a big chunk of points. She'd score 36 at the moment. As Kellett sets the fastest lap of the race, he's doing everything he needs to try and get himself in the mix here. He's only 8 tenths behind Albert Webster at this point. Webster himself is only 3 tenths back from Cooper, and they're closing up here. So Cooper's, of course, bidding to try and take 3rd in the championship, whereas Albert Webster is trying to do everything he needs to become champion-elect in the pro class. And Alistair Kellett, who has come close twice in a row now to take his 2nd Fiesta title, did so in 2016, missed out after an incident in 2021 when he was out of the race on the opening lap of the final race of the season. In 2021, he had some visibility issues in 2022, which prevented him, and Kellett goes to 2nd place, crucially ahead of Albert Webster, but that's not enough to outscore him to deny him the title. So Kellett's got to try and get in front here. All he can do is try and drive as hard as possible. As Matt Luff was really late on the brakes, they're scything up the inside of Simon Horrobin, and also holding on from Joseph Knight as well. Back to this double wave yellows, which is where Marco Ricci's car has come to a standstill. So, and that's Sean Reynolds going up the inside of Barry John McHenry. I don't agree with that, because that was certainly in a yellow flag zone. So I imagine the clerk of the course might want to worry about that one. I'm not clerk of the course, but that was definitely a move up the inside into a yellow flag zone. That was a pass under yellows. Zach Lucas now takes the fastest lap of the race, so he takes that bonus point away from Alistair Kellett. Kellett needs every single point he can get, and just hope that Webster has some kind of a dramatic race and fall back down the order. He's doing everything he can, everything right at the moment, because he's into 2nd. He can get past Cooper, that'll put him into the lead. If he can pull away, all he can do is pull away and hope that Webster slips back or hits a problem. But at the moment, Kellett's got great pace at this point. Webster trying to go with him and stay in touch. 4th place now for Lucas. 5th for Adam Clark. He's doing a grand job here, being a club class driver. Putting roughly the same kind of performance as we had with Adam Clark, with Morgan Kidd when she was at Croft, trying to chase after the top 6 in pro, and both in a couple of their races. And Morgan Kidd has plans of going to pro class next year. Adam Clark talking yesterday to Rob Lewis, saying that he wants to come back and do a full season in club and try and go for the club title if possible. Going the right way about it, showing the pace he's got in this partial reverse grid race, side by side between Luff and Horrobin. Of course, they're scrapping over the fight for 3rd in the championship, but at the moment it looks like it's more Cooper that's going to take it from both of them. But they're going to go into combat here through Vale in the club corner. Over the curb goes Horrobin. Can he hold on for the time being? The answer is just about, as Kellett has now gone to the lead, in fact. He's got past Cooper. So Kellett in the position he needs to be, but all Webster needs to do is just hang tight in 3rd place. If he can take 2nd, even better. Kellett has also taken the fastest lap of the race, which will certainly help him out too. So this now means that Kellett will pick up 52 points compared to Webster's 42. So at the moment, it's a 5-point deficit, but it's the point margin he brings it down by. At this point in time, literally, Kellett takes 10 points out of Webster. And Webster, at the moment, only holds on by 5. It's looking pretty close. Of course, everything is subject to official confirmation. Of course, all the cars have to go through their post-season tech checks, and points will be double-checked to make sure everything is as it should be. But at the moment, if it stays exactly as it is, Webster will be champion-elect in pro class and overall in ST240s by 5 points at this time. There's Joseph Knight siding up the inside of his JLW teammate Simon Horrobin, and Knight almost leans on him. Also behind him there too, you've got in the mix Luff in the 2010 racing car. And it's now 2x2 hurrah down towards the complex at Vale. Both will stand on the brakes and activate the hazard lights, which is what happens when you hit the ABS. And up the inside, it was too ambitious from Knight. Tanks the side of Horrobin's car. They both get away with it. And they're all stacking up behind as Kellett sets a brand new fast lap of the race to cement that even further. And that's now backed up both Luff and also Gary Miller into the path of Sean Reynolds in the green 777 car. So he's now pushing hard as hard as he dares. I can hear a car that's got damage of some kind coming in, but it's just below me. And who's that that's coming to the pit lane? Somebody's coming to the pit lane, what looks like, sounds like some kind of an issue. It's kind of sounds, but it is. Let's see if I can refresh my timing screen to see if that tells me anything. No, it doesn't seem to. And also, one thing is that Morgan Kidd's pace is not fantastic at the moment. As you see here, Gary Miller diving up the inside to try and hold off Sean Reynolds, but Reynolds holds the place and manages to maintain his position in the lead, in front. Down towards Stowe Corner, Barry John McHenry, good to see him back out. Of course, he's still sporting a similar livery to that of the Kellett Motorsport squad and Alistair Kellett's team, but he now runs with 2010 these days as a club class driver. Backing away with Gary Miller. Also in there too is a few more of the club class drivers. You've got Connor Blackburn, and you've also got Archie Johnson and Caitlin May in there too, and they're all taking points out of Morgan Kidd, but I think even so, they're not taking out so many that it's going to cause a problem, I don't think. It should still be okay for Morgan, even though she's just running at her own pace. At the back, she's quite way off the pace of everyone else at this point. Last lap was a 1:27.3. She really is off the pace. I think what she's doing is just in damage limitation mode, just trying to limp around. It looks as though possibly she's either had an issue that's caused her problems on the first lap, or something that's the legacy of what happened yesterday with the contact up at Stowe Corner. Either way, Morgan Kidd is way down the order at this point. 16th place overall, and of course, as I mentioned, you score points in club class literally based on where you finish overall. And there is Morgan Kidd, in fact. She's effectively trundling around, it looks like. She's still not slow, but she's about 10 seconds off the pace, at least, from some of the cars in front. So Morgan's just keeping it steady. I feel like she just wants to get this car home and score the points that she needs to essentially put it all out of reach. We'll just double check how many points someone gets for 16th. The actual regulations to check the actual point scoring system. Seeing here, this is Barry John McHenry just putting a little bit of pressure onto Archie Johnson. So 16th. So Morgan Kidd at the moment is shown as being in 16th place, so she'll get 14 points. As for her regular rivals, I'm going to try and work this out on the fly as well. So 14 points for Morgan Kidd. Connor Blackburn currently is sat at the moment, whilst I work this out on the fly, in 11th place. We see here Miller, but Cooper, Webster, and also, interestingly enough, Zach Lucas. Now then, I can't imagine Zach Lucas is going to want to try and get past Albert Webster. If anything, he's going to want to try and help Albert Webster to try and keep that third place and be a rear gunner, because Zach Lucas does run in the same team. He's on the rear bumper of Webster, but imagine given that how Webster had a little bit of, let's say, support from both Lucas and Horribin in making life a bit difficult as Morgan Kidd comes. I thought she was coming to the pits, but she's not. She's just moving out of the way, and it looks like to me that she's simply just trying to get this car home and just get the points she needs to become club class champion elect. Because if we look at where Connor Blackburn is, he is currently sat at the moment in 11th place, which will give him 24 points. Yeah, so even if the gap's still going to be, what's that, 24 points between Morgan Kidd and Connor Blackburn, who's one of the highest placed drivers out of her main rivals in club class. And Morgan literally is just literally damage limitation just to get the car home and to score the points she needs to pretty much put this one to bed provisionally. As for where Webster is, he's still in third place. Where Kellett doesn't have the fastest lap of the race now, so he's got back now to just scoring 50 points. So the gap has now gone to 7 between Alistair Kellett and Albert Webster. Webster still leads by 7. If anything now, Webster's pulled away ever so slightly from John Cooper, and he's now got, from Zach Lucas, excuse me, he's now got John Cooper more in his sights. And as I suspected, I think Zach Lucas is not really looking to try and make that move and cause problems for Albert. Of course, being in the same stable, all he wants to really do is help Albert go for it. And here he goes up, looking up the inside. He thought about it, put himself into Cooper's mirrors. But again, Zach is kind of looks like he's really just running to Albert's pace here and just trying to keep him honest here. So as they make their way now through right-hander, you see Joseph Knight now putting Matt Luff under pressure. Matt Luff at the moment currently sitting in 7th place. So in terms of the scrap that's going on for 3rd in the championship, this will currently give him 32 points. John Cooper at the moment is on 46. And Simon Horrobin is, let's see where he's at the moment. He's currently sat in 5th, so that will give him 36 points. So this actually this would give John Cooper 3rd place by 9 points, and Luff would still get 4th by 2 over Simon Horrobin on my calculations. So at the moment, as it stays exactly how it is, it's Webster who wins the title provisionally and is champion-elect by 7 points. And then for the battle for 3rd, it's going to be John Cooper that will rise up into the final podium spot ahead of Matt Luff in 4th. He'll just be 2 points ahead of Simon Horrobin unless Matt can pick up a couple more places. As for Kellett, there's nothing more he can do. All he can do is just drive as hard as he can, which he's doing right now. And if he can do anything, he just hope that results go his way. But all he can do is push as hard as possible and try and get the result that he's hoping. Try to hope that the result he gets is enough to try and do something, and that others elsewhere work in his favour. That's all he can do. Sean Reynolds up inside of Gary Miller, and that's not going to work. And Miller gets tagged sideways over the gravel and over the curb. Goes Connor Blackburn. Sean Reynolds. There goes Connor Blackburn in the golf liveried machine in the golf colours. And Reynolds drops back a spot. He's now also. That's given a couple more points to Connor Blackburn by the looks of it, but it's still not going to be enough to depose Morgan Kidd from the top of the standings. Still 6.5 minutes to go in this Fiesta ST240 season. And at the moment, it is Alistair Kellett's race in control by 2.6 seconds from John Cooper. Albert Webster is there in 3rd. He's got the push and the rear gunner support from Jack Lucas, who has the fastest lap of the race. He's taken it away from Albert Webster, from Alistair Kellett, which is quite key, which means that on my calculation, it gives by 7 points the title to Webster. Now down the hill towards the right-hander. Stowe corner, wide there, some understeer from Archie Johnson. This will put him under threat from Barry John McHenry, who does slip by. Also in there too is going to be Caitlin May in the white Fiesta just behind him. And they make their way towards the final couple of corners to end another lap. 5 3/4 minutes left to run in this race and of the season. Is there anything? Are there going to be any last twists in the tail here? Is there going to be any last-minute drama that's going to possibly change the complexion of either of these points battles? It's going to be close, but it's going to be quite interesting. There goes Joe Scott looking up the inside line. That's not going to help Matt Luff in his bid to try and hold on to 3rd. At the moment, it's going the way of Cooper, who's sat in 2nd place. Again, just keeping that holding pattern in 3rd place. As the pack makes its way down towards Stowe again. Still Miller from Blackburn, from Reynolds, from McHenry. And then Johnson and Caitlin May come through next. We should be seeing these cars a little bit more often, given that there will be an official support series for TCR UK in 2024. They will join their younger brethren in the Fiesta Juniors next year, as well as the Civic Cup once more, and also another fellow new addition in the Audi TT Racing Cup. Not here this weekend, but we've got 5 of the Audi TT Cup racing cars racing in the Clubsport Trophy race, which we'll see later on this afternoon. Not the last race of the weekend, as it typically tends to be, but it will be the, I think, 3rd to last race. 45 minutes of pit stop action to come later on this afternoon after lunch. Back to the lead, and this is for 2nd place, and Cooper now feeling the pressure from Albert Webster, who just backed off a little bit, takes that tighter approach through the right-hander at Chapel, and again he will get the push from Zach Lucas. He's going to get the shove down the back straight, which will only help the bump draft to give him the chance to look for 2nd place. And here comes Webster. He wants to try and cement this if he can. Looks down the outside. He's all squirmy under brakes as Cooper turns in on the inside line at Stowe Corner. And only just Cooper holds on for the time being. It's looking pretty nervy out there. This is going to be very interesting how these last 3.5 minutes play out. They're still continuing up together. Webster's right in the thick of this here. He doesn't really need to be right in the thick of it. He needs to have essentially a stress-free 3.5 minutes to the flag, but that's not going to be afforded to him, unfortunately. It's going to be pretty much back and forth scrap for positions all the way to the checkered flag. Kellett, meanwhile, just out in front now by 4.1 seconds. But at this rate, as much as it's a fantastic effort, it's going to be in vain, and it will not be the title this time by. It will be champion-elect Albert Webster at this point if it stays as it is. But we've still got less than 3 minutes to go, and anything could potentially happen. Cooper understeer through the right-hander at Chapel, back onto the back straight. And Lucas again, he knows his role. He just needs to sit there, give Albert the push, give him the support he needs, and just hold on to the position. And he's doing just that. And that extra push is helping Webster get a little extra few miles an hour down the inside. He's looking. He thought about it. He thought about having a last-minute lunge, but it's not going to help him. There's a big wayward slide there from Cooper, right at the apex of Stowe Corner. But now come back down towards Vale once more. And Webster knows he can't afford to get into a situation where he could get contact or possibly a penalty because of it. He needs to pick his moment and make this pass. He needs to do it cleanly, safely, and trouble-free. But Cooper's not going to give it up. He's not in the title fight, so he's not really going to care too much. He will defend that place as much as he wants to. There goes Simon Horobin in 5th position, Adam Clark in 6th. He will take the final club class win of the season. As for Morgan Kidd, she's still circulating in 16th place. That will still be enough for her to pick up the 14 points that she needs to still remain champion, to remain effectively champion-elect in club class. Again, just the car just not performing at the pace that she wanted, but I think just choose to start at the back of the grid anyway, but just probably choosing just to keep her own pace, not push too hard and just get the job done. To the back straight for the second to last time. And it's getting closer and closer. They're coming out to put a lap on, that's Matt Chambers in blue and gold. And he keeps well out of the way. It's good driving from Matt, well done. Still, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, nose to tail. And Albert Webster is just over a lap away. And I imagine that, you know, his... that Janice and Dean and the rest of the family, also including young Maggie Webster, who is really making her own name in short oval racing on top of that as well, and hopefully one day will emulate her brother Albert, potentially in Fiesta Juniors, hopefully. But they're all going to be, they won't have any fingernails left at this point because he's going to come across the line. There is one more lap to go in the ST240 season. The rest of the pack comes through. Still Horobin. Luff is now past Adam Clark. That will help him in terms of points. That should at least still try and cement 4th place for him. Joseph Knight on the attack of Adam Clark as they turn their way through. But I think whilst this is happening, we need to keep our eyes on the top 4 because ultimately that's where the champion-elects are going to be. The rest of the pack comes through out of club and on towards Abbey Corner, down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Back into the right hand to start the last lap of the season. Here are 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And Albert Webster, who is possibly... might have one last move here to try and grab 2nd place, but he doesn't even need to because he's going to go through. They're going to go past Morgan Kidd. He looks set at least to come through as champion-elect for club class. But down towards the right-hander at Stowe for the final time. Alistair Kellett is away and gone. He will pick up the victory, but it's not going to be enough as they come through the right-hander. Albert Webster, who spent 3 years in juniors. Here comes Alistair Kellett, who comes to take a victory, but after 3 years in juniors, and missing out on a race victory. He took his first victory at Alton Park, then he picked up 2 more. Alistair Kellett will come through and win the final race of the season. But his first year of senior racing, it's going to be an incredible achievement for Albert Webster. He will take 3rd place on the podium. Kellett wins, Cooper 2nd, but 3rd place on calculations provisionally is going to be enough to give Albert Webster making champion-elect in 2024. 2023 in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 title. He is provisional pro class champion by 7 points in the end on our calculations. Congratulations to Albert and co. They're still scrapping towards the final couple of corners. It really is end of term here. Kate LeMay gets past both Sean Riddles and Barry John McHenry. Across the line they go, and Morgan Kidd has come through in 16th place, but she gets 14 points. Connor Blackburn, meanwhile, picked up, let me just confirm it, 10th place, that's 26 points. And that means he scores 26, but the gap between top 2 is still 20 points, and that means despite an ailing car, Morgan Kidd is champion-elect, and she's provisionally the club class winner in the ST4. What a season it's been for the ST240s. Their first stand at the end. He has so again and continuing drive. on the title, but it was a strong effort nonetheless, and he finished the year in the best possible way. So Alistair Kellett then takes victory in race number 2, the final race of the season, compared to ahead of John Cooper in second place. And Albert Webster with third place on our calculations by 7 points is champion-elect, and it's provisional AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Pro Class champion. Congratulations. St. Lucas 4th, Simon Horriban 5th, Matt Luff 6th, Adam Clark wins club class in the final race of the season. It's then 8th goes to Joseph Knight, 9th to Gary Miller, 10th to Connor Blackburn, 11th to Caitlin May on the last lap, but she passed both Barry John McHenry and Sean Reynolds, and Archie Johnson, Matt Chambers and Morgan Kidd with an ailing car after her incident yesterday still finishes in 16th, the last classified finisher. But it doesn't matter, she still picks up the club class title provisionally and is provisional club class champion for 2023. Slightly anticlimactic, but those who needed to got the job done. And you can see Albert Webster trying to get out because he's trying to find, I think, his parents, he's trying to find his team, to find Dean, find Janice, to find his family, to find the rest of his team, because that will be something good. And John Cooper, of course, should be happy. He has provisionally sealed up third place in the championship, beating both Matt Luff and also Simon Horriban after they had their own scraps. But there it is. There's the hug from Jamie White. Albert Webster, the smile under the helmet says it all. There it is. I think that's a hug from Liam Browning as well. There is celebrations all round, and deservedly so. Right, let's head down to have a chat to our top 3 from both pro and hopefully club class as well. There's a hug from Alistair Kellett from his family as well. He tried his best, and really he's a former champion, he knows how to do it, but sadly just missing out for the 3rd time. Hopefully if he's back again next year, it'll be 4th time lucky for him. But for Albert Webster, the job is done provisionally. He is 2023 Pro Class champion in the Fiesta ST240s. Congratulations. Let's have a chat to our top 3 in pro and hopefully in club class as well, down the pit lane with Rob Lewis.
Well, we've got 4 drivers down here for you, Scott. We are going to interview the club class winner, but first of all, I need to bring over Alistair Kellett to speak to as race winner. So he's looking very happy after the job yesterday. We've got quite a big crowd down here as well. There's a bit of crowd control going on. If you just stand on our lovely cross for you, Alistair. Great result. You kind of checked out there.
Yeah, I just wanted to win. If certain people hadn't get involved in Croft and here yesterday, I think things would have been a lot different. It's just a shame, like, because well done, Albert, but you know what I mean, things could have been a lot different for different reasons. And yeah, look, things happened yesterday in Croft that shouldn't have happened. And I think if it didn't happen, I think it would have been a better fight. And I think Albert probably still would have won maybe, but I think I could have given him a better fight. So it is what it is, but I'm delighted I won, and I just wanted to win by the biggest margin I could.
Absolutely, and the fight came down to the wire. You tried as best as you could, and rounded off with a good solid win. 2024, what are you thinking?
2024, I'm going to come back because I love racing these cars. It's a great championship. It's just really good, and whatever happened, but next year I'll be back and we'll see what happens. Win a few more races. Can I just say a big thanks to my wife, Samantha, and my 2 kids, because without them I wouldn't be doing this.
Absolutely, the emotions of racing. Congratulations, Alistair. Second place, we've let him wander off slowly. Alistair, just quickly, we have got a special representative from AIRTEC to present you with your spoils there as well.
Thank you.
So a very emotional interview there from Alistair Kellett being presented with the spoils from the trophy. Now in second place we should have John Cooper here somewhere to talk to amongst this crowd of drivers, so we just need to get him interviewed. A great result in the Masters as well. Alistair Kellett won the Masters overall, but John, if I can get you to stand on the magic cross there. Good hard race. Alistair kind of checked off in front, didn't he? Yeah,
he's quicker than me round here anyway, so I'm sure in the poll yesterday I think he was 0.7 faster than me, so I tried my best to hang on with him and it just disappeared, so then it was a case of defend from Albert and hang on till the end. So good race, enjoyed that.
Very good race, and it's something about racing these Fiestas. It's good. It's the next generation of tin tops coming through.
Yeah, I mean, the performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car. I think they've taken off where old generation Clio's finished, and they're really good fun to drive.
Fantastic. Well, we should have a representative here from AIRTEC Motorsport somewhere to present you with your second place trophy there, John, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you, John. Try not to drop your cap. Now in third place in the overall category, we have got someone who's provisionally champion. Albert Webster. You're not going to want to talk about third place, are you? You're going to want to talk about winning it.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. Thank you to everyone, JRW, everyone who's got me here, mum, dad, uncle. Brilliant year. Can't believe it. Awesome.
So, 2024.
Not too sure, not confirmed anything yet, but we're looking at a couple of different things. Fiestas are looking obviously good, obviously know them inside and out now, so you know, we're looking at things. Can't wait to get something confirmed and get on with it.
Fantastic. Well, that's unfortunately we are running a bit out of time, but congratulations, our provisional champion Albert Webster. We've got a special representative from AIRTEC to present you. We've got the main man himself from AIRTEC to present you with your third place trophy, and congratulations on a brilliant third place. Just quickly before they do get going, I'm hoping to talk to Alan Clark if he's about here somewhere. Adam Clark. Adam, very quickly, if I could just get you in. Cars are on the grid, so we've got to be very quick, but another great win.
Yeah, really pleased. End the season really well, so I can start strong next year, hopefully. But yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant season, brilliant race. No,
fantastic.
On the second row when you're a club.
Back for more next year?
Yeah, definitely back for more next year. Yeah.
Fantastic. We'll get someone to present you with the spoils somewhere. We've got Laura from the Brscc to present you with the trophy. So congratulations on a fantastic win.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
No problem. Right, apologies for that. That was quite a longer interview than we thought. I'm going to hand straight up to Scott. We've got Mini 7s on the track.
We do indeed. Thank you very much on that one, Rob. And yeah, I was getting slightly emotional myself seeing Albert pick up. And also, spare a thought for Alistair Kelly, of course. He tried his heart out, and you can see that he's committed. And I do hope he comes back next year, because hopefully for him it's fourth time lucky. I'd love to see him get him back in the mix, because he certainly has got the means to be able to make it happen. Let's quickly see what's happening here with our next race, which is, of course, for the Mini 7s, for their last race of the season, for the regular season. Still got their winter series to go at Brands Hatch. But result, it's the partially reverse grid, which puts Paul and Glenn Woodbridge on the front row together. So it's the Woodbridges who lock out the front row. It is Paul and Glenn from Aaron Smith, who's currently the provisional Mini Media champion for Darren Thomas, then Mike Jordan and Ross Billison, Joe Thompson, Spencer Wanstall from Graham Davis and Stephen Hopper, then Andrew King and Dean Stanton round out the top 12 cars on the 6th row of the grid. So all the time we've got for, because we're getting ready for the final race of the regular season for the Dunlop Mini 7 to 7S category here at Silverstone. It's the Woodbridges on the front row of the grid. Who's going to win the whole shot between them up towards turn 1? It's a clean start from the first few rows. Of course, the Mini 7S cars will go off at their own accord after with the Union Jack in a few seconds' time. But it is going to be, looks like Paul Woodbridge who gets the whole shot towards Abbey. And it's going to be either Darren Thomas or Aaron Smith who takes the lead. Meanwhile, in the 7S category, looking at who started where from that on pole position, it was a pole position for Jack Vanner ahead of Callum Perfit, but I think possibly it's Callum Perfit that takes the run in towards turn 1 first of all. As for the 7s, it is going to be Paul Woodbridge from Glenn Woodbridge, and then I think it's in third place. It's either going to be Smith or Thomas. It is, let's have a look, I think it's Thomas in third position, Smith in fourth, and also a good start from Joe Thompson to get himself up a couple of places from 7th to 5th on the grid. Come the 7S category cars. One car in the background had a spin somewhere, but it is Callum Perfit with the perfect getaway, no pun fully intended, as he turns his way out through onto the hangar straight. The rest of the pack goes streaming through. You can see there we've got another of the pages in the mix, but now they're starting already as they mean to carry on. The Woodbridges are going into family combat here. It's then Paul on the outside, Glenn on the inside line, and they're still 2 and 3 abreast behind him. You've got in there, as I mentioned, you've got Smith, you've got Thomas, Mike Jordan's in there too as well, and Thompson, and diving up the inside of everybody. Who's that? That's car 12. That is Aaron Smith. So you can tell he's definitely enjoying himself in the Mini 7s. They thump over the curb. He's ahead now of Thomas in 4th position. And also up there too appears to be, where's Mike Jordan? He's in there about 6th or 7th at this point. One car heading for the pit lane in background in the 7S class. Figure out who that is in a second. It is, who was heading for pit lane? I haven't come to the timing screen just yet, but the rest of the pack comes through. It's going to be a lead for, in the 7S category 4. It's Matthew Ayres, in fact, from Callum Perfit, and then Fraser Hack, Michael Winkworth up to 4th, and then it's Jack Vanner in 5th position. The leaders now make their way through. It's that Aaron Smith has worked his way to the front now. Glenn Woodbridge has Joe Thompson to his inside for 2nd place, and also in there too is Ross Bill, is Paul Woodbridge. Up the inside there goes the 20 car of Darren Thomas. Back to our 7S class. It's good that we can go back and forth here. It's Matthew Ayres, of course, that now leads the way in 7.58. Callum Perfit has relinquished the lead. Fraser Hack in 3rd, Winkworth 4th. And Vanner in 5th position. Bradley Jordan in 6th. And now Joe Thompson goes to the lead now with a charge down the back straight, sweeps into Stoke corner and has got the lead in his pocket. Aaron Smith then trying to edge out Paul Woodbridge here. Also in there too, looks to be trying to get themselves into the mix is Darren Thomas. Now they come back down towards Vale once again. It's a 20-minute race, so the final regular 20 minutes of racing for the Dunlop Mini 7s and Mini 7s and 7S category. Obviously Mini Medias, but we finished the Mini Medias. Down towards the end of another lap. Once again, cross the line they go. 2 cars that are out of the race already, sadly, are 72 and 14. So 72 is Graham Penn, 14 is Jamie Penn. They started together on the 7th row of the grid, sadly, so they're both out of the race after a decent early start. Fastest lap of the entire race, in fact, has gone to Michael Winkworth back in 17th place, 3rd in 7S category. So Michael Winkworth takes literally the fastest lap of the race, which is impressive for a 7S car, I can tell you that now. So Joe Thompson trying to extend the victory here. Of course, he gets the support from Pete and Mel at the Motorsport School, and they love watching him race and being here to support and run his car, and very passionate about their own motorsport as well, of course, running the Motorsport School, which of course are very good friends of Brscc. So Matthew Hare's just, I love the way they literally just always drift these cars into the corner. They just, there's just the right amount of oversteer with these little minis that they can just throw them into the corner. It's almost like they're perfectly on rails through each of these tighter corners. The inside there goes Ross Billison. That's now for 4th position. Now running in line behind Aaron Smith and Darren Thomas. So it's now Thompson from Smith, from Thomas, from Billison. Woodbridge is down to 5th. Also in there too is the red car, Spencer Wanstall. And Mike Jordan is in there in 7th place. And as we see here, a few more changes, places possibly changing. There's Paul Woodbridge ahead of Conor O'Brien. He's the outgoing Mini 7 champion. Currently sat in 9th place in car number 1. Back to our 7S category. There's the lead battle. Winkworth looking around the outside of Matthew Ayres. He's got the grip, he's got the pace, he's got the momentum. And around the outside of Matthew Ayres goes Michael Winkworth. And does he hold on? Almost. Yes, he's got the lead away. So Michael Winkworth then to the lead in the 7S. But it's now 2 by 2 hurrah down towards the right-hander at Abbey Corner. It is side by side for the lead in 7S between Winkworth and Ayres, and then Callum Perfect and Fraser Hacker also in there too as well. The next car behind him I think is Duncan. Yeah, Arnold Duncan in the brown number 789. We'll come back to the tail end of our 7 runners. This is the 16 car further back, which is 16 of Andrew King. He's trying to chase after the 38 with Stephen Hopper. He starts around each other on the bottom, on the base of the top 10 in the beginning of the race. Now the 7S battle makes its way now onto the back straight as they run down towards the end of the hanger straight towards Stowe. We rejoin our battle for the Mini 7 race. It's still Joe Thompson in front, Smith in 2nd, Thomas in 3rd. And Conor O'Brien's now taking the overall fastest lap of the race, 1:23.723. We'll wait to see if any of this lot will pick it off from him. Joe Thompson doing everything he needs to, I think, by the look of it, to put himself in good position. It's him and Mike Jordan who are battling for the title. It's a 7S title already decided in favour of John Page, hence why he swapped series with Aaron Smith. So Aaron trying his hand, my guess is again at Mini 7s, because I'm sure he must have come through Mini 7s up into Mini Medias. So he's kind of gone back towards it. The number 6 of Graham Davis is out of the race, sadly, so another one that's fallen by the wayside. And they make their way down towards the right-hander at Abbey once again. Still in that battle for 7S. Meanwhile, 13.5 minutes to go in this final race of the regular season for the Mini 7s and 7S cars. And down the hill towards the right-hander. Still with Thompson in control. There's a bit of shuffling around going on for 5th backwards. In fact, Mike Jordan's making moves here. He's got past, looks like, Glenn Woodbridge and also Spencer Wanstall. So he's up to 5th place now at the expense of those two. Conor O'Brien's in that lead group as well, in that 2nd pack of the lead group. Safety car has been deployed, though. Now, the reason's not quite clear just yet, because we haven't picked up anything on the circuit. I'm going to see if there's anything on the tracker to show someone that's stopped. Anyone on the tracker that's showing as having stopped on circuit. Safety car's been deployed, so that's our first call of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. Big thank you to Run Your Fleet for their constant support of the club. and of course still providing the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. But first use of the safety car being sprung into action this weekend. We went yesterday safety car free. We had a red flag right at the end of the first ST240 Fiesta race. That was due to an incident involving Morgan Kidd up at Stowe, but it's our first safety car of the weekend. And again, I suspect our broadcast team are trying to scrabble around and have a look and see exactly why there is a safety car. There's nothing too obvious on the circuit from what I can see, or at least on the tracker. Not showing anyone who appears to be stationary anywhere or hasn't come through. So at the moment, the safety car, truthfully, remains a bit of a mystery because we're not quite 100% as to who it's going to be, as to the reason why. But there is the safety car. It's picked up leader Joe Thompson and the rest of the pack. And of course, now they'll run at a reduced pace, and they'll be looking to keep the temperatures up into the tyres and the brakes and everything else in between. So the safety car bunches everyone up again. And again, no obvious reason that I can see that I've been told as to why we're under safety car conditions. My initial suggestion might be that possibly could be some debris on the track, which could be the reason. That's a view of a battery pack from the camera down at Abbey Corner. The race has been neutralised now with just over 11 minutes to go. Joe Thompson still leads the way from Aaron Smith in second place. And red flag, in fact, is that red flag being thrown? It is. So rather than a safety car, I think that's red flag, and the race has been stopped. But again, no indication, as far as we can see, as to why there's been a red flag. Hopefully, if it's an incident, hopefully it's nothing too serious. But red flag has been thrown. Race has been stopped. There's a reason. So looks like there's been an incident down at on the entrance to the arena section. It's off camera because that's the camera down there. There's two medical vehicles and there's a medical car and two ambulances down there. I sincerely hope that whatever's happened down there isn't too serious. Right, there's one car that's been involved. That's the number 16 of Andrew King that's been involved in that. And as for the... I did see that he'd stopped as well, so maybe that's a separate incident. But either way, his car's being pushed away. But there's another incident that's happened down at the arena section. This is usually where we go onto the timing screen and see who's right at the bottom of it. It might well have been something that involved maybe Graham Davis, if not, possibly, well, I'm just trying to figure out whether it was King involved in that or whether it was somebody else, because King is now, he's still showing as being, that's quite odd. The timing screen still shows Andrew King as being in the running order, but you just see on the circuit there that he's not actually running, and he's down up at the arena section. So whatever's happened down at the arena section in terms of an incident, we don't quite know exactly whether Sean King, Andrew King was involved, and also who else was involved, and truthfully to what severity. But ultimately, it's down to the recovery teams and marshals, medical crews to do their work rather than speculate too much. So the red flag race will be restarted, and the order will be as it was at the time of the red flag. So Joe Thompson will be on pole for this restart alongside Aaron Smith. Darren Thomas and Ross Billison will be on the second row of the grid. Mike Jordan and Spencer Wanster will be on row 3. Then it will be Glenn Woodbridge and Conor O'Brien, followed by Nick Swift, who I'm actually glad to see is actually out in this race because he had some mechanical issues that saw him being pushed off the grid in race 1. So thankfully Nick Swift's car is back to fighting fitness, and it's in the order at the moment showing in 9th place. And he's ahead of Paul Woodbridge in 10th, who slipped back after the front row start. In 11th place is car 38, which is Stephen Hopper. And then it shows the 16 car of Andrew King. We know his car was being pushed away just a moment ago up at the arena section, so he's out of it. The 7S category, that'll be Michael Winkworth on pole position, ahead of Matthew Ayres and Callum Perfect, Fraser Hack, and the 33, which is the next car in the 7 category, which is 33, which is Dean Stanton. So race suspended here at Silverstone. And I can see the one and only Ash Morton down there just having a chat to one or two of the drivers and just explaining the whole sequence of what's going on, probably from what he knows. He's having a quick chat to Aaron Smith at the moment. Of course, this will produce a brand new grid once the incident up at the arena section has been cleared. So whilst we're waiting, quick chance to talk a little bit about stuff that's coming up, not just throughout the rest of the year for Brscc, but also for 2024 as well. So as we have talked about a couple of times, if you want to find out more about the Brscc and everything it does, there's technically two ways you can do it. You can head to the Brscc website, brscc.co.uk, and check out all the Formula pages and how to get started racing and all the events that we have as well. But if you want to come and see it up close and personal, then you can come here to Silverstone on the weekend of November 18th and 19th, because the Brscc will be hosting its first ever Driven by Racing exhibition event, and this will be all things Brscc, including test drives and cars out on circuit. You can take an arts test courtesy of our friends at the Motorsport School. You can find out about how to become a marshal or a coordinator or a scrutineer or a timekeeper or a clerk of the course, or just volunteer and get involved, or at least get involved on the rescue unit crews. Anything you want to do in terms of getting involved with Brscc on just about any front, you can find out how to do it and get a sample of it here at Silverstone on November 18th and 19th. Tickets are free. You can head to the Brscc website. There is a dedicated banner that links to the event page for Driven by Racing on the front page of the Brscc website, so you can click through there and find out more. You can apply for your free tickets and get yourself involved. Remember, brscc.co.uk, and click the dedicated Driven by Racing banner. It's bright yellow, so you can't really miss it too much, and you'll be able to find out more about the Driven by Racing event. Of course, we've talked about for next season, rest of the events coming up for this season. We've still got the all-important Formula Ford Festival coming up in a couple of weeks. Of course, if you've got a Formula Ford, a Kent engine Formula Ford, you're more than welcome to take part. It's also on the same weekend as the at Brands Hatch as the finale for TCI UK, where the championship will be decided there, and Carl Boardley currently in control of that points table at the moment, and he'll be hoping to wrap it up at Brands Hatch amongst the festival festivities. Also there that weekend will be the Fiesta Juniors, the Civic Cup, and also these cars. Of course, the Mini 7s for the Mini 7s and the Melias will be out for their third and final round of their winter series, which is taking place this weekend's rounds at Silverstone. Not just the final rounds of the regular season, but also the second rounds of their winter series as well. So any points that drivers are scoring here have a dual purpose, so to speak, in terms of where they are. A couple of weeks after that, we've also got the legendary Race of Remembrance at Anglesey. Just a few spots left to race that. Of course, it's all in support of Mission Motorsport and the amazing work they do to help wounded current and ex-servicemen to retrain and become and find new careers in the automotive and motorsport sectors, and get themselves involved with engineering or design or construction or anything else on top of that, and to get them involved in automotive car companies, to retrain them as being a mechanic or just to be part of race teams. And it's amazing work that Mission Motorsport do. And the Race of Remembrance, which is held over Remembrance Weekend, effectively it's a remembrance service. It's a remembrance service which is essentially with a race that happens to work with it, not the other way around. It's a cumulative 12-hour race, and it begins on Saturday, ends on Saturday evening, resumes on Sunday morning, and then there's a break before we get to the 11 o'clock Sunday Remembrance service, where we remember and fallen heroes for those who've been given their service in the armed forces. So that's the weekend of November 10th to 12th. Of course, the racing takes place on the 11th to the 12th of November at Anglesey in Wales. If you want to get yourself involved, actually even race there, you can enter and find out how to do so by heading to the Brscc's Race Hub, racehub.brscc.co.uk, and even registering for Race of Remembrance and getting yourself involved as well. And then, of course, looking forward to next season. Of course, we've got TCR UK back once again. They've also announced their support package for next year in terms of the championships that will permanently follow them around on their 7-weekend calendar. That includes, once again, as it was this year, the Miltech Sports Civic Cup and also the Fiesta Junior Championship. They'll be back once again for permanent fixtures, and they'll also be joined by the Fiesta's older brethren and faster brethren in the Fiesta ST240 Championship, full-time on the TCR support package next year, as will also the brand new Audi TT Cup Racing Series as well. And that is, I believe, not only has it just announced this week the Audi TTs, which is one of those fantastic new series where there's lots of new cars in build, and hopefully we'll see quite a packed grid of those for next year. But not only have they announced the deal this week with Dunlop becoming their new tyre supplier, Goodyear Dunlop being their new tyre supplier, but on top of that, apparently, from what we understand, the championship status potentially is imminent for the Audi TTs, as they stated on their post about on the announcement about the Audi TTs. So all things being well, imminently, we may well see the news that Audi TT Cup is going to become a championship for next year. It's all to be confirmed, but still, potentially, could be happening if all the I's and the T's get dotted and crossed and all looks good on all fronts. So watch out for that news as and when that comes. Should all be well. So the runyourfleet.com safety car has now moved to the front of the grid. It's moving to the front of the grid, which suggests that we've got a restart coming in shortly. The timing screen has reset. It's showing 20 minutes, but I can't imagine that will be the case. They'll probably either... My guess is because they were about 7 minutes in to the race, or they had 7 minutes to... They were 7 minutes into the race, thereabouts. So I imagine that they might well restart this over, my guess is about 12 minutes is my guess, but we'll wait and see what the clerk of the course decides to do. I think we've got some grid sheets that have been delivered to marshals now, so we've got a revised grid based on the results at the time of the red flag. The recovery, medical cars and trucks are just about moving back into their regular positions, and I do hope that whatever's happened down at the arena section and whoever was involved in said incident is okay, because I know that at the very least the drivers that are involved in the accident will simply be taken to the medical centre purely as a precaution at the absolute least, because any incident you're involved in, you could look fine on the outside and then have the chief medical officer check you over and then discover something which could be a little more serious or something that isn't quite evident when you look at the driver from the outside. So the safety car, I believe, is probably making its way around the lap of the circuit to check that all is well, and also to probably check the scene of the incident. And as that happens, the Mini 7s are being directed back onto the grid. And as I mentioned, the grid will be set based on the order of the race at the time of the red flag on probably count back of a lap or so, which means that Joe Thompson will start on pole position after he was him leading before. Aaron Smith will be on the front row alongside him. Then row 2 sees Darren Thomas and Ross Billison on the second row. And as the rest of the pack will start to come through and line themselves up. They will, of course, also go off for a single formation lap as well to get some heat back into the tyres and the brakes. And then once they're lined back up on the grid, as is usual, 5-second board will go up. Red lights will be on and racing will be back underway for the final time in the regular season for the Dunlop Mini Challenge Sportsman Mini Spares 7s and 7S category cars. So a few drivers just keeping the doors open, because looking at the temperatures around here at Silverstone, it might be into autumn conditions, but in terms of the conditions on my laptop, it's showing me 20 degrees and windy, so there's probably still some scope that you could get a bit of sunburn if you're not careful, even though it is early October. So the Mini 7s have been lined up. The 7S's now take their turn a few rows back, and of course they will start with a 10-second delay. They'll be started by the Union Jack flag, and it will be Michael Winkworth that will start on pole position with Matthew Ayres alongside him on the front row of the grid, and also keep an eye on Fraser Hack and Callum Perfect from the second row too, as they bid to try and keep with them in the opening couple of laps. So the rest of the pack comes through to the back of the grid. Give another thank you to our hard-working marshals, of course. You can see a few of them just congregated down by the curve in the barrier onto the pit straight. Again, big thank you to everyone that gives up their free time as a marshal, as a volunteer, an official, a coordinator, anyone that gives up their time over the weekend to make these race meetings happen, because we say it over and over again, but we genuinely mean it when we say without their support, without their free time, without their hard work and efforts, race events like this genuinely just couldn't happen. Right, there's another car that was involved. That was car number 6, and that was Graham Davis. He was another one that was involved in the incident. That car's going off onto the low loader. Or at the very least, it's a car that also pulled off on that section of the grid, that section of the circuit, by the time of the red flag. Now, I imagine that the restart clock still, the race clock still says 20 minutes, but I can't imagine it'll be the full 20 minutes, because there must be a reduction of that. My thinking would be they're only about 7 minutes into the race, so in my head it makes sense to reduce the race to that clock down to 12 minutes rather than to the full 20. But we'll see. We'll see what the... I'm certain that will change at some point before we get the racing underway. Last couple of cars just being moved into position at the back of the grid in the 7S category. And I'm certain you'll see almost in unison a massive doors closing before we get racing underway. Let's watch that second line of cars has got 4 doors open. And how many of them are going to close their door? They're going to leave it quite late because they're going to get they might do it at the 1 minute board. So Aaron Smith's got his door open, so is Spencer Wanstall, so I think is one of the Woodbridges. And also I think Ross Billison's got his door open as well. So I'm intrigued to see which one, it's almost a game, see which one blinks first. And they're just, they look like they're all ready to go, but they're just waiting for the signal from race control as to how long it's going to be. Right, the restart clock shows 8 minutes, so they've actually had 12 minutes running that race, so they have an 8-minute restart here at Silverstone. Woodbridge has closed his door, I can see. And it's now between Smith... Alright, there you go. Doors being closed. 1 minute board goes up. There'll be the 30-second board that will go next. And then the green flag to set them off onto their formation lap. There goes the said 30-second board. And green flag will be next. So, the Mini 7s and 7S cars head off for their formation lap on this restart. 8 minutes to run before we see the checkered flag again. And Joe Thompson now looks to make a bid for glory from pole position. He will have Aaron Smith making his one-off appearance in the Mini 7s this weekend after provisionally wrapping up the Mini Media title and becoming champion-elect. He will start from the front row of the grid alongside him. Darren Thomas looks as though he's going to be on the second row alongside Ross Billison. And also watch for Mike Jordan. He's still back in row 4 or so. He started on row 3 for the first start. He's back in 5th place. He's a couple of places back this time. Compare that to Joe Thompson. He's up 6 places from where he started. It's 7th on the grid for Joe Thompson on the first start. On this restart, he starts from pole. Their way around on the Silverstone International Circuit, just running the way around onto the little kink. So rather than turning all the way left through the loop and through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight to take them back towards the National Circuit, which has been used this weekend, because there's another club running an event on the National Circuit. They instead go through the little kink, through the left-handed kink and onto the downhill approach towards, I believe it's Chapel, and then they go through the right-hander and then use all the curve and all the circuit on the exit to then set themselves up for a run down the Hangar Straight. And then back in Stoke Order, we've seen plenty of battles and overtaking and slipstreaming and 2, 3, 4, even 5 abreast moves down towards this corner. And then here, if you can set yourself up nicely, you can put yourself even on the outside line, on the racing line down towards Vale. And if you're clever enough and you've got enough grip and track position, you can go around the outside of somebody for Vale and put yourself on the inside for the first part of the club to set yourself up to complete the move by the time you exit club and onto the pit straight for the end of the lap. So they make their way around onto the formation, onto the grid after the formation lap. And again, Joe Thompson then gets a chance this time to get a better start from pole position. So let's see what we've got under his sleeve here on this restart. He had to build himself back up again because he's had that break when all the adrenaline's been rushing big behind the wheel, but now he's going to try and he's had a bit of a lull. Now he's going to try and build himself back up again now and get himself focused and ready for the restart. It's Joe Thompson in white with the red wheel arches on the right hand side of the screen. It's the green Mini with the silver or the silvery grille on the front row of the grid. That's Aaron Smith. Then you've got the green Mini with the black grille. That's Darren Thomas. And then the white Mini with KAD on the grille. That is Ross Billison. Watch out for him. As the 7S cars make their way onto the back of the grid. We're all set for 8 minutes on the restart for this final race of the year for the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. 7 and 7S categories. 5-second board goes up, and let's see if Joe Thompson can get a good start from pole, whether Aaron Smith can use all his media experience to get the jump down towards turn 1. Lights are out pretty quickly, away we go. Away go the 7s, of course, after the 10-second start delay before the 7S cars get underway. And now it's side by side for Belize. Now Aaron Smith has got a good jump off the line, but in towards Abbey Corner it will be Thompson who turns him through from the lead from pole position in the 7S cars. A good jump from Michael Winkworth puts him ahead of Matthew Ayres on the sprint down towards Abbey for the first time. And Matthew Ayres not letting him have it too much. He's going up the inside into Abbey Corner. Might well take the whole shot. He does. So Matthew Ayres goes into the lead then, ahead of pole sitter Michael Winkworth on the restart. And as they go through Abbey Corner, the leaders are already turning their way back onto the Hangar Straight. So Thompson leads, Smith in second place, Billison up to third. It's then Darren Thomas fourth, Woodbridge fifth. Conor O'Brien's up to sixth position after he started back in eighth, so 2 places gained for him. Meanwhile, in the 7S category, Matthew Ayres has held the lead from the start, but Winkworth is right there on his rear bumper. Callum Perfect third, Fraser Hack fourth. And you've got him there as well. Looks like Giles Page in 704 by the looks of it. So he's in there too, one of the Page family on that grid. Back into Stowe Corner. Billison goes to second now. He's got back part. He got through on Aaron Smith. And now his next target is going to be to try and make a move on Joe Thompson on this opening lap. If he can try and squeeze through. Remember, it's, you know, ooh, big lock-up from Darren Thomas there up the inside of Aaron Smith, forcing him to run wide, and that just opens the door now. That opens the door for the 5 of the number 5 to try and squeeze, or number 6 of, yes, the 5 of Glenn Woodbridge to try and get through. As we go through onto the back straight, the pit straight here once again. They're all over each other for the 7S category. Just to come back onto Abbey Corner once more. So as Thompson then turns his way in through onto the Hangar Straight. Still Billison in second place. It's Thomas up to third now. Smith's been shuffled down to P5 now behind Glenn Woodbridge. One car's off the road. Looks like Spencer Wanstall, I think. Spencer Wanstall's gone spinning up at the arena section. Just to come back onto the back straight once again. There is Arnold Duncan. Meanwhile, the leaders are back into Stowe Corner once again with 5.5 minutes left to play here. Turning in through Stowe Corner, now on the back straight, on the short straight towards the complex at Vale, and Billison going on the attack here down the outside, but Thompson defends, and also the watch for Mike Jordan. He's the red and white car with the Swift Tune grille on the outside for 5th position, looking for 4th now on Glenn Woodbridge, and Woodbridge gives him the room. He's now boxing, he's got Darren Thomas right in front of him, and Jordan to his inside, so all Woodbridge can do is hold his line. Jordan puts cut 2 wheels over the curb. There's Thompson, then Billison, then Jordan all take the fastest lap of the race. Jordan does a 24.749 to continue him pressing towards the front. And again, that's number 8 that's come to a stop. That is Paul Woodbridge. So he starts at the front of the field, but sadly, Paul's car has expired halfway down the Hangar Straight, so I'm afraid he will not see the end of the season in the brightest light. That's for Joe Thompson. He's still maintaining the place. And ooh, is that Spencer Watt? Was that Conor O'Brien running wide? Either that or that's Spencer Wanstall's car trying to recover. Either way, somebody was wide there on the inside of the circuit. It's come to a stop. So that's either a 7S car or one of the other 7 machines that the Mick Spencer Wanstall's pitted in after his spin. I can't quite see who that is that stopped on circuit. Someone stopped right there on the tarmac section, just on the exit of the arena before the kink. And showing cars that either have or haven't come through. Well, we know Paul Woodbridge hasn't, so he's out of the race. Nick Swift is another one that hasn't come through just yet either, so maybe it's him. We'll wait and see who goes tumbling down the timing screen, as Mike Jordan now moves his way up to 3rd place, ahead of that's Darren Thomas in 4th, Woodbridge 5th, and Aaron Smith's been shuffled back down to 6th now. He's got some work to do here. Back in our 7S category, Michael Winkworth has retaken the lead now. So Winkworth leads from Ayres, Hack, Page and Perfect. So Matthew Page has managed to work his way up to 4th in class. He originally on the grid started back on the 7th row of the grid by the looks of it, alongside Chris Pryor. And there's the confirmation that Nick Swift is out of the race, and also Paul Woodbridge, as we saw him pull to the side of the road. 3 and a bit minutes to go left. There is Jack Vanner, who started originally on the reverse grid 7S pole, but he's now running back in 6th position. now just about holding on. Oh, so one car's disappeared behind the barrier. Can't quite see who that's gone, but I couldn't see the number before they'd lost, and he's actually pulled off the road on the pit straight. She's gone behind the pit wall on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. It could be the 714 maybe, and that is Chris Pryor, because his last lap was a 139. So I wonder if possibly he's had to stop because he's been ailing in the last half lap and pulled the car off the road. So there shouldn't be any yellow flags because he's pulled the car into a safe position. 2 minutes 20 still left to go. And Conor O'Brien is also showing. So Conor O'Brien might be the car that was the one stopped at the arena section, because it's just showing on our screen here on our graphics that he's out of the race. So Conor O'Brien, sadly, the outgoing champion for Mini 7s, not set to see the finish. So his title is set to change hands in the end. So less than 2 minutes to go in the regular Dunlop Mini 7 series. There's Michael Winkworth holding on to the lead in 7S, but Joe Thompson doing everything he needs to put himself in that fine position. There's way out wide goes Darren Thomas. He loses out to Biddleson and to Glenn Woodbridge. He might also lose out to Aaron Smith if he's not careful. And now they come down towards Stoke Corner again. There's Paul Woodbridge's car that's pulled off to the side of the road, and Paul was watching on, gets one of the best views in the house down the Hanger Straight, watching the rest of the leaders make their way towards Stoke Corner, still with Thompson in command. Jordan in second place now. And looking at that result from yesterday, it was second place to Joe Thompson, and then it was a fourth for Mike Jordan, and of course he finished ahead again. I think this may well be Joe Thompson on his way to picking up the 7 title, but Jordan's going to try and push him as hard as he dares all the way to the checkered flag now, onto the last lap of the season. And does Mike Jordan have anything left in reserve now? Thompson takes the fastest lap of the race, but Jordan beats it by 0.3 of a second, and here comes Jordan to the inside for the race win here down towards Abbey Corner. Is Thompson going to fight it too much? Thompson goes for it round the outside. Jordan squeezes him out wide over the curve and on the line through Farm Corner. But this now puts him on the outside of the complex going into the arena section. And also getting involved there is Biddleson on the outside line. Jordan has the inside run in towards the arena section, and Jordan is through. Jordan is through on the last lap of the race into the lead here at Silverstone International. He wants to end the season with a win, but Thompson, if he can stay exactly where he is, or as close as he can be to be in the tow to try and get him back down towards Stoke Corner. These boxy little minis will certainly be punching quite a large hole in the air as they make their way down towards Stoke Corner. And here comes Thompson to the outside. Has he got the momentum? They're going to be side by side down towards the right-hander. And with better straight line speed, Biddleson gets the tow as well. It could be 3 abreast as Jordan takes the inside line. Thompson goes to the outside and retakes the lead into Stoke Corner. Now, will Jordan have any response into Vale or Club? If he makes one last-minute dive, we'll have to wait and see if he's got anything left in the tank here. Looks to the outside, but Thompson takes the regular racing line. I think that Mike Jordan might be running out of options here. Into Vale. Now Jordan's under threat from Biddleson to do the first part of Club. It's really good momentum, but he's squirming around behind Joe Thompson if he can try and get the power down. But it's not going to work. Joe Thompson comes out of the final corner, up to the checkered flag, and the final Mini 7 race of the year is taken by Joe Thompson. It is second place for Mike Jordan, third place for Ross Biddleson, and I think you can see Joe Thompson happy with the victory. Meanwhile, in the 7S category, they're still going at it further back. This is 797, which is 797 is Jack Vanner, who's had a good move there, getting past Arnold Duncan. 789 in the 7S category, it is going to be Michael Winkworth, I think, that comes across the line and takes victory. It is from Matt Ayres in second place, Matthew Page in third. It's then Fraser Hack in fourth, and Callum Perfect rounds out the top 5. So an amazing season all round, and a big thank you once again to the Mini 7 Racing Club for providing ample entertainment all the way through from start to finish. And I'm certain that they will do just the same at their Winter Series rounds at Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks' time at the Formula Ford Festival. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations down there, particularly with the Motorsport School, with Pete and with Mel down there and all of their crew that help assist and run Joe's car. And Joe's been quite a force throughout the season, and one of the first to congratulate him naturally is one of his main, if not the main rival from the season, and that's Mike Jordan. Ever the gentleman is Mike, and still a fantastic racer, vastly experienced no matter what you put him into. Mike is absolutely thunderously quick, and he's certainly proved that once again. So the final race of the regular Mini 7 and 7S season goes the way of Joe Thompson. He takes victory by just 0.2 of a second from Mike Jordan in second place. Ross Billison picks up third, and Glenn Woodbridge in fourth, and Darren Thomas in fifth. Then it is sixth place for Aaron Smith, seventh for the 38 car of Stephen Hopper. And it'll be 8th place overall, and the 7S win for Michael Winkworth. So congratulations to Michael for taking that victory. It's then Matthew Ayres picking up 9th. It's then Matthew Page in 10th and 3rd in 7S category, ahead of Fraser Hack and Callum Perfect in the 7S top 5. And then Stanton, Vanna, Duncan, Giles Page, Bell, and the rest of the top 20 completed by Perry Watson and Bradley Jordan, who takes 12th in the 7S category. A couple of cars we didn't see to take the flag were the likes of Conor O'Brien and Spencer Wanstall in the end. So another regular season for the Mini 7 Racing Club draws to a close. As I mentioned, it's still the winter rounds to come at Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks' time, but I'm certain it's going to be quite a frantic affair with the Mini 7s. They'll put on just as good a show as they have done all season long. Right, let's head down to our top 3 and have a chat to them from that final Mini 7 race of the year, back with our ever-roving and ever-capable pit lane reporter, Rob Lewis.
Well, we've got 3 drivers embracing each other at the moment for the Mini 7s. We really want to have a chat with them. All of the cars coming in there. The veteran Mike Jordan getting a hug with winner Joe Thompson and Ross Billingson in 3rd. But Joe Thompson, I'm looking forward to having a chat with him because he did finish 2nd yesterday and he wanted that extra place. If I could just get Joe to come and speak to us, that'll be fabulous.
Start to finish was.
He's a popular man.
So the top 3 championship.
Joe, you've brought tears to Pete Edwards' eyes.
Absolutely, that's a rare sight, isn't it, for such a man? Yeah, really, really good that was. As hard as it looked, I think.
Absolutely, and you know, you've in the end you ended up with the wily old fox Mike Jordan behind you. Were you a bit worried?
You know, I think obviously he wrapped the championship up yesterday, so I didn't know if he was going to play it safe. So I thought I won't defend too hard for him, and then he slung one up the inside. I thought that's optimistic of him. So I thought I have to just take the fight back to him. So we let him go on the last lap. Obviously gave us the toe down the straight, and it set up pretty perfectly, to be fair.
Absolutely, and you said to me yesterday you wanted to go one better. You have done.
Absolutely, and what a way to round the year off. So looking forward to next year as well.
More of the same next year?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Joe, congratulations on a wonderful win there. Hopefully we can just get Mike Jordan over there if we can. Mike, if we could just get a word. We'll get you to stand on the cross. It's hard work chasing down Joe Thompson, but a fabulous race from yourself.
It was just a brilliant race, yeah, and I was lucky enough I won the championship yesterday, and so there are some people that don't do the final race, and I ummed and ahed a little bit last night, and then I chatted to my mates and said, no, we've got to go and do it, and that's how I wanted it. Obviously I wanted to win. Struggling to make a bit of progress early on, but I sort of woke up a little bit towards the end and made the move, and when I'd made the move on him up here, and I saw Ben gave me 1 minute to go, I thought I might have gone a lap earlier because I know he's going to be able to tow me down the hang, sure. And these things he's very good, that if you get right onto somebody you stall them out. Yeah. So he towed up to me, stalls me out, and he was clear enough into Stowe, but it was a great race and he made a really good move. I timed that a little bit wrong, but it was a great way to end the championship. Really enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Is there something about this circuit that really adds to the mini racing?
Yeah, the tow seems to work here more than anywhere else we go, so you can never really get away. You know, you can have cars that are probably running half a second off the ultimate pace, but they get in the tow and they just get dragged along there, so it makes great for you guys.
Oh, fantastic footage for us guys, but for now, Mike Jordan, fantastic. Congratulations on second and congratulations on the championship.
Thanks very much. Just a big thanks. The car's been perfect all year, and Swifty's given me a rocket ship of an engine all year long, so big thanks to them. You know, couldn't have done it without them.
More of the same next year?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic, thank you Mike. And third place, we should have Ross here somewhere. Hello. Come on over, stand on the cross. Fantastic race, you're back here once again, so that's a good thing, more silverware.
Yeah, great, it was a great race. Yeah, very busy race. I was constantly looking in my mirrors, but I had a great fight with Joe and Mike, but yeah, brilliant.
What mini racing's all about?
Oh yeah, exactly, that's why we do it. It's so close, it's so much fun. So yeah, we'll be back next year.
Back next year indeed.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Cheers. Thank you very much. So that's our third place man there, Ross Billingsley. Now, I can't hear any track activity at the moment. I have a feeling they're doing a bit of sweeping up, they're doing a bit of clearing up. So for now, I'm going to hand you back to Scott Woodward. He should be able to run you through the grid for the next race, which I believe are the Mazdas.
Certainly is. Thanks, Rob, and well done to our top three from that final Mini 7 race, and also congratulations also to Mike Jordan, who picks up the 7 title as well in the process after he did so yesterday, and good to see him out for that final race, because it's, as you mentioned, some people don't normally tend to do the final race if they want to preserve the lead or not get involved in too many fights, but I'm glad that he did, because it's good to see the newly crowned champion-elect getting out there and still getting his elbows out and having some fun. Speaking of having fun, it's going to be plenty once more in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, sponsored by Clapham North MOT. As Rob rightly correctly mentioned, there is a bit of clear-up going on from the couple of minis that were stricken around the circuit, so they're being towed back to a place of safety, or at least back to the paddock. But now to our final race before we go to a lunch break. And it is the second of the weekend for the penultimate race of the year for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Now, yesterday, it was a victory for Aidan Hills, taking one step closer to the 2023 title. And with his efforts, it means that he now goes into the weekend after that victory, taking a couple of points away from his main rivals. So on my calculations, after that first race, he has a 50-point lead now over James Cousins in second place, his teammate, so it's 1-2 for the Hills Motorsport cars, and third for Patrick Fletcher after he picked up second place yesterday. James Cousins scored 97 points yesterday with a third place plus the point for the fastest lap, so that's also a bonus for him too. Tom Griffiths has held on to fourth place in the championship so far with 1,716 points after he was fourth yesterday, and the fifth place has also changed hands in Pro Class because Will Blackwell Chambers, who is here this weekend, but he's more helping George Grant and co in the Rob Boston Racing squad. He has actually lost P5, he's not racing this weekend, so Alex Stott has now taken over P5 in the standings after he finished 10th yesterday. Alex Stott, who has only had one podium this season, but has been incredibly consistent, rock solid, to get himself up there into P5 in the standings in Pro Class. Now, in Club Class, there was a bit of an interesting development yesterday because Robert Way pitted about halfway through the race and managed to get back out there. He was 4 laps down in the end, but still classified, which means he still picked up 9th place in class and still picked up 84 points as a result. He therefore, even though Kamal Kelsey, his main rival for the title, did pick up a victory and 100 points to boot, he's still 42 points off the Club Class lead from Robert Way at the top. Also, there's a fight going on between Bruce Robertson and Chris Jim, but I don't think Chris Jim's here this weekend, sadly, so that means it looks like it's a relatively straightforward run for Bruce Robertson to pick up third place in Club Class. Also a bit of a tussle going on between, Wilbur Tilley will be hoping to try and pick up fourth place if he can, and also this should also help give Amy Watts P5 in the standings also, because if Christopher Ginn's not here, then Wilbur Tilley, who came after race 1 with the fastest lap in class, but retired from the race, which means that there was a haul of points in third place in class for Amy Watts yesterday, so she's now on 1,618, she's now, no, 1,519, excuse me, looking at the wrong table, and she's now currently 102 points behind her teammate Wilbur Tilley. So if she can get up there, and if Wilbur has another poor race, and obviously we don't hope he does, but if he has another poor race and fails to score anything, or at least gets just the point for fastest lap, then Amy could be up there and potentially try and pick up fourth, points if not even third if results go her way. So here's the grid then, set by the results of race 1 yesterday. Patrick Fletcher takes, no, by this, it's the second fastest times in qualifying, excuse me. So it's Patrick Fletcher on pole from James Cousins on the front row of the grid. Then it's Sam Heading and Lee Britton. Current championship leader in Pro Class, Aidan Hills, is 5th from Tom Griffiths and Richard Amos. Then Alistair Dendy, who was yesterday's Masters winner, from Alex Stott, Chris Richardson, and then also Scott Wright in there in the mix, and Will Powell on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is Tom Selden and Martin Tolley from Robert Way and Josh Morris. Robert Way on Club Class pole, then Kamal Kelsey and Nick Rutter, Wilbur Tiley and Ollie Hall, Steve Kite and George Grant. We'll talk about that in a second with the Masters, and then Amy Watts and Max Merritt on the 12th row of the grid as we continue to run down the order. Onto the 13th row, we see Bruce Robinson and Eliza Seville, and Alex Jones and Martin Heath at the back for our 28-car field. Now, we should also talk about the Masters contest, because that's the closest out of the 3 in Super Cup. Going into this race, there has been a change of the Masters class lead, because even though Alistair Dendy won that race, Martin Tolley, who's 5th in the points, got 2nd yesterday and the fastest lap of the race. Steve Kite did get 3rd, but he's obviously nowhere in the top 5. The important results came in 4th and 5th, because George Grant finished ahead of Nick Rutter, both of them teammates in the Rob Boston Racing stable, but firm rivals in the Masters class standings. Now it goes from George being a point behind Nick Rutter, because he finished ahead of him in 4th for 94 points, and Nick Rutter 5th for 92 points in class. It means that now George goes from a point behind to a point in front. So now with 2 races left to go, George Grant leads the Masters category by 1 single point from Nick Rutter. If he can replicate what he did yesterday and finish ahead of Nick Rutter both times, effectively he will provisionally be champion-elect in the Masters category, and I'm certain there'll be plenty of celebration down there in pit lane if we can possibly bring him in to have a chat with him on that as well. So the cars have made their way onto the circuit now and just making their way around on their formation lap out of the pits. And we will see if Aidan Hills can make some better work of picking his way through from 5th on the grid. He's got his work cut out to do so. But I suspect it's going to be quite an effort for him to really push his way towards the front of the field and work his way to get into the lead once again. He has, coming into the weekend, if I bring up his points table, which I will do in a second for MX-5 SuperCup, where's that gone? So, heading into the weekend, he had won, I think it was 11 races. Let's just double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 races. So he's now on to win number 11 the season yesterday. I think I called it win number 12 yesterday, but it's now win number 11. Meanwhile, Patrick Fletcher took another victory. James Cousins is off the back of 3 wins and a hat-trick at Donington Park, whereas he's now in second place in the points. And of course now Hills Motorsport has 3 cars in the top 5 in Pro Class, with Alex Stott moving his way up. Alex Stott is in basically an identical design livery to Aidan Hills' car, but there's different colours for the main accent, which is orange for Aidan Hills and bright pink for Alex Stott. A couple more of the Hills Motorsport cars, you can tell them distinctively, mostly by their bright sort of almost sky blue front end on those cars. The only exception really being Tom Griffiths' car, which is metallic blue on the front with the yellow headlights just peeking out behind James Cousins there. James Cousins' car being the zebra liveried car with the pink headlights on the front row of the grid. So just to do a quick colour check, it is black and red for Patrick Fletcher on pole. The zebra liveried car with the pink headlights is James Cousins. Row 2 sees Sam Heading in the grey car with the black and pink stripes. The red car on the left is Lee Britton in 4th on the grid, and just behind Patrick Fletcher, directly there you can see on the grid towards the centre of the screen, is Aidan Hills in P5 and Tom Griffiths in the metallic blue car with the yellow headlights. So we're all set then, the green flag at the back. The penultimate race of the season for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. It is Patrick Fletcher looking for another win. Or can Aidan Hills go to 12 wins for the year with this from 5th on the grid? Red lights are on, red lights are out, SuperCup action is underway. It's a clean start, looks like, from everyone so far. It's side by side for Belize as they buzz their way down towards Abbey for the first time, and it will be Fletcher who turns in first. Fletcher leads, it's then Cousins second place, Britton's maintained third. It's all as it was off the grid for 1st to 5th. 1st to 6th, they're all in grid order as they come down towards the complex for the first time. Let's see if there's anything that any early moves that can be made by those contending for the championship. Wide there for Tom Griffiths. This will allow Richard Amos through to get himself into what will be 5th position. There he goes. Richard Amos, nowhere near the title fight, but certainly one of the fastest guys out there, and he's certainly been someone who, I say this in a nice possible way, it makes him a bit of a nuisance sometimes when it comes to the Champions League, but he doesn't really care. He's just out there to go and get himself some good results, and why not? Just going to Stowe corner there. It was a bit of a moment there with Lee Britton. He was really sniffing around the rear bumper of James Cousins' car. There was almost a tiny bit of rubbing between the two. But they've got away with it. And Lee Britton, of course, is now a 2-time Mazda MX-5 race winner in SuperCup. Really has come on leaps and bounds. One of the most improved drivers in the field this year. Should have been 3 as round goes Chris Richardson in the middle of the pack, in the middle of the road, and thankfully everyone going past him misses him, including, of course, George Grant, who was right in the middle of that, went up the inside of what looks like will be Kamal Kelsey, and also no damage to Chris Richardson's car either. Now he's going side by side with Amy Watts in car 108, in one of the Patrick Watts racing cars. Of course, the other car they run there as well, but Tyre. So across the line they go then. Fletcher leads the way. Cousins second. It's then Britton third. Heading 4th. Aidan Hills in 5th. Then 6th place for Tom Griffiths. 7th for Richard Amos. It's 8th for Alex Stott. 9th for Alistair Dendy, who also leads the Masters category. Rounding out the top 10, it is Scott Wright. In the club class, it is going to be Robert Way who leads the way from Kamal Kelsey and Ollie Hall. And for Masters, it's Dendy from Tolley, from Steve Kite by the looks of it. No, it's not Steve Kite. It's either going to be Rutter or George Grant, one of the two. The key thing is, where is George Grant in relation to Nick Rutter? He needs to be ahead of him to keep on outscoring him to try and get that Masters title potentially. If he can do that this race and the race coming up later on this afternoon, then that Masters title may well be going George Grant's way back to the Clapham North workshop. Through Stowe for the second time. Fletcher now with Cousins on his tail. Now Sam Heading's going for it in the AB Motorsport car, looking down the inside, a big lunge down the inside, huge lockup for Sam Heading. And there's a little love tap as he goes through, as Britton tried to defend the place, but Heading up to 3rd place now. Sam Heading then making moves already in the AB Motorsport prepared car. As the pack goes streaming through, looking back here, there is Amy Watts. Wilbur Tiley's out of the race again, so a second retirement for Wilbur Tiley. So more problems for the Patrick Watts racing car. This will now change the complexion of the race, and it will also give an advantage both to Bruce Robinson, but also potentially Amy Watts on top of that. There's a real chance if Wilbur Tiley has more problems in race 3, she could even rise herself up to, potentially, third or fourth in the points. So we'll wait and see how these results play out. But there's still a long way to go in this second Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend. So Fletcher, Cousins, Heading, Britton. As Aidan Hills leading the points by 50 coming into the into today's racing after his victory yesterday. Battle on for 6th between Griffiths and Amos. Griffiths has the first proper flying lap, fastest lap of the race. You don't really count lap 1 because it's from a standing start, but the first proper flying lap, fastest lap, goes to Tom Griffiths initially. And in that lead group also, trying to go with them is Alex Stott and the Masters leader, Alistair Dendy, one of the 2 cars run by Steve Kite's Misty Racing outfit. Good to see Misty Racing making some progress in the Super Cup grid. Steve certainly enjoyed himself yesterday when he was talking to Rob and was saying that he was really enjoying being part of the MX-5 racing. I hope we see more of him and the team next year, because he's certainly been quite a nice addition to the paddock, as have plenty of the other new teams that have come through in recent years. Good to see Steve and co. Next thing, he was just there having a battle by the looks of it, I think, with Amy Watts. That was over 20th place overall. Sam Heading now sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:18.531. He's at least 3/10 quicker than the 2 cars in front of him. So is Sam Heading in contention to take a victory here this afternoon? Only time will tell. Let's see. So, Robert Way, 16th place at the moment, just battling away with Will Powell and the recovering Chris Richardson. Robert Way, of course, still leads the club class at this point in the race. Yeah, he leads that one from 2nd place currently Kamar Kelsey, 3rd currently for Ollie Hall. It's then 4th for Steve Kite and 5th for Amy Watts. So top 5 in club stays as it is. And in Masters, you won't work that one out as Heading goes on the offensive, as does Cousins. He goes sending it round the outside to try and make the move on Fletcher. Fletcher holds his line. He will try and push Cousins out wide onto the run-off tarmac, which he does. But Cousins then slots back in behind. Now Heading will try and do the same he did to Britton about a lap ago, but Cousins wise to it and throws the block into Vale Corner, not allowing any opportunity for Sam Heading to get through. Make the way out through club, back onto the start with another lap. 4 laps in the books now. 14 minutes, 40 seconds left. Still Heading with the fastest lap of the race. The lead gap is now 0.5, half a second now. It's 0.4 between Cousins and Heading. Aidan Hills, I imagine he's done the calculations himself. He knows what he has to do. He's not going to push himself too hard if he doesn't need to. If the opportunity is there for the win, of course he'll go for it. Will Powell comes into the pit lane with issues of his own, so he's at least going to tumble down towards the back of the field, if not be out of the race. But Aidan Hills will know essentially what the score is. He knows that even if others outscore him by a certain amount in each race, he's not going to be beaten at the top of the standings. He's only basically about 1.5 races away from becoming champion-elect and provisionally taking the Pro Class title in MX-5 Super Cup. Down the back straight. Fletcher's pulling away now. Britton going on the attack on Sam Heading down the outside towards Stowe Corner. Is he brave enough around the outside, trying to get a bit of revenge on Heading, who got him up the inside and had given that little love tap through Vale. This time, Heading keeps the place and doesn't allow Britton an avenue through. And again, you can tell he goes going really defensive because he's gone to the inside line, forcing Britton to take the typical racing line. He almost leans on him in the braking zone. Looks for the switch back. He might go around the outside if there's room to do so, but Heading shows him the edge of the road, and here comes Aidan Hills. Only making a move when he knows there's a chance to do so. It's side by side on the exit of club onto the pit straight. And Aidan Hills is just about there. He's practically touching wing mirrors with Lee Britton. Look at that, they're that close. Down towards Abbey Corner. He's got the inside line, unless Britton doesn't want to capitulate. He goes around the outside, which he does. Big tail slide from Aidan Hills. He does not need that, particularly when he's got both Tom Griffiths and Richard Amos right on his rear bumper. He cannot afford to lose any more places, really. Unless he's done the maths and figured out, well, if I lose at least 1 or 2 more spots, I'm not going to be in too much deep trouble. But ultimately, he does not want to be too deep in the field, unless something potentially happens. He's now down to 6th place. He's lost out to Tom Griffiths as a result of that slide. But Amos is still in contention. He's still there. He's still trying to push on and make a move. Further back, we've got Tom Selden, his new build. There's plenty of pictures and video being taken of that yesterday in the pit lane. And that's a new build car after the car he was driving before, which I believe was still up until then Donington. That was the ex-Luke Herbert 3-time title-winning car. had an incident at Donington Park when he lost it on the exit of the chicane and got tagged by another car, and sadly that car is no more, unfortunately. But they've put in a brand new build and looks the goods, and it's certainly proving to be quite potent out there. Selden running in 13th place in car 13, just ahead of Josh Morris, another of the Hills Motorsport stable. That's Scott Wright ahead of Martin Tolley, it is, and Chris Richardson also on the recovery trail. He's up to 12th now. And there's George Grant in car 69, and where's he compared to Nick Rutter? He is ahead of him by a couple of points. He's actually ahead by 2 or 3 places in the 2 places, I think, in the Masters, because he's ahead of them. Let's see where he is. So Dendy leads. It's then Martin Tolley is second in Masters. George Grant is third, and then it's Steve Kite, and then Nick Rutter. So he's going to take another 4 points away from Nick Rutter, and I think extend that lead to 5 over Nick. So at the moment, George has got, yes, all the pressure, but he's got the pace as well to deal with at least anything that Nick Rutter might be able to throw at him. The orange car you look at the back of the shot, that's Nick Rutter. The Clapham North sponsored car just behind these two, Josh Morris and Kamal Kelsey. There he is. That's George Grant in car 69. He is now currently leading the Masters category by 1 single point. But he can get himself a podium here, provided that Steve Kite in that black MX-5 with the red Misty Racing logo down the side doesn't first pick off Robert Way, which he's about to, I think, and then make a move on George Grant to push him down off the podium. Even if he does, he'll still be outscoring Nick by 2 points. That's another couple of points taken away from Rutter's potential score. Through the right-hander, there is Steve Kite just behind Robert Way, who leads the club class at the moment. But it might be, it's different actually. No, it's Kamal Kelsey that leads the club class now. So Robert Way's dropped behind Kamal, but even so, he's only losing, what, 2 points, I think? So even there, he's not losing too much more. Lee Britton's off the road in the background, I can see. The red car number 50 is pulling off the track with a mechanical issue, so that's unfortunate. Out of the race has gone Lee Britton. That's a shame. So, just on the days when it really is firing on all cylinders, he's incredibly quick. The way he's got mechanical issues, just hampering that little bit too much. So come on to the back straight now. Here's Kamal Kelsey just checking in with the club class. He does lead the way, but now crucially, look at this. You've got, oh no, that's Amy Watts, who's just ahead of Nick Rutter. Yes, so I mistook Amy Watts' car for a moment for George Grant's, but it's not. Nick Rutter's just the orange car at the back of the shot. Just ahead of them, you've got Amy Watts battling with Ollie Hall and Steve Kite. And this is a scrap for, this will be third on the club class podium. Kite currently has it. Hall and Watts want it. Amy Watts is having a look up the inside of Ollie Hall. Can she make the move for fourth? Almost. She put her nose half up the inside. Still pushing on. Big twitch of oversteering, gets a little helping hand there for Nick Rutter inadvertently. I'm certain Nick didn't mean that. Just car was hitting sideways, just a helpful little nerf around the corner there from Nick Rutter. Oversteer mode, but it's quite lucky that car didn't turn around even more, otherwise she would have been facing the wrong way and in a world of trouble. Well, that was Richard Amos right on the rear tail of Tom Griffiths coming out of shot. As you see here, this is Chris Richardson back into the top 10. He's into 9th now, past Scott Wright. See Amy Watts here, just holding on from Nick Rutter. It's still in the Masters category. It's still Alistair Dendy who leads the way then. It's Martin Tolley in second, and then George Grant is up to third. He's on the podium so far, but he is a couple of places ahead, crucially, of Nick Rutter. That's going to be 4 points he'll gain on Nick if it stays as it is for the next 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Pit straight once again, and there is confirmation Lee Britton is out of the race. It's a real shame because Lee has been, as I mentioned earlier on, one of the stars, one of the real big improvers of 2023. He's really found a lot of pace under the guidance of Luke Herbert Racing, as have pretty much all the drivers that run with him. And Luke's certainly proving himself just as formidable a team boss as he is a racer in his own right. One of his chargers currently leads the way. It is Patrick Fletcher who is in front here, looking for another race victory. This would be... Fletcher has taken so far 3 race wins. He's looking for number 4 if he can in this race. Further back, that's George Grant running off the road. Now, is that him in trouble? Is that George Grant in trouble, or is that him just running off the road after getting into a skirmish with somebody? I hope it's not trouble for George Grant, because if that is, that could be a dramatic development in the battle for the Masters title. Now then, what has happened to George Grant? Either we didn't see the beginning of it, but we saw the tail end when he was running wide over the car. It looks like he was more recovering back onto the circuit than running wide with a problem, I hope. We'll wait and see with bated breath if he gets picked up on the cameras again, but we'll wait and see as our leaders come back through Vale and Club once more. This is to end lap 10. 10 laps in the books with 6 3/4 minutes left to go. There's your top 7, all on the shot together. Fletcher and Cousins, then it's Heading. Hills up to 4th. Griffiths, Amos and Stott. That's the top 7. Back to this battle going on here between Ollie Hall and Amy Watts, still with Nick Rutter in play as well. Max Merritt's also in there too, in the purple and white, purple and silver BC Cars machine. Right, and there is George Grant. He's also fallen behind Bruce Robinson. So not only is he behind Nick Rutter, he's also now behind Bruce Robinson. If he can repass him, at the very least, he will essentially reverse what happened yesterday. So Nick Rutter he's moved to the pit wall. He's obviously not happy about something, but he will. Essentially, the lead will go back to what it was. It will be a point for Nick Rutter ahead of George Grant again, because he'll be finishing ahead of him if he can get past Bruce Robinson. So another dramatic turn in the Masters category battle. It's the most dramatic of the 3, because ultimately both Aidan Hills and Robert Way have got slightly more comfortable margins out in front in their respective points battles, whereas in the SuperCup, it's not quite the same story. So in the Masters, excuse me, it's not quite the same story. There's the scrap that's going on for 10th position between Tom Selden, Martin Tolley and Scott Wright. Good to see Scott doing well in the Pro Class. He was last year's Club Class champion under the guidance of his good mate Martin Plowman and the Paddock Motorsport team. Because Paddock Motorsport have been really expanding themselves in British GT and other series on top of that as well. Good to see them still supporting essentially some of their drivers at grassroots level and allowing the likes of Scott Wright and co to continue racing hard in this championship. And he's made a little bit of progress. The leading group is starting to come back a bit further together again. Scrap for 10th continues on between Selden, Tolley and Wright. Just behind them there, you've got Kamal Kelsey and Josh Morris battling over 13th and 14th. It is still Kamal Kelsey who leads the club class, but he's not going to be outscoring Robert Way by enough to cause him too many problems. Back into Stowe corner again. A little twitch of oversteer as Tolley pitches the car in to Stowe corner. Just neatly tags the apex. Powers on through. So the race going into its final 4 minutes now, less than 4 minutes to go. Further back, right, Amy Watts has got past Ollie Hall, so she's now up into, that will be 4th position in club class by the look of it. Let's just confirm that. Yes, so she's into 4th now. Oh, that's 42. That's Eliza Seville that's off the road. So that Eliza has had a spin and a rotation at the exit of the, that will be Chapel onto the Hangar Straight. Now here's a crucial development. That is George Grant now ahead of Bruce Robinson. So that now puts him back onto 4th place in the in the Masters running. But it now still puts him directly behind Nick Rutter at this point. So if we look at where they are, yeah, on the running order, he's currently 9 seconds behind Nick Rutter, and he's only got 3 minutes to go. So unless something happens to Nick, I can't see him closing that gap in. Either way, actually, let's look at where he is in terms of Masters. Where is he in terms of Masters? Right, 4 cars are being hit with track limits, penalties, all at once. Cars 6, 13, 24, and 33. So we see 3 of them. James Cousins has one. That'll put him off the podium in second if it stays as close as it is. Tom Selden will get one. So will also 24 and 33. So Ollie Hall's another one of them. No, sorry, forgive me. So James Cousins and Richard Amos will get time penalties. So too will Tom Selden, and also so will Alex Jones. So all 4 of them will get time penalties. So 3 of the cars in the top 10 right now are going to be getting 5-second track limits penalties. As Aiden Hills, they're going on the defensive, trying to hold off Tom Griffiths to try and retaliate. It's not going to really matter where Cousins or Amos is. This is actually going to promote Aiden Hills up to 3rd anyway, because Cousins will have that 5-second penalty. Just over 2 minutes to go. It's not going to really matter what Amos does either, really, because he's got that 5-second penalty as well. Down the back straight, heading now up to 2nd place. Still has the fastest lap of the race. Fletcher's held the race in his command all the way through at this point. Just less than 2 minutes to go. Side by side for 4th behind them. This is Aiden Hills with Tom Griffiths to his outside. He might just lean on him a little bit as he goes on the exit of the corner, which he does. Griffiths takes to the runoff area on the outside over the curb. But if he's got the inside line for Vale, this might well work out for him. It's close for 2nd. And Hills actually defends the place. And actually Amos comes around the outside of Griffiths to take the place. Although it's going to be elementary because even though he's ahead on the road, the 5-second penalty will put him back behind Griffiths again anyway. So off the pit straight, I think we're going to get possibly just 2 more laps, I think, because they crossed the line with 1:22 to go. And the fastest cars in the field are doing 1:19. So I think we're going to get possibly this and 1 more lap in this 2nd MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend. And it will be crucially a podium for Aiden Hills. So let's just try and calculate how this where this is going to put people. So Aiden Hills will pick up essentially 96 points. James Cousins is going to be sort of 5-second penalty. So I think he'll drop to 6th. So that would be 90 points for James Cousins. Patrick Fletcher, if he wins, will get 100. Tom Griffiths, if he stays where he is, will be in the top 5. No, he'll be 4th actually, so that'll be 94 points he gets. Once that's happening, you can see that James Cousins is going on the offensive now down the outside of Sam Heading's trying to take 2nd place on the road at least, but it's not going to matter because he will be demoted with his 5-second track limits penalty. Alex Stott, meanwhile, I think he is, whereabouts is he in terms of time? He will drop, I think he might just inherit 6th position, I think. Either that or 5th, one of the 2. Let's say let's give him 5th and nice 2 points. So this result, if it stays as it is really going to give Aiden a lead of now over 60 points. I'm trying to work this out. 56 points it looks like it will give him. Side by side between Griffiths and Amos for track position for 5th place. Can't even speak. There's Chris Richardson over the curb. He's now going to lose out possibly to Tom Selden and also to Martin Tolley. They come onto the pit straight. See the for sale sign on the back of that car. Well, he's certainly proven its credentials given he's come back from a spin to be inside the top 10. Selden to his inside. He wants to get hold of P9. Richardson tries to go back around the outside. Holds on to the place to Abbey. He's got the pace to hold on through Farm. The leaders come onto the pit straight for the final time, for the back straight for the final time, excuse me. It is Patrick Fletcher who is away and gone by nearly 0.8 of a second. Sam Heading knows under pressure for 2nd on the road, but it's not, again, whether he realises it or not, Cousins probably just trying to get the highest result he can to try and negate that 5-second penalty if he knows. Looks around the outside, Heading will try and squeeze him out against that wide over the curb, which he just about does and holds the place. And Aiden Hills knows he doesn't need to get involved in this. He'll at least be on the podium in 3rd place. He doesn't have to get involved in the fight. He backs out of it. He's having a look up the inside of his teammate. He's thinking about it. He's over the curb. Doesn't need to be doing that, Aiden Hills. But he'll get 3rd place anyway. It doesn't matter whether he knows it or not. But up to the checkered flag will come Patrick Fletcher for his 4th win of the season. Patrick Fletcher takes victory in race number 2 of the weekend for the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Championship at Super Cup. It is 2nd for Sam Heading. The penalties applied means it is Aiden Hills for 3rd, Tom Griffiths for 4th. James Cousins does pick up 5th position, so that's 92 points for him. It will then be 6th for Alex Stott, so that's now 90 points he scored, and Richard Amos gets 88. For the Masters win, it goes to Alistair Dendy once again, his 2nd win of the weekend. It'll be 2nd place in Masters for Martin Tolley, and 3rd for Steve Kite again. As for the club class, that goes the way of Kamal Kelsey with a victory, 2nd to Robert Way, and 3rd place to Steve Kite once again. Amy Watts only just missing out on that. It looks like she actually finished in 4th or 5th. No, 5th she finished because she lost out to Ollie Hall on the final lap, and they're still battling towards the end of the race. We've got Martin Heath here in black and silver in 66. He is scrapping away with Alex Jones, and again, regardless of what happens here, Alex has a time penalty for track limits, so he'll be towards the back anyway. And towards the checker flag they go, and Martin Heath ahead of Alex Jones. George Grant came across in 24th. Does he not come through? I don't think George Grant's come through. George Grant has not seen the checkered flag in this one. That could be major drama for the Masters title. There's George Grant. And he's struggling down towards Vale Corner. What has happened to car 69? The man who came into this race leading the Masters class by 1 point after his scoring ahead of Nick Rutter. So drama for George Grant. He's got his arm on the roll cage. I hope he's not accepting defeat, because he really is one of the most enthusiastic drivers in the paddock, and he's been so close in this battle for the Masters contest. He will finish anyway, and that's crucial. He will take the checkered flag and some points to go with it. But that, potentially, is going to be a real blow to his potential chance. He stops the car just after the start and finish straight, so all is not well with car 69, unfortunately. And I hope they can get that fixed before the race 3 later on this afternoon. So Patrick Fletcher takes victory overall in Pro class, from Sam Heading in second place and Aidan Hills in third, after Richard Amos and James Cousins were given time penalties. Griffiths takes 4th. It was from Stott in 5th. Amos 6th after his penalty. Dendy wins the Masters class in 7th. Then Cousins 8th after his penalty. Richardson, Tolley, Wright and Tom Selden 12th after his penalty also pushes him down to P12. 13th place goes to Josh Morris. Kamal Kelsey wins the club class from Robert Way and Steve Kite. Then Ollie Hall and Amy Watts in the club top 5. Then Max Merritt. Nick Rutter, who was also crucially up there and scoring strong points. He's ahead of Bruce Robinson, Martin Heath and Alexander Jones. George Grant with an ailing car does finish the race, but he's way down in the order and certainly would have lost some points. He'd lost, I think, at least 6 points on the cars around him. Eliza Seville recovered after her spin and contact to get 25th, and we lost Lee Britton, Will Powell and Wilbur Tiley, and that will be crucial for him to try and stay in the top 5, and even in 4th place, given that Bruce Robinson and Amy Watts both did score rather well. So the penultimate race of the Super Cup season is complete, and as the drivers are down there talking about the results, and all smiles and happiness. Let's go back down to Rob Lewis, have a chat with our top 3 both in Pro and in Club. We've got time because we're going into the lunch break, and have a chat to all 6 drivers down in Parc Fermé for the penultimate MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend.
Well, what a race that was.
That was a slow break. Double yellow.
There's a little bit of afters just going on in Parc Fermé at the moment, but we've got Patrick Fletcher, our deserved race 1 winner, who's going to come and step on the cross. So, Patch, good race by yourself. How was that from your point of view?
Yeah, got pole position. That was a job done on that one. And then got into lead at the start. And then the toes ran is massive, so I was just trying to put the car in the right position. And yeah, James had a couple of looks, but just managed to keep hold of it.
Absolutely. So a bit of a frantic first race for today. You've got 1 more to go. Game plan?
Well, we're starting 6th, 7th or 8th on the reverse grid, so just drive through the grid and have some fun. Finish the season off on a high.
Definitely finish it off on a high. Congratulations there, Patrick. Wonderful. We have got 2 big podiums to go through, so hopefully we've got a second place driver here somewhere through the vast crowd of people. Sam Heading, step on the magic cross there. I had a chat with you yesterday, actually, and we're going to see that over the lunch break. And you've had a few good results this year. You've got another good result. How was that from your point of view?
Yeah, it's great, especially at Silverstone. It's one of my favourite tracks. Obviously, the coolest track to be on the podium at, so that's good. Also, I had the win at Cadwell, obviously, so hopefully the next one I can get the win. But yeah, really good race.
Fantastic race, proper MX-5 racing?
Yeah, proper. You know, there was a lot of people that could have win it, but yeah, it was just hard to defend from Cousins. But luckily, I managed it in the end. Such a long track, such a big straight, so yeah.
Absolutely. And game plan, you've got the reverse grid coming up, so obviously there's going to be a bit more in front of you. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, game plan is obviously I'm going to be, at the back, so I'm going to try get all the moves done in lap 1 to make it a bit more exciting for everyone. But yeah, hopefully just, try get the P1 top of the step. That's the goal, isn't it?
Get the elbows out.
That's exactly that, yeah. Lap 1, keep watching.
Absolutely. No problem there. Congratulations on a wonderful podium. Now, hopefully, somewhere... Oh, Aidan Hills. How are we doing, sir?
Yeah, all right, mate, all right.
Step on the magic cross for us. Now, I won't talk about provisional titles yet. There's 1 race to go. What's your thoughts?
It's going to be a long 20 minutes, but I'm not going to change anything. We've had a win and a podium today, win yesterday, sorry. So yeah, just do the same. Race how I have all year. 1 more race. Just got to say it's a massive thanks to the team for putting such a good car together for me. We struggled a bit on Friday. We're struggling on pace, but the car's handling amazing. So a massive thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport, even Dave and Carol who can't be here, but a massive thanks to my dad who's put so much effort in this week to make sure the car's good. Like I said, we're lacking a bit of speed, but it doesn't matter too much. I've just got one more
one more race to get through, and hopefully we can get that title, but it feels like a long way away at the moment.
You say you're lacking in a bit of pace, but I've spoken to you twice this weekend on the podium, so the consistency's still there.
Yeah, to be honest, in that race, mate, I didn't really do a lot. I was just driving round and trying to keep my nose clean and defending when I needed to, but I wasn't fighting too hard. It was just one of those races where it was a lot of fun. I was just trying to sort of, for the first time in a very long time, racing with my head more than my heart, you know, so trying to be a bit smart with what I did. And to come through with a podium, I saw James had a penalty, which I'm a bit gutted about, obviously, because he's a teammate, but when I saw that, I sort of just thought I had a podium in the bag, so I was just going to settle there.
Fantastic. Well, Hayden, another superb podium. Hopefully we'll be talking to you again a bit later on. So hopefully we've got some club class drivers here to talk to. Kamal Cowsey should be here somewhere. Well, it's nice to talk to you again, Kamal. How was that race for you? Nice club win.
Great, yeah. It was a good win, good race, nice and clean. Had a nice few battles with my teammates as well, so love it. Yeah, great.
And a well set up car as well from Hills Motorsport.
Yeah, you look, everything goes to Hills Motorsport for all the coaching and the car and so on and so forth. So very happy, chuffed to bits.
Chuffed to bits indeed. And you've got a third race coming up. Can you do the three-peat?
Well, I will try. I will give it everything I've got. It's the last race of the season, so it's all in. It's all in now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Excellent.
Congratulations, Kamal. Fantastic job there. Our second place club driver should be here somewhere. Hopefully they're making a good job of rounding up all the drivers. Step on the magic cross.
All right.
Kamal's just that bit further up the road, isn't he?
Well, no, I had the pace. I just got boxed in by my teammate. He completely had me over, and then yeah, so I just lost the toe, and I was just sat there then.
Handbags in the lorry afterwards, then.
Yeah, I'll go and tell him off.
but apart from that, a good race for yourself?
Well, it's better than yesterday when my clutch went and I came last. So yeah, but managed to finish, and I've got to finish to keep the championship alive. So all it is finish, basically.
Finish, just keep the head going and get in there.
Yeah, just finish the races. It doesn't really matter where I finish. So. For the club championship, so yeah, it's all good.
Just keep it on the road.
Hopefully the car stays together because we've had a bit of a drama.
We'll keep our fingers and toes crossed.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
No problems. Congratulations. And Steve Kite, third place in club class, and the Masters win for it as well, which is good. How was that from you?
It was good. Again, like yesterday, it was great. Me and Rob had a superb race, swapping places, waving at each other down the straight. It was brilliant. We was having a right old grin.
It did look quite close on the footage back, but MX-5 racing, obviously you've done a number of other series over the years, but what is it that brings you to the Super Cup?
It's hard. It's hard, and it's fair, and it's fun. Everything's checked, so you know it's not someone's got a bent car, it's the wobbly bit behind the steering wheel that makes it fast and the setup, and that's what you want. Fair racing, close racing, and I reckon it's probably the hardest championship, one-make championship in the country.
Absolutely, it's certainly one of the most competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I'll be back next year. Now.
Back next year. Now, for now, you've got one more race to go. Yep. What's the game plan?
Hopefully have another good big grin on my face at the end of it. That's it.
That's what we like to hear. Steve Kite, congratulations on another club class podium. So that's 2 podiums for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. I'm pretty sure the drivers will be going to have a nice little friendly chat behind the screens after that started out. Now, for the lunch break, we've got some interviews that we actually filmed earlier today and yesterday. We're going to be reviewing them and playing them on a bit of a loop as such. So you'll be seeing my face a lot, chatting to a lot of the personalities up and down the grid. So we're going to cross over to that, and then we will be back after lunch with some more fantastic action. And we will see for the first time on circuit this weekend, CityCar Cup, UK Modified Fords as well. We've got some more champions to crown. It's going to be very exciting. But for now, over to the interviews. One driver that's right in the hunt for Mazda Super Cup success this year is this man, Aidan Hills. Now, Aidan, you've had some great success. You're coming to Silverstone, prepped and ready to go for the Super Cup. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, just get it over the line, you know. We've had a mega year. Started off, like the first 3 rounds, just, you know, my experience, I think, got me to where I was, and we won the first 7 of 9 races. So it was a mega start to the year. After that, it's not hit the brakes, you know. I've been consistent. I've had a couple of dodgy weekends, but coming into the last round with a nice lead, it's good. Yeah, just try and, like I said at the start, get it over the line and get this championship. Yeah.
Even though you say you've had a couple of dodgy weekends, there's still weekends where in theory you've been able to score, right?
Yeah, you know, we've gone to tracks that aren't necessarily my best circuits and managed to grind out results, a couple of podiums and stuff, and then we go to my better circuits where I managed to pick up wins again. So places like Cadwell, where I haven't really raced for 7 years, you know, to win a race and have another 2 podiums, that was a weekend for me that I really enjoyed, definitely.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to you, sir, and all the best for your SuperCup Championship challenge. And another one of our Mazda SuperCup front runners is this man here, James Cossins. James, you've had a very good year yourself, lots of podiums and good successes on the track. Talk us through this year.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, pretty happy with it all. Lots of second places, but I had the triple at Donington last time out, which was pretty satisfying to say the least. Yeah, podiums every single race weekend, and you know, it's the last race weekend of the season, so I hope that I'll come away with 3 more. It's been a good year for me, good year for Aiden as well, and all of the Hills Motorsport guys. You know, pretty fantastic job they've done for us, and yeah, I just hope that we'll keep it on track. Really, there's not much you can hit around here anyway, so we should be fine.
It is testament to this series, though, just how close it is going into the final race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Aiden has dominated this year, and there's still sort of a technicality that other people can win. But yeah, the series is uber competitive. You know, you're not going to be going anywhere else to find this level of well, capability of driver, capability of speed. You know, we haven't got the most powerful engines in the world, but it's all about the corners. We'll be going 3-4 wide. Sometimes qualifying between, you know, 1st to 15th is covered by a couple of tenths of a second, which is pretty good.
Very, very close. Well, we wish you all the best this weekend, and hopefully some more podiums for you. And Sam Heading I've got with us today to talk through his season in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup with Clapham North. Sam, your season 2023, how's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been a good season. You know, we've had some ups and downs, you know, reliability issues with the car, but yeah, now I think now the car's all right, we should be doing a bit better. Had the win at Cabwell, so yeah, it's been going all right, to be fair.
So at least you've got some silverware in the pot this year to sort of build on.
Yeah. It's really, it feels so good to be, you know, first year in cars, to have a 3rd, 2nd and 1st. You know, I've completed the whole step of the podium, so I've just got to hope for some more this weekend, really.
What about that man, Ali Bray? He's not actually racing this weekend, but it's good to have him supporting you.
Yeah, 100%. Really good to have him supporting. It's just a shame he's not out there with me to give me a tow in qualifying, but yeah, just see what we can do.
And one person who moved over from the Civic Cup to the Blue Oval is Matt Luff. Matt, your first season out in the Fiestas, how's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been a pretty good year. I think we're sitting 3rd currently in the championship. I think John Cooper's about 9 points behind, so it's pretty close. But I think this weekend, if we have a good few races, we can definitely claim 3rd in the championship. But like you said, we had a good year in Civics last year. It's been a big learning curve coming over, but I think for our first season, we've done pretty well.
One big learning curve, I guess, being the change from naturally aspirated, no torque, to small turbocharged engine, lots of torque.
Yeah, pretty much, bang on there. I think the diff makes a big difference. The way it brings in boost, very, very different to a Civic Cup. So yeah, that's been a massive challenge for me. But I think, you know, by about round 2 or 3, we was there or thereabouts, and I think that we made that adaptation quite well. And then since then, we've been all right. So yeah, it's been a good year.
So hopefully a good, clean last couple of races for you at this round. Moving on to 2024, what's your plan? What's your plans?
Everyone asks this question. I mean, I think same as everyone, it's always down to budget. You know, if the budget was there, I'd go and do TCR or something tomorrow. I think, you know, we'll have to wait and see what comes up over the winter. I'd like to do Fiestas again. I think we'll have a really good chance at the title next year if we give it a proper go. I'd never say no to a return to Civics. I had a really good year last season, so yeah, I'm happy to do that. And also the Audi TT Championship, that looks quite good. So yeah, I think we'll just have to see what happens over the winter, see where our budget's at, and go from there.
No problem. Well, congratulations on a wonderful year, and hopefully some clean races today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we've popped up to the pit lane and bumped into some friends of the Brscc with the mini racing club. Endaf Owens, these cars are absolutely fantastic to drive, aren't they?
Yeah, they're awesome. Watching them go now gives you a good... I wish I was here now, but no, they're mega. Yeah.
You're not out in the car this weekend?
No, I got a couple of cars I'm looking after, and my car wasn't ready, so just come and watch and support.
Absolutely, and at lunchtime I know we're all pausing to sort of pay tribute to a lost friend of the club.
Peter, yeah, he's he was a 7-time Mini Miglia champion, and prior to that he was racing minis since he was in his 20s, I think, and I think he amassed something like 600 wins in various minis over the years. So yeah, he's an absolute mini legend.
And it's kind of a testament to the cars themselves and the club that you can still get such good grids, fantastic racing, and a championship that's probably one of the most popular in the country.
Yeah, I mean it's absolutely amazing. There's 65 cars this weekend, I think, over the classes, and yeah, I mean it's a car that's what, 60 years old, nearly as old as me. But yeah, I mean it's still attracting youngsters as well. Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean I've been involved since I was about 18 in and around the championship, and yeah, it's something you can't sort of like shake really once you get into it.
Absolutely. And Endaf, how have you found the newfound YouTube fame?
Oh, we'll cut that one out now. Yeah, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? Just something to look back for with the kids' years in years' time.
Absolutely. And plans for next year, guys?
I don't know, my boy's racing, we do autograss racing, so he takes all my time up, and I get as much of a buzz helping him, and most of the time. So he might get into one of these in a couple of years, we'll see how it goes.
And what about yourself?
I shall continue to help Bill Solis with his little team, and I think he might even be venturing out on track himself as well. So yeah, just helping to run a couple of cars really.
Outstanding. Well, pleasure to talk to you guys, and I look forward to a good weekend's racing. Right, we're door stopping some more racing drivers, normally in their normal position, sat in the race car. You've had a mega season, haven't you?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been pretty good. The second half of the year has definitely come alive a little bit more. But yeah, no, I'm just having fun. I'm having the most fun I've had in the car, and I'm just enjoying it. And with that, seems to be coming some pretty good results.
I'll make sure I introduce you as well. This is Luke Pullen, by the way, who had a mega result at Donington. I was watching the live stream. I was absolutely overjoyed for you.
Oh, thank you. You know, I really appreciate it. You know, it was really nice after Donington. I just got so much love from everyone in the paddock, and it's such a nice place to be. And you know, it's credit to the Brscc and obviously the organisation itself. It's just a great place to be. So to share that win with so many people just felt great.
And this Gaz Shop's MX-5 Championship is a hell of a championship, isn't it?
One hell of a championship. We started in 2020. It was my first go in car racing. I never really karted, and it's just so competitive. And you know, if you've got anything that breaks on the car, someone wants to help, because we're all here to just have the biggest hack that we can. It's great.
So, game plan for this weekend?
Fire everyone off. Time for making friends is over. I've established myself as Mr. Nice Guy. It's time to flip the script. No, to tell the truth, the plan, I wouldn't mind getting a few more wins to add to the list now. The shelf at home's looking quite nice. I want to add to it, so we'll try our best. But at the very least, you know, we'll go out, have fun, and yeah, push each other along. I think it's going to be a bit of a train this weekend.
Absolutely. Time to nip down to IKEA, get yourself another cabinet.
100%. That's the plan. That's the plan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for talking to us, Luke.
Anytime.
Fiesta ST150 time now, and I've grabbed Sam Beckett for a chat, who's been on the pace all year in these cars. Sam, how's it been racing in this series? Kind of revitalised from the STXR Challenge.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've done it for quite a while, so four or 5 years now. Nearly won it last year, and then obviously, yeah, we've been on the pace all year. We've had to, you know, figure out the grip levels on the new tyre this year, you know, that's been put in. So it's been a challenge, to be fair. First round didn't quite go our way. We had a DNF, and then had to battle from the back and come through. So that they were our lowest scores all year. But then since then, we had 2 4th places here at the national circuit, and then I think I had 8 consecutive podiums and a win in there as well. So, you know, yeah, it really sort of brought me championship hopes alive again, because I was a bit like down in the dumps after Snetterton. Yeah. But yeah, it's been amazing. I've never come into a final round leading. I've always been the chaser, so it's comfortable in a way. But then always in the back of your mind that I've got to do this, the bare minimum. So, you know, today is just doing the bare minimum, doing the best I can, and yeah, qualifying went well, sort of. Just haven't quite got the 1 out lap pace. But race pace wise, it's dead consistent, and we're there or thereabouts. So
it's just about keeping your nose clean and hope you can bring it home.
Yeah, exactly. We've also got to try and do a 1-2 as well. So Dan is second in the championship at the moment. So it'll be cool to get a 1-2 for SBR Motorsport. So yeah, I'll try and do my best for him as well.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to you today. Hopefully you get yourself some solid results and bring it home.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Fantastic. We spoke to Sam Beckett earlier and he mentioned his good friend Dan Robinson, who's ready to go for the ST150s. And Dan, what's it been like racing in these cars this year? A sort of an improvement on the STXR Challenger revamp?
Yeah, I mean, it's been mega competitive. Every race we've got sort of 6 or 7 and you wouldn't be able to pick which one and be on pole. It's my first season racing, so it's nice to be at the front and racing with people that have won loads of different championships. You know, they've won. Tom's raced in F4, Sam was the runner-up last year, so the competition's it's mega.
Absolutely. And what is it about these cars that attracts you to the series?
My dad raced them a couple of years ago, and it's just sort of it was a really good step into the motorsport for anyone that's looking to start, and it's just cost effective and it's really good racing, so yeah, it was a bit of a no-brainer.
Had a good qualifying session this morning. You'll be hoping for 2 clean races.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, just need to keep my nose clean and we'll be fine. I mean, Sam's pretty much got the championship wrapped up. We're hoping to bring home a 1-2 for the team, which in the first season of the team ever sort of existing it'd be a mega result for all of us.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to you, sir. Hopefully 2 clean races today and bring it home.
Perfect. Thank you.
And another venerable runner with the ST150s is Jade Goodwin now. Jade, you've been racing with these cars this year. How's 2023 been so far for you?
2023 has been interesting. I've been learning a lot, obviously stepping up to cars this year for the first time. First weekend out in the SBR car, which is really good. It's been really good getting to grips with it and having the support from the team.
They're a great chassis, these Fiestas, so is it a good car to sort of get up to speed very quickly and sort of learn the front wheel drive?
Yeah, definitely as well, and I think because the speed's quite low down, it's nice to sort of learn your corner speeds because they're pretty much flat out. So, you know, eventually when you step up to the bigger stuff, it's a good push-off point.
Fantastic. And the plans going into next year, a bit more of the same?
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be running with SBR next year. Just brought this car, so I own a race car now, which is pretty cool statement to say. But yeah, it's great that I own a car as lovely to drive as the one I have.
You own a race car, probably one of the best things you can say, so nothing wrong with that. But good luck today, and hope you have 2 good clean races.
Thank you, me too. Last one of the season, so it could get a little bit hairy. But yeah, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Another one of the front runners in the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship this weekend is none other than Jordan Pimley. Now, Jordan, the last time I probably spoke to you would have been after the torrential rain last to first victory at Snetterton. Just talk us through how 2023 has been for you.
Yeah, we had a bit of a rocky start with engine issues troubling us for the first half of the season. An exceptional, in my books, win at Brands Hatch, again in the wet, so obviously being a leveller for performance. Once we've sorted those engine issues out at Snetterton, the rest of the year has been absolutely fantastic.
And going into the final round in contention for the title, what's your game plan? You've already put it on pole this morning.
Yeah, so it's a long shot. The plan is literally just to take home some silverware. Matt basically can afford 2 6th places, and that's if I get 2 wins and 2 fastest laps. So it's a long shot, but it's doable.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best this weekend. You've already made a good start to it, so hopefully some good races to come.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we look to put on an exciting show, so let's see what happens.
No worries. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you very much.
And one of the main front runners for the Gaz Shocks MX-5 Championship is none other than this man, Steve Foden. Steve, you've had a miraculous 2023, hard-fought racing, good one-mate racing.
Absolutely, I think we had the car at the start of the season. We had 12 wins this season, I think, to my name. Yeah, just massive credit to Rob Austin Racing, to my sponsors, Dave Percy at Urban Design and Consult, Cheshire Riding School and Rock Oil. Those guys have been, fundamental. And my dad, my girlfriend, Sophie, she brings brownies to every round. If you've not had one, I would suggest coming over and trying one. And I think, it's a massive team effort. And, this weekend is so much pressure. So we've just got to try and make sure we just bring the car home in one piece. finish where we need to finish, and hopefully it will be champagne on Sunday evening.
Now, playing as sort of commentator's devil's advocate, you've just had an engine change in this, haven't you?
Yes, we have. Well, we've had some issues for the last few rounds that probably the whole paddock knows about. But yeah, yesterday we decided that it's about time that we bit the bullet and decided to change the engine for the spare one. So the guys got that in, managed to get out and do a full test session in it yesterday. It seems okay, and obviously we finished P4 in qualifying and it felt quite strong. So yeah, I think with changing engines, it's always a risk either way if you decide to change it or not. So we've just got to keep our fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Well, Steve, it's a credit to have you in the paddock. Very best of luck this weekend and some clean races.
Thank you very much. And yeah, just want to say good luck to the other competitors as well. Adam Sparrow, I can't think of a better, and me and him get on like house on fire, and as I do with all of the other front runners in this paddock. I think it's a fantastic championship, a fantastic group of people, particularly this year. More than any year. So I just want to say good luck to everybody else as well.
Well done, very sporting. Thanks, Steve. Away from the race cars for the moment, I've managed to grab Nick Goff, who actually races in the CityCar Cup, but you're here for a more important reason than that this weekend. You're here with Driven Minds.
That's right, yeah, we're here as Driven Minds this weekend, supporting racers, marshals, officials and mechanics, and pretty much anyone really who's involved in motorsport, just trying to sort of push forward the message that we need to speak about mental health more, and we need to be there to support each other through things.
And what's your sort of plans this weekend? You've got a presentation to do as well with the student motorsport?
That's right, yeah, so we're up in the international wing at the minute doing a presentation with student motorsport, as you mentioned, just to start getting the students thinking about mindset, race prep, and sort of get themselves into the right headspace going forward for hopefully long careers in motorsport, which, as we all know, can be quite tricky at times.
Absolutely. And Driven Minds has announced its partnership with the Brscc this year. How's it looking going into 2024?
Fantastic so far for 2023. This is our second weekend with Brscc, and we need to have a conversation over winter, but I think so far all feedback has been really positive. The Brscc have been great, giving us space and giving us a platform to really air Driven Minds. So yeah, hopefully we can take that forward next year.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get back to your presentation now, Nick. But yes, they're all down this weekend. Nick's got a team of people down with Driven Minds to look after the races. And I will say as well, I'm very proud to be an ambassador for the organisation also. Hi everyone, welcome back to the Silverstone Finals live stream. You join us during the lunch break in the Silverstone pit lane. We've got these immaculate cars here from the Mini 7 Racing Club. The Mini Miglias and the Mini 7s are paying tribute to a long-term ambassador, 7-time champion Peter Baldwin, and we've got friends of the series that have come down. They're taking some pictures down at the pit lane, and they're going to be paying tribute. Now, what we're going to be doing as well is just walking down and speaking to some of the personalities of the Mini 7 Racing Club to pay tribute. And the first person I'm going to speak to actually is Gareth Baldwin. So, Gareth, we're here with Peter's car now. Just your tribute to a great man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very proud of my dad and everything he achieved. As a wee nipper, going around the circuits all over the country, all over Europe, it's a lovely tribute, and obviously the Minis was his life. So for the Mini 7 Club to put this on and have this tribute is just a lovely finale to what's been an amazing month since Dad passed away.
And I must say, especially after the qualifying this morning, I believe the racing today is going to be a great way to pay tribute to him also, because let's be honest, Miglia racing hasn't changed over the years. It's still been spectacularly close, fun racing.
Well, I think the Minis always bring the crowds in because they're so entertaining, so competitive, so close. But there is great camaraderie in the Mini 7 Club as well, so that's a lovely thing to see. I had a little sniff of it with 18 months of being in my dad's car. I wouldn't say racing it, I drove it. So yeah, I can appreciate just how special it is.
And 7-time champion as well, obviously you feel the pride in the fact that your dad will forever be etched into the history of the club and of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think the things that have really shocked people is when they hear that he was 72 and 73 when he won his 6th and 7th title, and that even at age 80 he won in the historic Minis at Thruxton. So, you know, just things that you look back on and just feel immensely proud of of what was achieved, and huge thanks to June, who's been a major part of the team Baldwin in making that possible.
Absolutely. Now, June, doesn't want to talk to us. That's absolutely fine. Obviously, emotion's still very raw on the day, but she's here paying tribute.
Yeah, I mean, June and Dad were a formidable team, and June did an amazing job looking after Dad in the last couple of years when his health's not been so fantastic. So I think from every perspective, June is Dad, and I think everyone in the paddock has been so lovely and warm in welcoming her and me back in today, and you can just tell the respect there is for Dad as well. 7-time champion, 700 odd wins and 50 championships in all of his time. It was his life, so I think it's quite a fitting end.
A fine racer and an absolute gentleman. Thank you for talking to us, Gareth.
Cheers,
a couple of other people we do want to speak to. I'm hoping to speak to and catch Rupert Death. Yes, so Rupert, we're just chatting to Gareth as well. Your tributes to a great man.
Where do I start? The reason we're here, or I'm stood here, is because of him. Got me involved helping him back in the early 90s, and it escalated from there, really. I used to mechanic for him, and then he one day said to me, "Why don't you go and get your licence, Rupert?" And I was like, "Really?" So booked a session, came up here, got my odds, and went back to Peter. I said, "Peter, I've got my licence." He goes, "Oh, well done, mate." He goes, "Fancy having going in that?" And there he was, pointing at his Metro Turbo. And yeah, it all started from there, really.
And to race alongside him on the grid must have been absolutely sensational.
Oh, it was amazing. He was always very critical of everything he did, but yeah, I think the reason that I've become a fairly good competitive racer is down to him. I always took on board what he's got to tell me and say, and he's almost like a second dad to me.
Absolutely, and like a fine wine, he got better with age. Gareth mentioned the age he was when he got the 6th and 7th title.
Oh, yeah, truly amazing, especially for a man in his 70s to achieve that. Yeah, that is an inspiration for all of us.
Thank you for paying tribute to him, and I think the best way to round it off today would be for the Minis to do what they usually do and have some brilliant racing.
Put on a good race, oh definitely, and yeah, stay tuned, and hopefully we'll put on a good show for you guys.
Fantastic. Well, that was a very touching tribute there, Rupert. A pleasure to speak to you today. So, as you can see, we've got the car still in the pit lane there. So this is number 1 forever will be Peter Baldwin with the Mini 7 Racing Club. After the touching tributes from Rupert Death and from Gareth Baldwin, I've got Colin Peacock from the Mini 7 Racing Club. Your tribute to a great man.
Well, yes, I knew him in many different capacities. Obviously, on the track as a competitor, where he was awesome. Someone to beat the yardstick for many years into his 70s. Not sure there's many people winning a championship as competitive as the Mini Miglias in their 70s, but he did it twice. But also, Pete and June ran my car, I ran in his car, I should say, for a season, which was a joy. Just being around the family and being around Pete and June, it was a terrific. I learned a lot.
Absolutely, and it's a testament that the series is still thriving today with what they've got, and it's a testament to the paddock as well that so many turned out to pay tribute.
Yeah, no, it's a real loss for the club, and we've had various losses this year. We've lost Mick Cable, we've lost Stuart Hunt, and of course now Peter Baldwin. So it's been a sad year in many ways for the club, but also joy, because there's we've come here with 65 cars, so the club's in buoyant health, and they clearly wanted to recognise Peter and June and the whole thing that they brought to the club, and setting a standard that I think would be hard to beat.
Certainly will do, and I think the best way to pay tribute to him will be to have some fantastic racing this afternoon, which we know it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, and I know Peter will hope that I win, so so he'll be out there looking down and hoping that I win, or looking at me and saying, "You should do better here, you should do better here." But he's a great man, sorely missed, and we hope that at least June and the family can continue with the club.
A great man and 7-time champion. Thank you for paying tribute.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much. One driver that's right in the hunt for Mazda SuperCup success this year is this man, Aidan Hills. Now, Aidan, you've had some great success. You're coming to Silverstone, prepped and ready to go for the SuperCup. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, just get it over the line. You know, we've had a mega year. Started off like the first 3 rounds. You know, my experience I think got me to where I was, and we won the first 7 of 9 races. So it was a mega start to the year. After that, it's not hit the brakes. You know, I've been consistent. I've had a couple of dodgy weekends, but coming into the last round with a nice lead, it's good. Yeah, just try and, like I said at the start, get it over the line and get this championship. Yeah.
Even though you say you've had a couple of dodgy weekends, there's still weekends where in theory you've been able to score, right?
Yeah, you know, we've gone to tracks that aren't necessarily my best circuits and managed to grind out results, a couple of podiums and stuff, and then we go to my better circuits where I managed to pick up wins again. So a place like Cadwell, where I haven't really raced for 7 years, you know, to win a race and have another 2 podiums, that was a weekend for me that I really enjoyed, definitely.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to you, sir, and all the best for your SuperCup Championship challenge. And another one of our Mazda SuperCup front runners is this man here, James Cossins. James, you've had a very good year yourself, lots of podiums and good successes on the track. Talk us through this year.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Pretty happy with it all. Lots of second places, but I had the triple at Donington last time out, which was pretty satisfying to say the least. Yeah, podiums every single race weekend, and you know, it's the last race weekend of the season, so I hope that I'll come away with 3 more. It's been a good year for me, good year for Aidan as well, and all of the Hills Motorsport guys. You know, pretty fantastic job they've done for us, and yeah, I just hope that we'll keep it on track. Really, there's not much you can hit around here anyway, so we should be fine.
It is testament to this series, though, just how close it is going into the final race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Aidan has dominated this year, and there's still sort of a technicality that other people can win. But yeah, the series is uber competitive. You know, you're not going to be going anywhere else to find this level of well, capability of driver, capability of speed. You know, we haven't got the most powerful engines in the world, but it's all about the corners. We'll be going 3-4 wide. Sometimes qualifying between, you know, 1st to 15th is covered by a couple of tenths of a second, which is pretty good.
Very, very close. Well, we wish you all the best this weekend and hopefully some more podiums for you. And Sam Heading I've got with us today to talk through his season in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup with Clapham North. Sam, your season 2023, how's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been a good season. You know, we've had some ups and downs, you know, reliability issues with the car, but yeah, now I think now the car's all right, we should be doing a bit better. Had the win at Cadwell, so yeah, it's been going all right, to be fair.
So at least you've got some silverware in the pot this year to sort of build on.
Yeah. It's really, it feels so good to be, you know, first year in cars, to have a 3rd, 2nd and 1st. You know, I've completed the whole step of the podium, so I've just got to hope for some more this weekend, really.
What about that man, Ali Bray? He's not actually racing this weekend, but it's good to have him supporting you.
Yeah, 100%. Really good to have him supporting. It's just a shame he's not out there with me to give me a tow in qualifying, but yeah, just see what we can do.
And one person who moved over from the Civic Cup to the Blue Oval is Matt Luff. Matt, your first season out in the Fiestas, how's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been a pretty good year. I think we're sitting 3rd currently in the championship. I think John Cooper's about 9 points behind, so it's pretty close. But I think this weekend, if we have a good few races, we can definitely claim 3rd in the championship. But like I said, we had a good year in Civics last year. It's been a big learning curve coming over, but I think for our first season, we've done pretty well.
One big learning curve, I guess, being the change from naturally aspirated, no torque, to small turbocharged engine, lots of torque.
Yeah, pretty much, bang on there. I think the diff makes a big difference. The way it brings in boost, very, very different to a Civic Cup. So yeah, that's been a massive challenge for me. But I think, you know, by about round 2 or 3, we was there or thereabouts, and I think that we made that adaptation quite well. And then since then, we've been all right. So yeah, it's been a good year.
So hopefully a good, clean last couple of races for you at this round. Moving on to 2024, what's your plans?
Everyone asks this question. I mean, I think same as everyone, it's always down to budget. You know, if the budget was there, I'd go and do TCR or something tomorrow. I think, you know, we'll have to wait and see what comes up over the winter. I'd like to do Fiestas again. I think we'll have a really good chance at the title next year if we give it a proper go. I'll never be I'd never say no to a return to Civics. I had a really good year last season, so yeah, I'm happy to do that. And also the Audi TT Championship, that looks quite good. So yeah, I think we'll just have to see what happens over the winter, see where our budget's at, and go from there.
No problem. Well, congratulations on a wonderful year, and hopefully some clean races today.
Thank you very much.
So we've popped up to the pit lane and bumped into some friends of the Brscc with the mini racing club. Endaf Owens, these cars are absolutely fantastic to drive, aren't they?
Yeah, they're awesome. Watching them go now gives you a good. I wish I was here now, but no, they're mega. Yeah.
You're not out in the car this weekend?
No, I got a couple of cars I'm looking after, and my car wasn't ready, so just come and watch and support.
Absolutely. And at lunchtime, I know we're all pausing to sort of pay tribute to a lost friend of the club.
Peter, yeah, he's he was a 7-time Mini Miglia champion, and prior to that, he was racing minis since he was in his 20s, I think, and I think he amassed something like 600 wins in various minis over the years. So yeah, he's an absolute mini legend.
And it's kind of a testament to the cars themselves and the club that you can still get such good grids, fantastic racing, and a championship that's probably one of the most popular in the country.
Yeah, I mean it's absolutely amazing. There's 65 cars this weekend, I think, over the classes, and yeah, I mean it's a car that's what 60 years old, nearly as old as me. But yeah, I mean it's still attracting youngsters as well. Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, I've been involved since I was about 18 in and around the championship, and yeah, it's something you can't sort of like shake really once you get into it.
Absolutely. And Endaf, how have you found the newfound YouTube fame?
Oh, we'll cut that one out now. Yeah, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? Just something to look back for with the kids' years in years' time.
Absolutely. And plans for next year, guys?
I don't know, my boy's racing, we do autograss racing, so he takes all my time up, and I get as much of a buzz helping him, and most of the time. So he might get into one of these in a couple of years, we'll see how it goes.
And what about yourself?
I shall continue to help Bill Solis with his little team, and I think he might even be venturing out on track himself as well. So yeah, just helping to run a couple of cars really.
Outstanding. Well, pleasure to talk to you guys, and I look forward to a good weekend's racing. Right, we're door stopping some more racing drivers, normally in their normal position, sat in the race car. You've had a mega season, haven't you?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been pretty good. The second half of the year has definitely come alive a little bit more. But yeah, no, I'm just having fun. I'm having the most fun I've had in the car, and I'm just enjoying it. And with that, seems to be coming some pretty good results.
I'll make sure I introduce you as well. This is Luke Pullen, by the way, who had a mega result at Donington. I was watching the live stream. I was absolutely overjoyed for you.
Oh, thank you. You know, I really appreciate it. You know, it was really nice after Donington. I just got so much love from everyone in the paddock, and it's such a nice place to be. And you know, it's credit to the Brscc and obviously the organisation itself. It's just a great place to be. So to share that win with so many people just felt great.
And this Gaz Shop's MX-5 Championship is a hell of a championship, isn't it?
One hell of a championship. We started in 2020. It was my first go in car racing. I never really karted, and it's just so competitive. And you know, if you've got anything that breaks on the car, someone wants to help, because we're all here to just have the biggest hack that we can. It's great.
So, game plan for this weekend?
Fire everyone off. Time for making friends is over. I've established myself as Mr. Nice Guy. It's time to flip the script. No, to tell the truth, the plan, I wouldn't mind getting a few more wins to add to the list now. The shelf at home's looking quite nice. I want to add to it, so we'll try our best. But at the very least, you know, we'll go out, have fun, and yeah, push each other along. I think it's going to be a bit of a train this weekend.
Absolutely. Time to nip down to IKEA, get yourself another cabinet.
100%. That's the plan. That's the plan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for talking to us, Luke.
Anytime.
Fiesta ST150 time now, and I've grabbed Sam Beckett for a chat, who's been on the pace all year in these cars. Sam, how's it been racing in this series? Kind of revitalised from the STXR Challenge.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've done it for quite a while, so four or 5 years now. Nearly won it last year, and then obviously, yeah, we've been on the pace all year. We've had to, you know, figure out the grip levels on the new tyre this year. that's been put in. So it's been a challenge, to be fair. First round didn't quite go our way. We had a DNF, and then had to battle from the back and come through. So that they were our lowest scores all year. But then since then we had 2 4th places here at the national circuit, and then I think I had 8 consecutive podiums and a win in there as well. So, it really sort of brought me championship hopes alive again, because I was a bit down in the dumps after Snetterton. But it's been amazing. I've never come into a final round leading. I've always been the chaser, so it's comfortable in a way. But then always in the back of your mind that I've got to do this, the bare minimum. So, today is just doing the bare minimum, doing the best I can, and qualifying went well, sort of. Just haven't quite got the 1 out lap pace, but race pace wise, it's dead consistent, and we're there or thereabouts. So
it's just about keeping your nose clean and hope you can bring it home.
Yeah, exactly. We've also got to try and do a 1-2 as well. So Dan is 2nd in the championship at the moment. So it'll be cool to get a 1-2 for SBR Motorsport. So I'll try and do my best for him as well.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to you today. Hopefully you get yourself some solid results and bring it home.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Fantastic. We spoke to Sam Beckett earlier, and he mentioned his good friend Dan Robinson, who's ready to go for the ST150s. And Dan, what's it been like racing in these cars this year? A sort of an improvement on the STXR Challenge, a revamp?
Yeah, I mean, it's been mega competitive. Every race we've got sort of 6 or 7, and you wouldn't be able to pick which one to be on pole. It's my first season racing, so it's nice to be at the front and racing with people that have won loads of different championships. They've won. Tom's raced in F4, Sam was the runner-up last year, so the competition's it's mega.
Absolutely. And what is it about these cars that attracts you to the series?
My dad raced them a couple of years ago, and it's just sort of it was a really good step into the motorsport for anyone that's looking to start, and it's just cost effective and it's really good racing, so yeah, it was a bit of a no-brainer.
Had a good qualifying session this morning. You'll be hoping for 2 clean races.
Yeah, hopefully. Just need to keep my nose clean and we'll be fine. I mean, Sam's pretty much got the championship wrapped up. We're hoping to bring home a 1-2 for the team, which in the first season of the team ever sort of existing it'd be a mega result for all of us.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to you, sir. Hopefully 2 clean races today and bring it home.
Perfect. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Brscc live stream. I hope you enjoyed the interviews we did over the lunch period. It certainly was good fun making them. Now, as you can see behind me, cars are out on circuit for the first of this afternoon's races. It's the CityCar Cup incorporating the Student Motorsport Challenge. I don't know about you, Scott. I'm really looking forward to this one. It's up to Scott Woodwis, who's in the commentary box.
That makes you and me both, that one, Rob. Thank you very much, and welcome back to those who are back for our afternoon programme of races here on finals on Sunday. It's finals weekend here at Silverstone. As Rob was rightly said, it is CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge on grid for the first race. Here's the grid for race number 1. Stuart Bliss, second in the championship, takes pole position alongside Christopher McKenzie on the front row of the grid. And it's rookie Josh Jackson, one of his best qualifying results, 3rd fastest, ahead of Richard Jepp, who's also on Student Motorsport pole. Championship leader Elliot Lettis back in 5th, but his task should be pretty elementary. Dominic Fletcher in P6, and Joe Moss and Liam Browning for Boston College. And then the rest of the top 10 is filled out by Andrew Dyer and Bradley Porter. Then it's Jack Wheeler and Hayden Payne on row 6. Row 7 is Richard Snuggs and Alex Foden. Row 8 is Louis Torres and Richard Semmons from Alex Blees and Arthur Simonday for Queen Ethelbergers on the 9th row of the grid. And that's followed by Benjamin Bastow, by Duncan Stone and Andrew Payne. Then Benjamin Bastow and Bob Bannister. Patrick Booth and Craig Flynn ahead of Amelia Vincent for Wiltshire College and Ian Howard. Then Ben Shaw and John Nicholson. Prem Gindel and Tom Hartwell. James Smith, Peter Bauer and Alistair Mearing rounds out the 33-car entry for our season finale for CityCar Cup and SMC this weekend. So essentially, in terms of the championship, it is pretty much, as far as we can see, an elementary task for Elliot Lettuce. We'll see he's in the lead by just a handful of points, but essentially on drop scores he can still claim the title in many cases, almost regardless of what happens. So we'll see if he can pick his way up from 5th and just take it steady. But for Stuart Bliss, all the pressure is on him. The 5-second wall goes up, the red lights go on, and the first CityCar Cup race of the day here at Silverstone is underway. It's a strong start from Richard Jett from the second row of the grid. He's already possibly trying to make designs on Josh Jackson's 3rd place. They make their way down towards Abbey for the first time, and it's Stuart Bliss who's got the better start and the whole shot down towards Abbey Corner, and he leads. It's now 2nd place for Mackenzie. 3rd place will go the way of Richard Jett as he's up the inside of Josh Jackson to pick up P3 from the man who started in 3rd on the grid. The rest of the field goes pouring through, all 33 of them. Now they head down towards the complex, and now he's trying to make some challenges. It looks like Elliot Lettuce. No, it's not Elliot Lettuce. It is, in fact, Chris Mackenzie, who's in 2nd place, battling away there with, it looks like, yes, it looks like Richard Jett. A couple of cars running wide further back, but apart from that, all seems to be well. They turn their way out through the right-hander. They're going to make their way onto the pit, onto the back straight to see if they can hold on to the position. As they make their way onto the Hanger straight for the first time. It should well be a fairly simple task. Elliot Lettuce is just having a look around. He's thinking about trying to make a move on Richard Jett. He's trying to squeeze the gap between Chris Mackenzie on his left and Richard Jett directly in front of him. Richard Bliss is trying to get away here already early doors. There goes Elliot Lettuce in the black and gold number 3 car with the red graphics on the side as well. He is championship leader. He is hoping to try and get this one wrapped up if possible. So down towards the complex they go, and it should be under brakes. Lettuce tries to get the switch back on Mackenzie, which he might try and do if he can hold on neatly here. Looks around the outside, runs a little wide over the curb on the exit. Got to be careful, doesn't gain too much of an advantage. More cars running wide. Joe Moss was one of them. A couple of the other Auto Bliss cars involved in that too. Looks like possibly, I think one was Dominic Fletcher. The other one, I'm not 100% who the other one was. But across the line they come, and it is Stuart Bliss who leads the way at the end of lap number 1 from Richard Jett in 2nd place, who was also, of course, the student motorsport leader for Team Northbrook Racing. His task is also pretty much a formality as well in terms of where he is with the points. So Jett and Bliss in 2nd and 1st respectively. Lettuce is up to 3rd, 4th place for Mackenzie, 5th place for Jackson, 6th for Moss. So Jackson and Moss are the best of the novices in the field. 7th for Dominic Fletcher, and he's having a battle with, by the looks of it, that is Jack Wheeler. Meanwhile, off the road has gone Prem Gins. Out of the race he's gone. As they come onto the back straight, you can see they've got Richard Snuggs, Wheeler, I think Hayden Payne's in there as well, as is also Porter and Dyer in the number 11 car as well. He's racing on behalf of Brscc this season, and joined mid-season. Has been quite a strong driver, particularly in these cars. So at the moment, Lettuce is doing really all he really needs to do, which is keep it clean, keep it in a good position, and hold on to 3rd place. Because ultimately, it means that he can just keep the advantage, and it looks as though that Lettuce won't really get outscored too much. Even if he does get outscored, he can fall back on drop scores on that side. So as they make their way onto the complex at Vale and Club and back onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, they're all bunching up a little bit here. This is now for, looks like particularly 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th in particular. You've got Dominic Fletcher, Liam Browning for Boston College, Bradley Porter and Andrew Dye, who slipped back to 12th. There's one of the Colin Gwent cars in car number 9. Which is Ben Shaw, and he's having a battle with the 87 car. That's Alistair Mearing, who started right at the 97 car. He's Alistair Mearing, right towards the back of the field. You can see jostling for position. Just for those who haven't seen the CityCar Cup before, it's all the same cars mechanically underneath. It's either a choice of a Citroen's first generation Citroen C1, Peugeot 107, or Toyota Aygo. All of them are made in the same factory in the Czech Republic. So even though there might be some different bodywork, like branding and bodywork on these cars in terms of headlights and rear tail lights and badges and everything else, mechanically all 3 cars are absolutely they're all the same car underneath in terms of mechanicals. So you can pull apart from a Toyota Aygo, put it onto a Citroen C1, it'll do exactly the same job in exactly the same way. And that's what makes these cars so cost effective. You can pick up, I think originally when they were putting these cars together, you could even buy a ready-made one for around about something like, ridiculous, like £7,000 or £8,000 upwards, which makes them really cost effective, and I think there's a reason why we've got 33 of them here this weekend. Their first ever race as a championship back in 2021. I think the club expected sort of 20 to 25, and 38 turned up on the first round, which was quite an occasion. It really has inspired quite a few people to get involved. And of course, we talk about the Student Motorsport Challenge, which has been formed by Student Motorsport and John Paul Latham and all his supporters, and that's a contest for universities, colleges and other educational institutions that want to go racing and help their students and their pupils. and it allows teams to compete against each other. You've got two of them here in the mix. You've got Boston College in the white car, and that was Chat Wheeler trying to get up the inside of Joe Moss before. That was West Suffolk College, and that was a 37 car clattering Ian Howard getting to the side of somebody, and I think possibly that might be his race at least severely compromised. He locked up going into Vale and just clattered into the side of somebody in front. This battle going on here, that is Andrew Dyer in the, it says on the time screen Citroen C1, but it's not. It's one of the Auto Bliss Toyota Igos that he's in. So he's taken over one of those cars. I think that's the same car which Richard Bliss has driven a couple of times also, I think, or at least at one point he has. I know that Andrew's also driven that car a couple of times too, particularly at the start of the season at Snetterton. So Stuart Bliss pulling away. Still Jepp in second place, Lettuce in third, Mackenzie fourth, and Josh Jackson in P5. Ooh, a sideways moment there. That was for Dominic Fletcher in car 14. He loses several spots to all the cars behind him. And that's the key thing with these cars. It's all about momentum. If you really do lose the train and lose the run of speed and lose the consistency, it takes a couple of laps to get you back towards it. And while another series where you might lose 1 or 2 places, in this championship, you can lose 7 or 8 at least if you're not careful, because everyone's all packed together. Out of the race is Ian Howard, so the damage he sustained after clattering into the side of one of the other cars down at the Vale corner means that he's out of the race very early. And there is Andrew Dyer battling with Richard Snuggs as he goes round the outside to pick up a position. And there is Ian Howard's car. He's tried to pull the car off one of the escape roads, but that may, in terms of position, I don't know if that's going to foster maybe at least either double wave yellow so they can push it backwards. Is that going to warrant a safety car? I'm not 100% to be honest. He's pulled it off on a relatively safe part, one of the escape roads, but it's not behind the barrier, so I wonder if that could be part of the decision process as Dominic Fletcher gets into more dramas. That was with Hayden Payne, got 2 wheels up onto the curb. It's killed his momentum, and now Arthur Simonday for Queen Ethelburgers, which is a team run by a sixth form project rather than colleges and universities. And the Queen Ethelburgers has been one of the finds of the Student Motorsport Challenge. There they go, car 12, Arthur Simonday, the American. And Arthur really has been a real boost to the team and helping them get up there and score some strong results. There's confirmation Ian Howard is out of the race, bottom right of the screen. Now the top 3 pull away here with Bliss still Jepp ahead of Jepp and Lettuce at this point as they turn out of the right-hander. Meanwhile, you've got Snuggs, Dyer, Duncan Stone in there too. 41 is Alex Foden. He's ahead of Bradley Porter in the blue and black machine. These top 3 are doing the job they need to, particularly Stuart Bliss. He's doing everything he can, but ultimately, whilst Lettuce is still scoring pretty well, it's not really going to make too much of a difference when it comes to the championship points. Because in terms of dropped scores, literally the worst results which Elliott has is a 39 points, 41, and then a 45, which he scored back at Snetterton. So even if he has another worse result, the next worst result he'll have is 46, because he'll gain back 39 points. And then Stuart Bliss, he's got to drop a few other points on top of that as well. So ultimately, Elliott just has to keep it clean and just hold on and do what he needs to do to get this ultimately in the bag and finished. So up towards one car on the grass. That's 41. That was Alex Foden, isn't it? On the grass. He's just having a bit of a tussle with Duncan Stone. Give me some racing room, please. Another one there too. 55, and that hasn't really worked out. 55 up the inside. That was. If I can find it, he's also big sideways moment for Duncan Stone. 55 was, why can't I find him on the grid, Sid? At 310, John Richardson's gone spinning as well. So he's carried on. Alex Bleeds was the one that got into the side of Duncan Stone up the inside, exiting Abbey Corner. So as they come over the crest and trying to hold on to this place if he can. Oh, and there's more, and that's one of the Auto Bliss cars. That's Dominic Fletcher going for another spin. So not quite sure what's gotten into these CityCar Cup cars, but in the space of 2 or 3 laps, they've gone berserk. Dominic Fletcher with his third coming together of the race. Had a spin there a couple of laps ago. Then he got into a tussle with Hayden Payne and got 2 wheels onto the curb, exiting Club Corner. And now he's having to find himself in a whole world of different situations. So Elliott Lettuce has the fastest lap of the race, so that's going to help him get an extra bonus point just in case. It means that the amount of time which Lettuce, the points that Stuart Bliss takes out of Lettuce is only 4 points, because his last best he's going to get it's been 46. So essentially, if he's scoring 46, he's only going to lose 4 points by the looks of it. So out of the right hand of the go, this is Patrick Booth in the 4G racing car with Alex Blees. Alex Foden, who's had plenty of adventures so far, including putting 2 wheels onto the grass a few moments ago. And there goes Craig Flynn. He's looking up the inside of both Foden and Patrick Booth. This is going to end well. It does. Duncan Stone pits in after he got tagged by Alex Blees right here at the right-hander. Lettuce and Jeff are holding firm, trying to keep with Stuart Bliss at this point in time. So they come onto the back straight once again. And still as it was. No change in the top 3 at this point. Just looking back on the runs, fastest lap of the race. Yeah, Elliot Lettuce, 1:31.502. That'll help him no end in terms of points. This is Patrick Booth in the battle of what looks like between. You've got Alex Blees in here as well. You've got Alex Foden in the other dark blue car in there too. Also in there looks like we've got Benjamin Bastow in car 99. There's all sorts going on here. Craig Flynn's in the mix here. So is Payne. So is also, looks like that's another one of the student motorsport cars. Whoa, and that's the 73 car that's gone for a bit of a run. That's Andrew Payne that's gone skipping over the gravel and way too hot into Val Corner, and that means that his race is done prematurely, I'm afraid. So as they come onto the pit straight once again, 3 3/4 minutes left to go. More screeching of tyres. They come through onto the back straight. So essentially, looking at the thing, it's actually an 18-point lead that Elliot Lettuce has. So effectively, even if looking at the results, I think I was talking about this with Elliot's dad after all. Essentially, even if whoops, there's more going on with Alex Foden and Alex Blees. I'm not sure what those two are up to, but they're getting involved in the brunt of the skirmishes out there, shall we say. Just looking at my commentary box window, double wave yellows are down at the complex at Vale, which is where the Andrew Payne number 73 car is stationed. So no overtaking there. But yeah, the actual gap is 18 points actually between Elliot Lettuce and Stuart Bliss. So looking at points that come back, essentially, when you look at the actual scores for these 2 races, even if Elliot Lettuce was to get 51 points, the points that Elliot would get back, it's still enough, effectively, to give Elliot the title. Because if we look at the points he would gain back, currently he drops 39, 41, 45. If he then didn't do these races, he would then gain back 71 points. So really, he'd only lose 9 points there, 11. So yes, I think even if, by looks of things, he would lose... Yeah, that's 70. That's 70 points he would gain back compared to. So, okay, well, there's all sorts of calculations going on to try and work that one out. But either way, onto the back straight goes the top 3. And now, as they come back into play here, Lettuce is just doing everything he needs to now. The gap is, I think, essentially 18 points, and I thought for a second that was the Stuart Bliss's window was coming undone, but it's not. It's simply just the reflection of the bridge when they come underneath it down the hanger straight towards Stowe. So Lettuce is really doing just everything he needs to now. He's only going to lose 4 points. The deficit will go down to just 14 by the looks of it. So ultimately, all he needs to do, he does exactly the same as he does here. Effectively, that is the provisional title sewn up, and he will be champion-elect. We also remember we have to say champion-elect and provisional because everything has to be checked post-season in terms of just double-checking the points, and also the cars have to go through their usual post-season strip down to make sure they're all contained, all legal and within the regulations. Battle here between a couple of the student motorsport cars. We've got Jack Wheeler for East Suffolk College and Liam Browning, who's been quite a sensation for Boston College. And in terms of the actual SMC battle, let's check in with that as we go on to the last lap of the race. So at the moment, it is definitely it's going to be another win for Richard Jepp, and that's also a little bit of formality as well anyway, because Team Northbrook have built up quite a large lead, so really this is just Jepp's weekend to essentially provisionally seal it. But second is Jack Wheeler and third is Liam Browning, so there will be an SMC top 3 of Jepp, Wheeler and Browning if it stays as it is. Off the back straight they go for the last time. As they turn the way onto the back straight for the final time, it looks as though it's going to be quite a solid result. Richard Bliss essentially just doing all he can, which is simply just to go out there and try and win the race, but ultimately the results are still going to go the way of Elliot Lettuce. He's going to take the fastest lap of the race and third place, which means it'll be 45 plus the bonus point on top of that. So even though it's going to be 50 points for Stuart Bliss, he'll only take 4 out of Elliot Lettuce, and all he needs really is to do exactly the same in the next race, and the provisional CityCar Cup title will be his. But exiting the final couple of the corners for the last time, it's going to be, despite late pressure from Richard Jepp, another win this season for Stuart Bliss in his late season second half charge. Up to the checkered flag, it's victory for Stuart Bliss in the first Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge race. Second for Richard Jepp, who also comfortably wins another Student Motorsport Challenge race. And it's third for Elliot Lettuce and the fastest lap of the race, so he only drops 4 points to Stuart Bliss. Do the same again in race number 2, and that'll be provisional title for him in race number 2 later on. 4th for Christopher Mackenzie, 5th goes to Joe Moss, 6th to Jack Wheeler, who puts second on SMC for the on the I'm trying to get the right words actually. Second for the Student Motorsport Challenge for East Severn Corridors. We'll get it out eventually. Then Liam Browning third. 4th goes to Andrew Dyer, who should then pick up he should pick up the 4th place for Brscc. And then Hayden Payne and Arthur Simonday 5th and 6th. So a win for Stuart Bliss as he will make his way down towards the top 3 area. Again, welcome celebrations, of course. We can kind of do 2 hits in one with Richard Jepp, of course, because he'll be both the victor in race number 1, the victor in the Student Motorsport Challenge, and second place overall. So that will certainly work out well for him. So as he makes his way now towards the winners make their way towards the top end of the circuit. Just to quickly recap the results. So it's Richard Bliss with the victory, Stuart Jepp in second place, Elliot Lettuce in third with the fastest lap of the race. That's a bonus point for Elliot. It's 4th place for Christopher Mackenzie and 5th for Joe Moss in the top 5. I think we'll get the result in a moment on the screen any second now. There it goes. So Stuart Bliss takes victory with Richard Jepp in second place and also the Student Motorsport victory. Elliot Lettuce third and the fastest lap of the race. That does his points lead not that much harm at all. Then Christopher Mackenzie and Joe Moss in the top 5 from Jack Wheeler, Liam Browning, Andrew Dyer, Richard Snuggs and Bradley Porter. Then Hayden Payne and Arthur Simonday round out the top 12 finishes. It was second, of course, in SMC for East Surrey College and Wheeler, and third for Browning and Boston College in SMC as well. Then it's Josh Jackson, who had a time penalty. Benjamin Bastow 14th, ahead of Craig Flynn, Patrick Booth, Richard Semmons. Then Bob Bannister, Alex Foden, Emilia Vincent in the top 20. Good effort for her for Wiltshire College. And John Nicholson, Dominic Fletcher, who had an eventful race to say the least. Then it's Alex Blees, Tom Hartwell in 24th position. And then running down the rest of the runners, it's James Smith, Ben Shaw, Peter Bauer, Lewis Torres, Alistair Meering and Prem Gindle. And we lost Andrew Payne to the gravel, Duncan Stone after he had contact at Abbey Corner, and Ian Howard after he also got tangled up at the Vale Complex as well. So, first race of the afternoon in Sunday is all complete. The first race for CityCar Club is in the books, and with the top 3 down there to have a chat to them after that rather fine first race for CityCar for the afternoon is Rob Lewis down in pit lane.
Scott, I'm surrounded by cars. We've got 5 cars down here because, as you'll see in a minute, one of them has got double bubble in terms of awards. So I'm going to come and have a chat to Stuart Bliss because that was more or less a lights to flag victory, was it not?
Yeah, it was beautiful. I'd like to have that all year, but it's come good at the end of the year. We got really happy. Yeah, the car's been epic. The team have done a great job. It's great to, they were still keeping me on my toes. It was just a case of managing the gap, so I was real happy. It was good.
So good fun. A lot of the other races we've had this weekend, the Minis, the Mazdas, have been commenting on how this circuit suits the lower power, sort of momentum style of racing. Is it the same with these?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping, they were just in the slipstream. I was on my own, so it's just a case of when they're all close together, it's mega, and you can, well, I don't know what the rest of the field was like, but you can actually get a train going and then just overtake at the last minute. But luckily, I just got that small gap and just managed it the whole way, so I was quite happy. And when I seen Elliot come in, I was like, here we go again. Yeah, no, it's been really good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb result. Richard Jett, we'll get him to come over next to his car. Richard, I was just explaining to the viewers, you've got what we call double bubble, because as well as getting the overall podium, second place, you are the winner of the Student Motorsport Challenge for this round.
Yeah, 2 pots is always nice. Great race there with Stu and Elliot as well. Nice little bit of it's really good close racing, you know. We got the respect for each other there. We push each other, but yeah, it's a great result for the team as well in the Student Motorsport Challenge.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a wonderful result there, Richard. Now let's see this man here, Elliot Lettuce. You've been strong all year. You've had some phenomenal performances. 3rd place this time around. You're on the podium. How'd you feel?
Yeah, good. Yeah, we were struggling a little bit in qualifying, but we managed to find the issue. We had 2 buckles in the wheels, so that was the issue with this track, because it's so flat. It just destroys the top speed. But yeah, no, we made it through the pack. So yeah, P3, I'll take it.
Got there in the end.
Yeah, exactly. We needed it. So
absolutely. Congratulations on another strong result, Elliot. Now let's pop over to our students' team. So in 2nd place, we've got Jack Wheeler here somewhere. We'll tell you what, let's group you both at the same time. We've got Liam Browning here as well that finished 3rd. We'll get double trouble on here as well. Student Motorsport Challenge podiums for you both, 2nd and 3rd place obviously. How was that race for you out there? I'll come to you first, Jack.
Yeah, it was good fun, really good fun. Me and Liam had some good battles, as always. So, yeah.
Always gets a bit tasty out there.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Absolutely. And Liam, could certainly see you were getting stuck in a few battle packs as well.
Yeah, we pulled away from Jack at the beginning and I was like, this is nice. And then number 23 wanted to have like all guns blazing fight with me, and I'm like, I don't really want to do that. And then I got smashed by someone literally in front of you onto the back straight, completely 90 degrees. Didn't think I was going to save it, and somehow he missed me. So yeah, fair play to Jack for racing cleanly as always.
Fantastic. Now race 2's coming up. What's your thoughts?
Try to stay in front of Liam.
Try and get past him. That's how it works, right?
And certainly that's how it works. But what is it about this series as well, especially with the students being involved?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Their development over the year. I came in partway through the season with these guys because they're new to it, and the way the students have come on, how they engineer the car, they talk to me how I want to engineer it, and it just works. Like, they're just learning so much. That's the biggest thing about it, right?
Absolutely. Fantastic. Well, congratulations both on a strong Student Motorsport podium. So that rounds out the 5 cars and both podiums for the CityCar Cup. I'll take a breath now, and I know Scott's going to be quite excited. I should be out there racing in this next race, really, but unfortunately I couldn't make it. It's the Modified Ford Series. Scott, I know you're very excited to go through the grid for this one.
Me overly excited? How dare you? No, it's, you're absolutely right. It's thanks for that, Rob. Again, good to hear from our top 3s in both SMC and the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. You're not wrong. I'm quite excited for this. I have got a bit of a soft spot, as we both have, for fast Fords, and definitely if you're a fan of fast Fords, you're definitely going to enjoy this one. It is a sold out capacity grid for the modified Fords, and if you've been down in the assembly area this morning to watch the cars lining up before they went out for qualifying, you would see there is a mouth-watering selection of cars on the grid here. Some very fast Fords, very fast machines, and it should be a very exciting race. It'll be a rolling start. It's the only race of the weekend where we have a rolling start, and hopefully all 44 of them or so can get themselves in a good run. Then it's the Sapphire Cosworth of Jason Davis alongside Dave Cockell's incredibly rocket-propelled Escort Cosworth. Dave Matthias Sapphire Cosworth and Ashley Shellswell's V6 Sierra come next on the 2nd row. Stephen Scott Dunwoody in his Sierra RS500 and the Mark II Zack Speed Escort of Malcolm Harding. Then Piers Granger's in Mark II and Kester Cook's ST150 EcoBoost from James Allen's Mark II. And Christopheru's Fiesta. It's going through quite quickly, so I'm going to try and just go through at my own pace because I need to bring the grid up on my screen. But you can see the running order going through here, and you can see the cars that are in the mix. You've got the likes of Fiestas, Sierra Cosworths, Sapphire Cosworths. You've got Escort Cosworths in there as well. There's a Capri, there's Fiestas, Pumas, there's Focuses, there's all sorts in here. Let's pick up where we were. So Pantelis Christopheru in the Mark II Escort is 10th on the grid. Rory Jost in his bright pink Focus ST Turbo comes next, alongside Paul Neville in his Mark II Escort. Neil Argrave in his Mark II Warrior Escort. Next to Alan Breck in the Jägermeister liveried Ford Capri. Then Michael Wise in the Sapphire Cosworth and Josh Payton in his Mark II Cortina. Luke Bediott then comes next in 17th, and in of all cars, an SHP V8 Euro car. So watch out for that car in the mix. We've also got on top of that David Guthrie in his ST150 EcoBoost and Chris Baker in his Mark III RS1600i Escort. Scott Matthias rounds out the top 20 in his Sapphire Cosworth. Then Simon Horrobin in one of 4, I believe, Fiesta ST240s on the grid because their weekend is finished already. So it means they're going to have an extra couple of races for a bit of fun. You've also got Caitlin May in there too. They're all grouped together here because you've got Caitlin May and Marco Ricci, 22nd and 23rd. Wayne Crabtree's Golf liveried Escort Mark 1 comes next, and that's then followed by Steve Goldsmith in the wonderful little Ford Anglia. If you're watching the modified Ford races that were supporting the Formula Ford Festival last year, you will have seen that it was a great battle between this car, James Allen, and the incredible little Ford Anglia of Steve Goldsmith. And I'm not kidding, every single time, it was in damp conditions, every single time that Anglia was going through clearways, it was nothing less than sideways. It was fantastic to watch. Might be a bit more straightforward in the drive, but we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. 26th on the grid, Adam Clark, who's won a couple of races in the club class in the ST240s. He's 26th. Harry Hardy's Ford Puma then comes next in 27th place, through to 28th for Alex Bowman, Fiesta Z-Tech S. And they're still down to 44th I've got to go to, because they're a full field plus 2 reserves. So I'll carry on going whilst they line them up before they set them off for their rolling start. We're up to, where are we up to now? Alex Bowman in 28th in the Fiesta ST150. The 15th row is Mike Thurley's Escort Mark 1 and the Escort Maxi Cosworth of Lloyd Jameson from Scotland. Next on the 16th row is Sean Fairweather's Ford S Sierra RS Cosworth and the Aaron Tucker Ford Sierra in 32nd. Ralph Higson and his Turbo Mark 1 Focus is alongside Sam Shimwell in his Fiesta ST150. Then you have Gary Johnson and Piers Warwick in a pair of Escort Mark 1s on the 18th row of the grid. Row 19 sees another Sierra RS 500 with Brian Lilly at the wheel alongside Jimmy Neofaitu in his Crossflow engine Mark 1 Fiesta. Still going. We've got Dave in the Fiesta ST150 comes 40th. And the last 4 cars on the grid to race this one, I believe, there might have been a couple of draws, but I'll have to check and see who they were. We've got Darren Unwin in his Fiesta ST150, Paul Solby in his Focus Mark 1, Kevin Hadfield's Ford Puma, Mick Head's Ford Escort, and then Daniel Cowan and Adam Underhill. Now, I wonder if there's been a change. There's been a couple of cars that have been promoted, because I did see at the back of that grid that I think Paul Solby is there. There's been a couple, I think, withdrawals, I think. So at least all those cars at the back of the field, which were likes of Paul Solby, Kevin Hadfield, Mick Head, Dan Cowan, and Adam Underhill, have all made it onto the back of the grid for the 44. So there's been a couple of cars, I think, that have withdrawn. But the grid is that big, I can't exactly properly tell you exactly who they are that have withdrawn, because there are so many cars on this grid. A maxed out grid of 44 fast Fords from, I think, cars aged 2011 or older. And you've got a multitude of classes. You've got super classes, which fit for 4-wheel drive cars. You've typically got classes A, A+, B, B+, and C. There's also Super A and Super B, which is for 4-wheel drive cars. And there's plenty of classes, which means there is a wide variety of machines of just about anything 2011 and younger. Anything in that range is welcome to race. And the variety in this grid is absolutely amazing. Now, Jason Davies took pole in qualifying this morning by just over 2 seconds. And I can tell you, having watched that car trackside at Alton Park, when the modified Fords were out at Alton Park for a race day, that Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth at the front of the grid, the Welshman is utterly rapid. And I thought Dave Mathias's for Escort Cosworth was quick. That Sierra is something else. There's also good to see 2 proper Ford Sierra RS 500s. In fact, one of these is a proper, I think, a proper Group A spec car as well. So it's good to see. In fact, you can see one of them there. It's either a bona fide car or it's a replica of Rob Gravitt's 1990 championship winning Ford Sierra RS 500. Ashley Shelswell's V6 example. You've got a replica of the Zack Speed Escort in Castrol colours. That's Malcolm Harding. You can see the orange Jägermeister Capri and the SHP V8 Euro car. That's Luke Bennett. You've got the collective of Fiesta ST240s are in there too. They're all grouped together. Adam Clark not far away. One car that's had a drama is one of the 4 Pumas. Might be Harry Hardy, maybe, because he was quite far up the order. Harry Hardy, I'm presuming he's in the 4 Puma, is he? Yeah, it might be Harry Hardy in car 191, sadly. So Harry Hardy pulling to the side with what appears to be an issue in the 4 Puma. You can see the magnificent array of cars here. You've got Escort, Sierra Sapphire, Sierra Cosworth. You've got Fiestas of all different shapes, with its STs of different generations. You've got in there's a Capri, there's Pumas, Focuses, because the Luke Bennett's SHP V8 Euro car. You've got Escorts of all generations, Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, Escort Cosworth. There's all sorts in this grid. If you want a fast Ford, chances are, before 2011, you might well find it here, because there is all sorts in this grid. There's Steve Goldsmith's Ford Anglia in the centre of shot. There it goes. Watch for that getting sideways if it gets a chance. Again, they just keep coming. There's so many of them, and it's going to be the one thing that's going to be quite key here is going to be a lot of traffic. One car to watch for there is the 959 Mick Head. He was one of the last couple of cars to qualify. He actually qualified 44th out of 44, which means that he would have been on the regular grid anyway, I believe. But his car is a replica, think of one of the Italian, his livery is like the Italian Martini Ford Escort Cosworth rally car. He's done it up in proper WRC body kit. Looks the business, and it is absolutely fantastic. And as Rob says, I know imminently going to finish working on his Focus with the EcoBoost engine now, so hopefully he'll be back out very soon to join this grid. I get the fact that he's jealous because it is such a magnificent lineup. It's Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth and Ford Escort Cosworth. It's an ex-Tarmac rally car is that one. And as they make their way around, there's Rory Joseph's car. Looks a little different in that it looks slightly more akin to James Allen's car. It's got a new front splitter and front bumper and a new WRC style rear wing on the back as well. And that car is utterly rapid. You can't miss it. It's in bright, shocking pink. And usually when I've seen it in a straight line, that thing is utterly rapid as well. The RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety cars pulled into pit lane, and hopefully these guys will keep in nice, steady 2x2 formation if they can. It's looking pretty neat so far. And hopefully we'll see them in a good formation. If they are, they're doing a fantastic job. If we look across, very nice. Good stuff from everyone in Modified 4. This is a beautiful rolling start. Excellent job from everyone so far. Let's keep it nice 2x2 formation. So Jason Davies then in the red and white Sapphire Cosworth on pole position. Dave Cockell, who's a multiple winner in this series, in the Escort Cosworth. And the two Sierras, the RS500 and the XR4i of Dave Mattias, Stephen Scott Dunwoody. The red lights go out any second now, and we are Modified Ford racing at Snet Silverstone. And look at the sight of that. 44 Modified Ford charging down towards Abbey Corner. And it's Dave Mattias in the Escort Cosworth who gets the lead into the first corner. It's 3 and 4 abreast as they fight for racing room. There's the SHP V8 Euro car of Luke Bennett with a beautiful thumping Roush V8 in there as well. But there goes Jason Davies back up the inside of Dave Cockell's Escort Cosworth. The two Sierras behind him battling for third and fourth. That's the RS500 of Dave Mattias, scrapping away with Ashley Shellswell's V6 XR4i. Through the right hand onto the back straight. Malcolm Harding's 5th, Stephen Scott Dunwoody's 6th, Piers Grange's 7th. Also in there too is the white and green Fiesta ST150. That's Kester Cook with the 150 EcoBoost engine. And a slightly slower start for James Allen, but the absolute straight line grunt of that Focus is going to really come into play, as is also Rory Joseph's. But look at the pace some of these cars are setting. It's fantastic straight line speed from all of them. You've got the Mark II Cortina, which is Josh Payton's car. There's the Jägermeister Capri of Alan Breck. Bit late getting out of the assembly area for qualifying. They were checking some tyre pressures on that car, but thankfully got it out and qualified relatively well. Picked up a 14th place in the mix. Now, Jason Davies, either he's playing with the Dave Cockell Escort, or he's simply just having to get into a real battle with him here, because in qualifying, as I mentioned, whether it was traffic was a factor or not, or simply Dave Cockell turned down the engine a little bit, either way, Dave Cockell's car seems to have turned it up a little more because he realises just how quick Jason Davies is. He probably set the horsepower at a certain rate and thought, hold on a minute, I'm going to need a bit more than this. And he's certainly trying to make the most of it as he comes down towards Abbey Corner. The Fiesta ST240 is getting stuck in. Heading those up now is Caitlin May. And she's now ahead, looks like, of Simon Horrobin, then Adam Clark and Marco Ricci at the back of them. Davies has managed to complete the move on Dave Cockell. Then goes Tyre, Shellwell and Harding. Scott Dunwoody in 6th position. Grange, Cook, Christopher and Paul Neville, who's the man behind the Modified Ford series. He's up there in 10th place in that wonderful white and blue Ford Escort RS2000. There's Caitlin May. Now they're going to head down a little bit. Now that the ST240 regular season is done, the ST240 enjoyed a bit of a fun couple of races this afternoon in the Modified Ford grid. Good to have them in the mix. They show just how quick these cars really are. Look at the pace of Steve Goldsmith's Ford Anglia. It's an absolute rocket in a straight line. I know it's lightweight, but it's a great, fantastic, high-speed car to watch. It's such a diminutive little thing, but it's quite a machine underneath. I mean, a good scrap with Chris Baker. Malcolm Wise was getting into the mix, but looks like his car's about to expire, sadly. The Escort Cosworth showing some steam out of the front wheels. So I think Malcolm Wise, he's carried on, but looks like he was either getting onto the lock stops or rubbing a tyre somewhere. Steve Goldsmith in the Anglia is getting amongst the ST240s, or he was. Oh, spoken too soon. Steve Goldsmith in the Anglia struggling. He's got a problem. Oh, that's a shame. I was looking forward to him making progress up the order. There's Piers Warwick in the Mark I Escort. So as they make the way now on towards another lap, we've got Chris Baker dueling with 2 of the ST240s. You've got Caitlin May and Simon Horrobin. Good scrap here. Look further forward, there's Josh Payton and his Mark II Cortina against the Jägermeister V8 Capri. James Allen has also pitted in as well, so problems for the ex-Time Attack Focus Mark II with the proper 5-cylinder engine, like the Mark II Focus ST has. That's a shame. All up front in the lead, it's now Davis versus Cockell. These are literally probably 2 of the most powerful and fastest cars you'll find in Modified Fords. So really, they're getting a proper chance to face off against each other here. Further back, there's Kester Cook in the EcoBoost engine ST150, one of a handful of those cars that have that kind of engine in the mix. Also in there too is 53, which is Neil Argrave in his Mark II Ford Escort. He's chasing down Alan Breck, and the two Jägermeister livery cars are now sandwiching Hargrave's Escort. You've got Nick Bennett's SHP V8 Eurocar that thunders past me. The fantastic low, proper NASCAR sounding V8 in it. There it goes. Of course, the Eurocars were quite popular back in the 90s and in the early 2000s. And for those with long memories, what was the base car for the first Eurocar races? Ford Mondeo. So technically, that car is essentially, in spirit, a Ford. I know that I think it started out as a Mercedes with a front end. Oops! That was Brian Lilly, I think, trying to get up the inside of Simon Horrobin in the 71 car. Where's the 71? Yeah, Brian Lilly in the Dick Johnson-style livery on that red Sierra RS 500. A good little scrap for Simon Horrobin. Also in there, too, looks to be getting the mix is Mike Thurley and Marco Ricci in there as well in the 15. So they're three abreast. Three different eras of car you couldn't wish to find. It's a Mark II Escort, a Sierra RS 500 and an ST240. They're all over each other and they're very evenly matched, which is great to see. Harry Harley looks like he was the car that had that trouble on the formation lap, so he's into the pit lane with a problem. Unfortunately, that looks to be his race prematurely finished. And now as we head down towards Stoke Corner once again, the gap between Davis and Cockle at the front is 1.18 seconds, so it's still edged out a tiny bit, and they are the class of the field so far. They've got 5 seconds on Dave Matthias and Ashley Shellswell. Matthias actually is 5 seconds himself ahead of Shellswell, which is interesting. Never seen this before, haven't we? This is almost like an STC40 race. Up the inside goes the 772, which is Adam Clark, and he's now got past Caitlin May. This is a continuation of race 2 yesterday, early on, isn't it, between these two? Simon Horrobin splits them. Through he goes. I imagine this is purely just for fun, isn't it, between these three? They're all very evenly matched. Caitlin May getting in there too. Extra bit of track time for the weekend after the STC40 season has finished. And now as they turn their way through Abbey Corner, all three of them all together very evenly matched. Rest of the top 10, seeing that Stephen Scott Dunwoody and Piers Grange have been lapping in the 1:12s, and they're quite that much quicker than both Ashley Shellswell and Malcolm Harding, so they're closing in a couple of seconds. They've managed to find a bit of clear air. Stephen Scott Dunwoody in one of the seemingly multitude of Sierra RS 500s, and Piers Grange in his wonderful looking, I think it's a Mark II, the winged Mark II Escort in 7th place. Pit straight back straight once again to make another approach towards Stowe. And down towards the right hander they come. Shellswell's pulled off the road. Actually, Shellswell out of the race. That's the V6 Sierra XR4i out of the race that's pulled off just before Stowe Corner. That's a shame. So he's out of the race in what would have been 4th place. Now side by side you've got 36 and 124. 36 Gary Johnston, his beautifully coloured Escort Mark 1, and he's also battling away with 124, which is Alex Bohm in one of the Boomerang Racing Ford Fiestas, ST150s. Adam Clark's dropped back a few spots also. He's dropped away from Caitlin May and Simon Horrobin. Also dropped behind one of the Ford Focuses as well. So looks as though that Adam Clark has had a slight drama, or just either missed a gear or just had a drop in pace for some reason. He's back up to looks to be racing speed and chasing down the two cars that have just made the move. First of those, of course, is going to be the Escort Mark 1. And we come back towards the straight once again. Daniel Cowan's in the pit lane. He's in one of the ST150 EcoBoost. There's confirmation that Ashley Shellswell's out of the race. Here you go, you've got two of the ST240 having a nice little scrap here with Brian Lilly and his Dick Johnson-inspired Ford Sierra RS 500. Again, two different eras of cars, but very evenly matched, and Caitlin May goes up the inside to get past Simon Horrobin, and Brian Lilly thinks, can I come and play too? My car might be several years older, but I've still got a bit of pace, and Brian Lilly was trying to go down the outside of both of them, and Caitlin May swept back to the racing line and was almost collected Brian Lilly's car in the mix as well. So the Sierra RS 500 splits the two ST240s. Still Jason Davies with the fastest lap of the race out in front in this race. Harry Hardy has left the pit lane after his broke. There is Rory Jones' car. Is that car struggling a bit because he was quite slow off the right-hander at Chapel onto the back straight, so maybe Rory Jones' car is having an issue. His car, yeah, up to the inside of the road. Sadly, Rory Jones is going to be another car that will be a casualty of this race. Well, I say that, but he's kind of back up to speed again. He looks like he needs to take a moment to switch something around or reset it. But either way, he's got just about enough power on the straights, but in the corners he's lacking something. It looks as though he's, that's pit lane bound, sadly. So Rory Jose's shocking pink Fiesta Focus ST Mark II Turbo is pit lane bound, I'm afraid. Also, we've lost, see there, Neil Argrave, sadly, in his car. Whoops, this Wayne Crabtree gets very sideways on the exit of Club Corner. He's battling away with Scott Matthias in his Sapphire Cosworth. That will be over 13th and 14th position. Rory Joseph in the pit lane. As they make their way back onto the back straight once again, and the lead gap is now 2.8 seconds. We're looking there, that's Mick Head in his Martini liveried Escort Cosworth. He's quite far down the order. Let's see there, that's Josh Payton, in the Mark II Cortina sweeping through. Let's see there, that's Luke Bennett's SHP V8 Eurocar. The two Jägermeister livery cars are pretty much staying in almost team formation a little bit here. They're battling away with the Kevin Hadfield Ford Puma, which is quite different to the two cars around him. There's that battle that's been going on between Scott Matthias and Wayne Crabtree, trying to pick his way up the inside line. Also in there too is Malcolm Wise. He's quite close in 15th place. Chris Baker is there too in 16th in the Mark III RS 1600. There is Brian Lilly. And now, that's the reason why there's a break-up in those three cars, because the leaders are coming through past the ST240s and the Brian Lilly car, as Caitlin May now goes on the defensive to try and hold off Simon Horrobin. And now Dave Coquel says, out of the way, both of you. I'm trying to chase after Jason Davies. Sweeps past the two Fiesta ST240s, trying to pursue, keep on chasing Jason Davies. You saw there, that was a glimpse of the Alan Breck Jägermeister Capri. It's gone through. As Jason Davies puts a lap on Brian Lilly's RS 500. Still 3 minutes 55 to go in this race. Still time for things to change. As they come down the back strip, Mike Thurley's in the pit lane in his Castrol liveried Mark I Escort, so that's him he's another casualty of this afternoon's action. Davies then just keeping the race in check. Matthias is keeping on pushing. Lock up there from Wayne Crabtree. As he's also got Malcolm Wise trying to pick his way through. And is that, I think Malcolm just going his own pace a little bit here. Now it looks as though that Scott Matthias has dropped behind Malcolm Wise, and also so has Chris Baker. Well, Scott Matthias has, because the Wayne Crabtree car has just sailed past, and so has Malcolm Wise, and also so too has Chris Baker. So maybe Scott Matthias is. Oh, Sapphire Cosworth's got a problem. There's a definite problem there for Malcolm Wise. The rear end of the car just absolutely spun sideways. Just as he was coming onto the road, you've almost lost him out of sight. And Malcolm Wise has carried on incredibly. I don't know what that was all about. He just locked the rears into Abbey Corner and looked like he was on a one-way trip to being straight off the road. He's pulling to the side to let the leaders through. He's let Dave Coquel through and Scott Matthias through. That was very bizarre. I'm not sure why that happened. Malcolm Wise, at least, continuing to soldier on. And again, now 2.4 seconds between Jason Davies and Dave Coquel. Coquel's you can see window is sort of just come loose. You can see it there on the driver's left, just flapping around in there. So that might be causing a bit of a problem in terms of aero. Of course, these cars have got so much sheer brute force in terms of power. Then ultimately, it's probably not making that much of a difference. There's a bit of a lock-up, possibly from Wayne Crabtree there. Jason Davies tries to pick up another on-track position. Should give a shout out to New Mobility, who are sponsoring the Modified Force this weekend. Thank you to them. And of course, regular sponsors of Modified Ford Series Scale Electric. There's been a handful of Modified Ford Series cars that have been I'm trying to look for the word, but they've been created. They've been sort of. I'm trying to think of the word. They've been created as Scale Electrics cars, immortalised. That's it. They've been immortalised in the Scale Electrics form, but not the word eventually. And there's a few of the Escort Mark IIs. I think possibly Paul Neville's car has been another one of those that's been either on the way or it has been immortalised as a Scale Electric car. I'm sure he'll correct me. But either way, It's great to see that even Scale Electric recognise how good these cars are. Is that Alan Breck with an issue? Oh, no, it's not. Is there yellow flags down here? Yes, there is. So, and that's the reason why. It's Malcolm Wise's car has come to a stop, so no overtaking. Malcolm Wise's car has come to a halt right on the outside of the entrance to Stowe Corner. So that's why everyone was slowing down, because even though Jason Davies has got tons more power, and so too does Alan Breck compared to the little Ford Focus in front of them. Of course, even passing a back marker on the yellows is a no-no. You cannot overtake anyone. Doesn't matter if you've risen them from position or as a back marker. You have to stay behind whoever it is in front of you through a yellow flag zone. And that has actually brought Dave Cockell back into the mix here, because as we go on to the final lap of the race, Cockell is not that far away. He's only 0.9 of a second behind Jason Davies now. He might go for a late attack here to try and steal the victory away, if possible. Through the complex at the arena section. Through the left-hander at the kink. Now down the hill and into the right-hander at Chapel that takes them back onto the back of the hangar straight, where they can really open up these Ford edges one last time. Even just hearing the cars in the background going past the pit straight, some of them with engines on the rev limiters, flame spitting and popping and whistling. It's a wonderful sight and sound in this series. It's no wonder it's won an award previously for best looking grid, because you look at the cars when they were in the assembly area, and some of these cars are beautifully turned out, and no wonder. It's a fantastic series. It's really well supported. Lots of Ford drivers come in the mix and drop in and out. There's lots of regulars that support the series. There's no championship, but it doesn't matter. They just love the series. They love part of the racing. They love the camaraderie. But Jason Davies is going to love this result even more, because it's going to be a race victory at the home of British Motorsport, up to the checkered flag, and Jason Davies takes victory in race 1 of the day for the modified Ford series, sponsored by Nearly New Mobility. Second place to Dave Cockell in the Escort Cosworth, and third will go to Dave Mathias in this wonderful looking, I don't know if it is a genuine Group A touring car, or whether it's simply a replica. Either way, if it's a replica, it's a damn good one. If it is a proper genuine one, then all the credit to bring it out to race, because that car's going to be third overall. Here come two of the ST240s. Looks like Simon Horrobin's going to beat Kate the Maid to the checkered flag in that little private race. Malcolm Harding will come through in 4th in his Zack Speed replica Mark II Escort. There is Piers Graves trying to get around the outside of one of the slower Ford Focuses. Graves takes P6. There's Malcolm Harding, centre of shot in the white, green and red Escort Mark II. Here's Paul Neville, the man behind modified Fords, and one of the curators of this fantastic grid. He'll be pleased with 8th. In terms of class wins, because there are classes amongst all of these, Jason Davies wins. Jason Davies has carried on. Okay, well, that's not really what in the script, is it? But Jason Davies, he's carried on for the sake of it, or just hasn't seen the checkered flag. Either way, we'll take it for a second time. So, once again, Jason Davies wins. But I think the clerk of the course might have something to say about that, because he crossed the line once, and Dave Cockell got the message, but I don't think Jason Davies did. So that might be something which I think Rob Lewis will have to confess to him. You crossed the checkered line, mate, twice, and usually that's a no-no when it comes to the clerk of the course. We'll wait and see, but a good result anyway for them. For class victories, it is Jason Davies who takes the Class A victory. Super A is won by Dave Cockell. B+ won by Malcolm Harding. It's then Class B victory for Chris Baker in his Escort. And who else has been class winners in this one? It's also got a class win for Class C, Alex Bohm in the 40 SD150. Here's Jason Davies then takes the victory, even though he crossed the line twice. Dave Cockell 2nd, Dave Mathias 3rd, Stephen Scott Dunwoody 4th, and 5th for Malcolm Harding. Then Piers Grange, Bantelis Christoforou, Paul Neville, Kester Cook, Josh Payton in the top 10, then Luke Bennett's SHP Eurocar 11th, and Alan Breck's for Capri making up the top 12. 13th place downwards. It's going to be Wayne Crabtree's Mark 1 Escort from Chris Baker's Escort. Then it's the Brian Lilly Sierra. Simon Horrobin best of the ST240s, had a Kate the May and Adam Clark. Dwight Jameson's Maxi Cosworth. We didn't see any of it in that race, that's a shame. But he's 19th for Marco Ricci. Scott Mathias, Gary Johnson, Alex Bohm, who wins his class in Class C, and Sam Shimwell round out the top 24 in that field. Still got at least one more page to go. Piers Warwick, Aaron Tucker, Dave Bennett, Jimmy Neophytu, Mac McCarthy, Paul Solby, Mick Head, Darren Unwin and Kevin Hatfield with 33 finishes. And we lost in that race, sadly, Malcolm Wise, Mike Thurley and Rory Jose, each with their own problems of their own, if they pitted or pulled off the road on the side of the track. And the rest of the retirees, when we go through from 37th downwards, in a moment's time, are Neil Argrave, David Guthrie, Daniel Cowan, Adam Underhill and co. So I think we've got at least top 3 down at the top of the pit lane, which I'm sure that Rob Lewis, who always gets very excited about modified Fords and all fast Fords in general, we're very pleased to talk to them. He's down at the top 3, down with the top 3, at the top of the pit lane, let's cross down to him now from our first race of the day for the modified Fords.
Well, we've got 2 out of the 3 of the top 3 that finished here. Dave Cockhill's just making sure everything's okay with his escort. We'll bring him over for a chat away from the noise eventually. I think he's just double checking a few things. I'm hoping Jason Davis hasn't broken down out on circuit or run out of fuel.
I didn't see him. When I come round here, I'm like, oh, where's he gone? Unless I passed him and weren't looking, but yeah.
How was that race for you? Because it was going to be a battle of the Goliaths at the front.
Yeah, it was always going to be a battle between us. It's 2 very different cars. You know, when you're out there, you see differences between the 2 cars, but a brilliant race. Probably affected by the back markers more than anything, but...
Is that the biggest challenge on this circuit?
It was difficult, particularly when there's a lot of them. Yeah, and Jason's jumped to him, and then we both got to do it, haven't we? It's not. I'm not making excuses up. It were a fantastic race.
No, absolutely. But I mean, you've been in this game a long time, especially with this car. What is it about the modified Ford series that brought you in?
Oh God, lots of things. Mainly the camaraderie, the friendship. The people are great. The drivers are great. Paul Neville's fantastic. The guy that runs it. So yeah, it's all round good, entertaining, and it's fun.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fine second place. Our winner's just arrived, so I'll let Jason Davis get his kits off and sorted. I'm going to talk to the third place car. First of all, guys, look at that car. That is stunning. An absolute beautiful piece of work. Mr. Matthias, a wonderful race there. You were a bit on your own after a while. Scott Dunwoody kept you a bit honest, but how was that for you?
Yes, yeah, I just managed to get around the first few laps without getting tangled with anyone, and yeah, just kept my head down, just kept an eye in the mirrors, like, and short shifting a little bit, just to, you know, let the car have a bit of a rest, and yeah, good.
Great result. Was the traffic that much of an issue out there? Dave did mention it.
Yes, it was, and obviously because there was quite a few yellow flags around the back with broken down cars and that, it was quite hard to, you know, get past them and make sure you weren't doing anything wrong. So yeah, it was a little bit of an issue, but not too bad.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fine third place there. And we do get to talk to our winner. Don't worry, folks. Jason Davis, he's letting the car cool down there. We'll let Dave Cockill jump out of the way very kindly. Jason, I said to Dave it was going to be a battle of the Goliaths, and this car certainly is one.
Yeah, no, it did me proud. It was really good. And all credit to Dave. He drove a blinder. Me and Dave, we had our eye on each other for ages. We just haven't had the opportunity to have a good dice, you know. So I knew it was going to be close fought, obviously. But Dave got the jump on me at the start, and I had him again. Then he had me again, and I got my head down. Then managed to get a bit of a break and just ran for my life then.
What a circuit to do it on. You can certainly, especially with a hanger straight, you can stretch your legs a bit.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's just unfortunate that Dave's legs are a bit longer than mine on that back straight, so I was having to work overtime through the corners. But all credit to him. He was he's a great competitor.
Fantastic result. More of the same in race 2?
Yeah, hopefully. Paul's put on a great championship year with the modified Ford, so they're a great bunch of boys. Looking forward to going out with them again.
Certainly a brilliant grid to be a part of.
Yeah, fantastic. Best in the country.
Thank you, Jason. Well, really appreciate that. Congratulations on a great result. That rounds out your top 3 in that massive grid of modified Fords. I enjoyed watching that. We've got more race action to come, so it's time to head back up to Scott.
We do indeed. Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, good to see the modified Fords again, and congratulations to our top 3 as well. Now it's time to provisionally decide another championship, because it's now time for the third and final race, the final race of the season for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. It's now time to see if Steve Foden can get the job done, and if he can take the title. You know, he's going to have his work cut out, given that he's already dropped some. Let's look how many points. He dropped 11 points to the battle before. He still has a lead of 33 points over Adam Sparrow. His replicate what he did today, and even if Alan Sparrow wins the race and gets fastest lap, if Foden essentially means it ensures he isn't outscored by more than 33 or 34 points, the provisional title is his, and he will be champion-elect. So this is going to be a real tense affair to see how this one plays out. So the grid is set by the results of race number 2. We'll go through that in a second, but I'll bring up them on my screen. After this, we've got the 45-minute SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy race. That's going to be another packed grid of just over 40 cars. And we'll be excited to see how that plays out, particularly with all sorts of cars on the grid. So then, the last race of the 2023 Mazda MX-5 Championship season is upon us, and this is how the grid looks for race number 3, the final race of the season. So Jack Noller is going for the hat-trick. He wants 3 wins on his weekend of taking first victories. He has Thomas Langford alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then it's Luke Pullen in 3rd, and Steve Foden, potential champion-elect. He starts from P4 on the 2nd row of the grid. That's going to be crucial for him to get that one sorted. It's 5th for Adam Sparrow, 6th for Owen Mills, then it's 7th for Neil Chisnell on the grid alongside Patrick Lay. Then it is Tim Dorr, who's looking to try and score the Masters title as well in the process, and he'll be alongside Steve Bartlett in the top 10. Then it's Ted Bradbury back in 11th. Watch for him to charge through from the 6th row of the grid. He'll have Levi Aisbett alongside him. Then it's Harry Storer and Oak Richardson, the guest driver, starting in 14th, followed by Martin Tolley and Matthew Goddard on the 8th row of the grid, followed by Simon Hartley and Ben Smalley. Then it's Graham Rumsey and Tom Mallet, followed by Richard Wooten and Dougal McGregor. Tim Storer and Andrew McGregor come next on the 12th row of the grid, followed by Ryan Margolis and Clive Chisnell. Then Jonathan Fieldson and Simon Privet, followed by Kevin Denge, Andrew Dean and Jack Moody at the back of the grid for the final race of the season. So Steve Foden then just needs a nice, clean, drama-free race. That's all he needs from this one. And he just needs to make sure he can keep out of trouble, that the car is all in good shape, and that he can simply just get to the end and not have any dramas of any kind. And he'll be hoping that this all comes together and gives him the result that he's hoping for. So we get set for the cars to make their way out of the assembly area. Here's the grid. You can run through that on the screen. Jack Noller looking to try and take victory, and this time actually take it on the road, because the past 2, he's lost out on the road but picked it up thanks to penalties of others. So if he can do so on the road this time and defend from the likes of Langford, Pullen, Foden, Sparrow and co, and also, of course, watch for Ted Bradbury from 11th on the grid. He will not stay there for 1 single second. He will try and get up to the front as much as possible. And how much would he love to finish the season on with a victory? His 2nd win, his 1st in the dry as well, given that he took his one and only victory of the season so far in the wet at Snetterton, and that's sometimes even a more impressive feat than in the dry, given that he's only a young child, I think 16, 17 years old. And I have to admit as well, you also think about this statistic also. Before he made his debut in the championship, here at Silverstone on the GP circuit, he only started learning to basically drive a car with a H-pattern gearbox 2 weeks prior to the first round. And incredibly, what does he do on his first qualifying session? Sticks the thing on pole position for the first time in damp conditions. So AB Motorsport have definitely got a special one on their hands when it comes to the talent of Ted Bradbury. He's also tested his hand out in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Another fine job there too in the stints that he's done. And so he seems to be getting involved in all sorts, and I'm sure he's got quite a career in mind in terms of moving forwards up the racing ladder, and it's something quite special. And I imagine that if he does stick around for next year, Ted will without a doubt be one of the championship contenders. So the cars make their way onto the grid for the swan song, for the finale of the 2023 season. It has been a year in the MX-5 Championship where the competition levels just keep on building, they keep on rising, and a new crop of front runners has come through. And yes, the likes of Steve Foden's the established driver in there too, but you look at the likes that the drivers that have really stepped up, drivers like Jack Noller, Tom Langford, Luke Pullen with his first victory, Adam Sparrow in there too, other drivers like Owen Mills, who hasn't even scored a podium this season, but came into the weekend 4th in points, which he's had so many consistent results and just finished every single race when others couldn't or had poor results elsewhere. And that's really helped him to get a good standing. He won't go any higher than 4th in the points. Looking at where he is in terms of scores, where is he at the moment? Yeah, he's 97 points off 3rd place Ted Bradbury, so he would need to essentially win the race. Effectively, win the race or get 2nd, and Ted Bradbury would need to not finish and score nothing for him to even get 3rd in the points. But it's going to be quite a challenge for him to get himself towards the front. But as the late sun, I say late afternoon, it's about just before 3 o'clock, but you can see that the sun is high in the sky. You can see it glinting off the windscreens and the bodywork of the Mazda MX-5s. It's quite a fine autumnal October afternoon here at Silverstone, and it's got this wonderful setting, this wonderful kind of part of a day when we're getting set for this final race of the season. 50 minutes will decide which way both the main and Masters titles go. At the moment, in the driving seat, no pun intended, it's Steve Foden in the main standings and Tim Dorr in the Masters standings. Steve Foden, the car to watch, is the car 4th on the grid on the 2nd row on the left. He's white with the gold striping and the checkered accent alongside it. I know that Rob Boston Racing will be nervous. His dad Ian's going to be nervous. Everyone in that camp's going to be nervous. But he knows what he has to do. Just bring the thing home, keep it clean, and And that 2023 title will provisionally be his, and he will be champion-elect. All the rest of them can do is essentially either just go out and have some fun, or, for the case of Adam Sparrow and co., just get the results they can and just hope that the other results go their way on top of that. So a little bit of work going on to get everyone in order before we get racing underway. And it shouldn't be long now before we get racing underway. The last few cars are just being manoeuvred into position, and once they are in place, green flag will wave at the back, and then we are set. Stand by for action then. 20 minutes to decide the fate provisionally of the main and Masters titles. For one last time, it's time to go racing in the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Can Steve Foden get the provisional title wrapped up, or will something else happen? Anything can happen, and it usually does. We're racing for one last time in the MX-5 Championship for 2023. It's a clean start from everyone so far. They're jostling for position. It's going to be a drag race down towards Abbey Corner, but I think with a better gear change in the second phase of the start, it's going to be Jack Noller who will lead once again in towards Abbey Corner. There goes Steve Foden around the outside, tentatively, of Adam Sparrow. He's also seen Luke Pullen drop back to 4th or 5th position. So not the best start for Luke Pullen. Also trying to dive down the outside, possibly is Patrick Lay there. No, Patrick Lay's a few tenths back. That's actually, who's that? That is Neil Chisnell getting up there with a great start. He's passed Owen Mills. He's up there trying to get inside Adam Sparrow and a couple of others on top of that. But Noller, then Langford, then Foden, then Pullen. The rest of the pack go pouring through. Ted Bradbury is already making moves. I told you to watch for him from 11th on the grid. Guaranteed to, he wouldn't stay there, and he isn't. He's going for it now. He wants to get a good result. Down the back straight, down the hanger straight for the first time in this final race of the season. Noller leads it. Langford second. Foden under pressure from Luke Pullen. He's not even going to fight it here. Look, he knows what he has to do. It just lets Pullen go through on the inside line. That's probably the best strategy when it comes to Steve Foden. Don't get into fights you don't need to be involved in. Just bring the thing home and just get it done safely. And he can do it safely. He's just not even defending that much from Adam Sparrow up the inside. There's lockups behind as Neil Chisnell sides back up the inside of Ted Bradbury. They're all going at each other here. You've got Patrick Lay, Stephen Bartlett around the outside in black and green. You've also got in there the 30 of Levi Aisbert. You've got Tim Dorr. You've got Oak Richardson in the guest entry number 7. You've also got a few other cars in the mix here. The leading group is all pretty stuck together at the end of this opening lap. But it is Noller who leads the way then. It's then going to be second for Langford, third for Pullen. 4th for Sparrow now, and 5th for Foden. So Foden's back in 5th, but he knows even if he drops 2 points, that's enough. That'll do. He knows what he has to do. So just into the complex for the second time, through the loop, into the arena section. Pullen trying to go around the outside here. Now remember, of course, Pullen was saying earlier on that it was 2 victories for Luke Pullen in Donington Park and 2 victories for Jack Noller. So it's going to be a square up between them. Tim Storer's in the gravel, unfortunately, down at Vale. So that's going to be at least wave yellows whilst they recover that car. No overtaking section of the circuit. And Luke Pullen is going to get the slight push here from his teammate Thomas Langford. Also in there too, you see is Adam Sparrow and Owen Mills now. So it looks like Steve Foden's gone back to 6th. And he might drop to 7th if he's not careful, because he's going to lose out possibly to Ted Bradbury. And I think Steve Foden knows, just literally, if anyone wants to come past within reason, he just needs to let them go and not get involved. Double wave yellows are out because they are still trying to recover Tim Storer's car, and they push it out of the gravel. Oh, just as the leaders arrive, just in front of his teammate, that is Jack Noller. Stays to the inside line, takes the curbing on the inside. Keep out the way, Tim. That's good. That's smart driving. Well done. He's in a tricky position here, because he's going to probably get back onto the racing line at the apex of the second part of the club, right in front of Steve Foden, but he's managed to negotiate. So smart driving. Tim's going to keep the inside line and say, look, I'm the one that's been off the road. I'm not going to get involved in anyone's way. Just simply all go through. He is a lap, but he's going to try at least some fun and enjoy himself in this last race. So late in the afternoon now. Shadows start a little bit more. Get this final race in the way. And Luke Pullen's gone round the outside of Jack Noller and takes the lead here at Silverstone in the final race. So I figure that I think the first strategy is let everyone else in front scrap amongst each other and then get involved when the time is right, if he's going to get involved at all. See here, the Jack Noller has got literally pushing him on the exit curve down towards the right hand, but down the hanger straight once again for the 3rd time. And here comes Noller to the outside line. Sparrow won't make it 3 abreast as he goes to the outside. Yes, he is. Here we go. Side by side, almost 3 abreast as Pullen slots in behind the top 2. Round the outside looks Sparrow, and he almost leans onto the inside of Pullen. There's a tiny, tiny tag in the right rear of Sparrow's car. A little wiggle from the 19 machine, but he holds on. And Bradbury's also got past Steve Foden, so that's now down to 7th place for Steve. But again, in a way, it doesn't matter, because even though he'll score, what, 84 points compared to... No, 88 points compared to what's currently 98. It's just till 10 points as Luke Pullen gets squeezed onto the curb on the inside of club corner. He's determined to get this third win of the season. Here comes Langford on the inside line now. It's also fired up Owen Mills. Where's he come from? Owen Mills is really going for it here. Owen Mills, who's never had a podium in the MX-5 Championship. Could he get his first one here today? That could be interesting. 4th in the championship. It's a possibility. It's a definite possibility. He's in the mix. He's in the fight. But Nolan now leads. Sparrow in second place. Wide, everyone goes wide in the battle for third place. It's then Langford, Pullen, Mills, Bradbury and Foden are all in there in some order. In fact, Bradbury's gone past Mills, so he's gone past him into what is now 5th position. Getting the push from Owen Mills onto the back straight. And Foden, again, just keeping with that leading group is all he needs to do. I know he keeps saying it over and over, but he really is just playing the smart and the safe game here. He's got a gap going into this race of, I think it was 34 points, did we say? 33 points. He's on. My calculation puts him on 1965 compared to 1932 for Adam Sparrow. So even if Sparrow takes another 10 points out of him, the gap is still going to be 23 points in the end. So it's going to be more than enough to give Steve Foden champion-elect status and provisionally crown him MX-5 champion for the season. He is just playing the smart game here. That's all he needs to do. So, Noller, Sparrow, Langford. The rest of the field goes pouring through to the mid-pack here. We've got, that's Dougal McGregor having a battle with, is that 550? It is, 550. Remind me who 550 is, as he runs wide on the exit, which he wouldn't want to get at the inside as well. 550 is Tom Mallet, and now also under threat from Richard Wootton in the 3 car. So again, lots of great jostling and battles all the way up and down the pack in the midfield in MX-5s. So onto the back straight now, and you can see here as Matthew Goddard pits that Steve Foden's actually falling backwards a little bit into the clutches of Patrick Lay now. So I think Steve Foden is taking it steady, and there's falling further and further back. But even so, if he does fall further back, he's not going out with a flourish. He's going out simply just with a calm, collected, and sensible, calculating drive, because he's just getting the points he needs to. And even if Sparrow gets the victory with 100 points plus the point for the fastest lap, it's not going to make a difference. So down the back straight they go, and into that was a clean move there from Tom Mallet round the outside of Dougal McGregor, which he wouldn't watches on mildly impressed, and it was slightly good until Tom Mallet went round the outside and almost ran too wide. Quite obviously as well, there's a problem it seems with Patrick Lay's transponder, because again he hasn't come through on the timing screen, but we can definitely see him in the race. So he's going to try and he's in the mix, and certainly in the top 10. Tim Storer is now definitively out of the race, sadly. Jack Noller still continues to lead. There's a real battle pack going on here for second. And Steve Foden is coming under threat from Patrick Lay now, so I think he's just... As they come back down the back straight. And now you see here it's going to be 3 abreast as Langford's going right to the outside of the circuit. It's going to be the outside line now proper for Sparrow. He drives it round the outside through Stoke, and he hold on. He's on the right line he needs to be then in the right with the right piece of track position. And it's 3 abreast again because Langford's in the mix here. Oh, this is not going to work. It's now side by side as Sparrow falls into line. A small lockup from Noller under brakes over the curb, thumping the sausage curb there with Sparrow, throwing it up the inside for 3rd place goes Pullen, edges him out wide. There's a little wiggle. Here comes Bradbury up the inside to go from 5th to 3rd. Great opportunistic move from Ted. Little clip of the curb, but he's got through, and here comes also Owen Mills with the momentum. He's got past Sparrow. Of course, this is further helping Steve Foden's cause, of course. And Foden has also even let Patrick Lay through, so he's down to 8th position. But again, I keep stressing, 8th is still good enough. 8th is still good enough. It'll give him 86 points compared to wherever small he ends up. And it's still good enough for the title. Down into Chapel and back onto the back straight once again. And this battle already is becoming proper typical of the MX-5 world. Sadly, Tim Storer's season's come to a premature end. His car's been pulled off the road with mechanical issues. Whereas now, this duel of... It is 6th for the lead. You can see here that Langford to the outside line. A proper MX-5 race, and Langford has a little look. He'll fall back into line. Sparrow tries to use his outside line trick again, this time on Owen Mills. Patrick Lay's getting involved as well. And the next person that Steve Foden has to worry about is Neil Chisnell. That will put him back into 9th place again. But again, it's not enough to deny Foden the title. Has to turn their way out through here. So it's now Go For It Racing in the lead, 2nd and 3rd and 4th for AB Motorsport. Owen Mills Racing in 5th, BC Cars in 6th, and 7th place. See Patrick Lay getting his elbows out as well. Tell you what, welcome back to MX-5 Racing, Patrick. Really getting stuck in the green and red machine. As Langford puts the pressure on Noller, had a look to try and get a switch back on the exit. And Foden is just hanging on there in what is currently 8th position. That's all he needs. That's enough. Meanwhile, further back, Tim Dorr is the leader of the Masters category, so that will be the provisional title for him. He will be champion-elect in the Masters category if he continues where he is. It'll be another 100 points for Tim. As Jack Noller again takes the inside line, almost Ted Bradbury gets caught up. He's soaring away at the wheel, not to make contact with his teammate. Gets the push from Luke Pullen. They're all on the toe now, all 7 of them in that tow line astern. Langford now might get the push from Bradbury, and from Pullen he gets a double push from his 2 teammates. Look at this, the AB Motorsport trio working together to really draft past Jack Noller. Jack will try and get back up the inside of Luke Pullen, but round on the straight past goes Thomas Langford. Round the outside at Stowe goes Ted Bradbury, and if Luke Pullen plays his cards right, he'll be on the inside for Vale, and he'll take another place. Unless he's under threat from Patrick Lay, because he's now going down the outside to take 4th. Dougal McGregor's in pit lane. They're all over each other here. And Adam Sparrow has now got, of all people, Steve Foden right on his bumper. They are all over each other here. It's now 9 for the leads they come through because Neil Chisnell's joined the battle. This is magnificent. Why is this the last race of the season? Because they're really going for it here. Steve Foden's just trying to dart out and stay away from the group of cars and not get too involved. It's going to get close. Patrick Lay and Luke Pullen side by side through Abbey Corner. Also side by side and wheel to wheel were Owen Mills and Adam Sparrow. I suspect that Steve Foden's secretly enjoying this, being part of this battle, even though he's not fighting too hard. Case in point, I think that was Neil Chisnell going up his inside. Yes, it was. And that's the thing, Foden's not even fighting too much. He's just letting the cars, if they want to come past, he's letting them come past. He knows exactly what he needs, exactly what he needs to do and how many points he needs to make sure that Sparrow doesn't take the title. He's going to have to drop back severely, touch wood, in order to make anything happen. So now down the back straight once again. It's now 3 of them. It's now Noller now giving Langford the push. So ultimately Bradbury's been portrayed by... Bradbury's not giving his teammate the push. It's Noller, in fact, giving him the push. So it's always a bit of payback for that. Patrick Lay goes to 4th. Adam Sparrow 5th. It's now Pullen 6th. And here comes Neil Chisnell arriving around the outside to take 7th from Owen Mills. As... yeah, Steve Foden down to 9th now and just keeping it nice and steady. There's a lock up there from Bradbury back up the inside to hold on to 2nd place. So Langford wants to end the season with a victory if he can. Bradbury's also in the mix there too to make that happen. And further back, that's Tim Dorr playing with Levi Aisbett and Stephen Bartlett. Aisbett looking around the outside. He's got plenty of pace to hold it around the outside line. And he just about holds on for the time being, does Tim Dorr, but he's under threat now from Levi. He won't change his standing in terms of the Masters competition. He'll still be in front there, but in terms of his overall track position, that will certainly be affecting him there. Bradbury again under threat from Nolly, looks back up the inside to hold on to 2nd place. They're still going at it, hammer and tongs here, and there's still 6 minutes 50 left of the race to go. So up to the back straight they go once more. It's this fantastic back and forth scrapping between the leaders. Patrick Lay heads to the next group of 4 as we come back down towards the right hand of Stowe, almost fanning out under braking as we see Langford holding on to that position. And Sparrow really giving Patrick Lay the hurry up as well. He's almost practically pushing the red and green car out of Stowe corner down towards Vale. Pullen has a little look out and speculative reaches up the inside, looks Ted Bradbury, he's thinking about it. He wants the undercut here rather than being stuck on the outside line, because if he does get stuck, all it's going to do is invite that man Jack Noller back up the inside, which he does. I'll admit I can't see that coming a mile off, to be honest, but Jack Noller will get back through to second place. He's on the inside line. It's now a drag race between the two of them. And look at Patrick Lay. Patrick Lay's got a great exit from Club Corner. He could get 2 for the price of 1 here. Up the inside of Jack Noller into 3rd place. And Noller's been hanging out to dry because through goes Luke Pullen. So Patrick Lay goes to 3rd now. Patrick Lay to 3rd place. Adam Sparrow's been dropped back to 8th. So he's got some work to do to try and get himself back up in the order. As for Steve Foden, he's literally sat at the back of this group, literally not doing anything, just watching and just keeping it clean and tidy. And again, 9th place will be good enough. That will be fine. Patrick Lay sets the new fastest lap of the race. I think they've figured out that Patrick Lay is on this grid because TSL have been having some troubles with his transponder or something registering him in this race properly, if I can get my words out. So, Langford now leads, Bradbury 2nd, Lay 3rd, Pullen 4th, Jack Noller down to 5th now, 6th for Owen Mills, 7th for Neil Chisnell, 8th for Adam Sparrow, and 9th for potential champion-elect Steve Foden, the white and gold car at the back of the shot. There he is, just hovering around. He knows it will be just about enough. Less than 5 minutes to go now in the MX-5 Championship season, and they really are going out with a flourish here. They want to put on a fantastic show for the spectators and my live stream viewers, and they're doing just that. It's been a wonderful season where there's been so much close, tight, exciting races, so many different drivers on the podium and race winners. It's been great to see. There is the man that everyone's watching for. 9th place, Steve Foden. If he stays where he is, he will be champion-elect because because he's only got Adam Sparrow in front of him, and he'll only drop another 2 points. That's exactly what he needs. So it will be enough, and he will take the title by 31 points at this stage. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Patrick Lay. Lay showing in 26th, which is not right. He's showing he's 2 laps down, which is incorrect. So Patrick Lay here could be on course, potentially, for... Well, he's in the mix for the victory here, isn't he? He's certainly giving it a red-hot go. Out of Chapel, onto the back straight. He's got a good run here on Ted Bradbury in 2nd place. Pullen and Noller will try and stay with him. Now down the straight towards Stowe Corner once again. Is Lay going to try and dart out and have a look? Which way is he going to go? Inside or outside? Which way does he go? He chooses outside because Bradbury's going for the inside line for the lead in towards Stowe Corner. He really has hoodwinked Thomas Langford. They're almost 3 abreast, and Bradbury goes for the inside line at Stowe Corner. Has to back out of it, but he keeps his foot in as much as he can. It now puts Patrick Lay to his inside now for 2nd place. He manages to force Lay to capitulate and hold on to 3rd place. Nolan looks around the outside of everybody. Can he get 3rd? He's... no. Or maybe he's almost there. He's up the inside of Patrick Lay. He's going to hang him out to dry over the curb on the exit, which he does. Gets 3rd place, back onto the podium. Well, if he's not careful, Luke Pullen just literally kissing the rear bumper of Patrick Lay's car, and there's still 3 minutes to go. Adam Sparrow takes the fastest lap of the race. I think they're still trying to add laps into Patrick Lay because it's showing he completed 11 laps when he hasn't. He's actually completed 12. So he's in that lead group, which is quite fascinating. So into the complex they go. You can see it's starting to get a little bit dark, like a shadow starting to lengthen on the cameras. But now as they come up through the kink and back towards the entry to the hangar straight, it's still an AB Motorsport 1-2. Noller 3rd, Pullen 4th, and Patrick Lay on his come back to the championship, holding on to 5th position. Mills in 6th. He's had one of his most competitive races of the season, being up there in the mix. And just in the background, just seeing Steve Foden still hovering, still the next. Right now, Owen Mills has a 5-second time penalty for track limit, so that'll drop him right out of there. That'll also promote Steve Foden to 8th. As Bradbury goes hell for leather around the outside. He's going for it, just way out wide. He's got to be careful he doesn't get a track limits penalty if he keeps going too wide over that curb. Because Owen Mills has got a penalty. I'm certain if he keeps on doing that, he won't be immune to it either. Ooh, Bradbury looking back up the inside, and Langford didn't really close the door there, and Bradbury's trying to squeeze himself back up the inside, but Langford literally parks the car straight in the middle of the road on the apex, denying any possible chance to get through. Further back, this is Steve Bartlett and Tim Dorr. I should mention also that Steve Bartlett is shown as a Masters driver. Don't believe that to be true because he has raced throughout the entire season not as a Masters driver. So Tim Dorr is the sole Masters leader at the moment. There's Martin Tolley, who is never dull in an MX-5. He's having a play with one of his teammates, Harry Storer. And this is side by side between them. This is over 14th position between the two of them. And Kevin Dengate is just behind them in 16th position, followed by Ben Smalley, another of the Go For It racing cars, and showing he's still got it in MX-5. Now then, for this lot, they're all over each other again now with a minute and a bit to go. But Luke Pullen over on the grass on the exit. He's trying to get himself back on the road, but he's obviously ran a little too wide. So who leads now? It's now still Langford. Everyone trying to be second. As here comes Noller with the push, possibly from Owen Mills. Here comes Sparrow with the toe. No, it's Noller's getting the toe push from Patrick Lay, in fact. So it's actually Patrick Lay going up to 3rd place. Bradbury 4th. Adam Sparrow 5th. And Bradbury tries to get back up the inside, back past Lay on the exit of Stowe corner. That's not going to work. He'll be on the outside line for the next run, which is Vale. If he can stick it round the outside line, he'll be on the right line for the next corner. He's thinking about it. Not just thinking about it, he's going for it. Up the inside goes Bradbury. Will he hang him out to dry on the curb? Of course he will. They're all running wide. All of them run wide over the exit of First Park Club. Here comes Luke Pullen. He looks at the inside line, thinks about it and says, no, stupid decision. I'm not doing that. Neil Chisnell's out of the race. As we go on to the last lap of the race, so Chisnell out of this one. As we come onto the pit straight for the final, onto the pit straight to start the last lap of the season. It could be anyone's guess for victory. Langford has it. Noller in 2nd place. Bradbury 3rd. Everyone wants to be 4th here. Diving down towards the complex. Martin Tolley has a 5-second time penalty for track limits. And Bradbury back to 3rd now. Past Patrick Lay. Now they've finally put Lay correctly into the timing screen to show him in 4th place. That's much better. And now you see here Mills in 5th. And they're all in the mix as well. Because Mills has that 5-second penalty. So ultimately, this will put Foden into 7th in the end, and that's good enough. That'll do it. Down the back straight for the final time. Richard Wooden has a 5-second penalty for track limits too. But down towards Stowe for the final time. It's caution to the wind. Here goes Jack Noller to the outside line. Can he get the undercut through Stowe corner on the run towards Vale? Likewise, Bradbury throws the block and holds on to 3rd from Patrick Lay. It's not going to matter where Owen Mills is in the pack because he's going to be dropped down by 5 seconds anyway. But up towards the complex, it's been a fantastic season, a fantastic year of racing, a fantastic weekend to finish off the championship. They're still battling towards the checkered flag. Mills and Lay are going at it now for what is on the track, at least 4th place. It's going to be a drag race to a line between the top 2. Langford will win, Noller 2nd, it's Bradbury 3rd, Lay, Mills and Sparrow. But in 7th place, it will be enough to provisionally crown Steve Foden in P6, the 2023 gas-shocked Mazda MX-5 champion. Steve Foden has done it. Magnificent. P6 was all he needed. Didn't even need that. He could have finished lower, but P6 will do it. And he comes in behind and Sparrow as... Well, Martin Tolley finishes with a flourish, doesn't he? He's never boring on track, and that proves it. Round at the final couple of the corners at Club. A little too over-ambitious there. And I hope we can have a chat with Steve Foden, because I think we need to have a chat with our provisional champion. So the results, just amending a little bit here. It shows 7th place for Foden compared to 4th for Sparrow. So that's 88 points for Foden and 94 points for... Yeah, so that's only 6 points taken out. So the gap at the top is 27 points in the end between Steve Foden and Adam Sparrow. So provisionally, Steve Foden is champion-elect. And an amazing job for him all weekend. It's crazy to think that his campaign started on the back foot right at the beginning of the season, the first race of the year. He had to start from the pit lane after he had a fuel line leak cause a problem on the grid, but he didn't even start that race and had to come back through from the back of the grid in race 2 all the way to the front and win race 3, and ever since then he's been on an absolute tear all the way through. Thomas Langford then wins the final Mazda MX-5 Championship race of the season, from Jack Noller in 2nd place, Ted Bradbury in 3rd, Adam Sparrow 4th, Patrick Lay 5th, Luke Pullen 6th, and 7th place is enough to provisionally give Steve Foden champion-elect status. He is the provisional Mazda MX-5 champion. It is Owen Mills 8th, Oak Richardson 9th, Steve Bartlett 10th, and it's Tim Dorr who will take the Masters win, and with it will be provisional Masters champion also on top of that. Tom for Levi Aisbett, then Dengate, Storer, Smalley, Hardy, Rumsey, Mallet, Wootton and Tolley rounding out the top 20. There's Andrew McGregor, Ryan Margolis, Jonathan Fieldson and Clive Chisnell in the top 24. And then the rest of the finishers we saw from 25th downwards, it was Simon Privet, Neil Chisnell who retired. We also lost Dougal McGregor, Matt Goddard and Tim Storer, who had a spin and off into the gravel and then retired with a mechanical issue. What a season it's been for Mazda MX-5 Championship Racing. We've got a very, very worthy champion-elect, Steve Foden. I'm sure hopefully we'll pull in there to have a chat with him on the TV, because we need the reaction, of course, of our brand new provisional champion. And, of course, from the top 3, because that certainly was a race for the ages and a perfect way to sign off the 2023 Gas-Shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship. A big thank you also to Gas-Shocked for their title sponsorship this year. That's been very valuable, but it's been a tough time with, sadly, one of the Gazar family passing away this year. So thanks for all their support, of course, and magnificent stuff. We have got Steve Foden down there. Good to see that we will have a chat with him. But having a chat to our top 3 and our champion-elect, it's Rob Lewis down in pit lane.
I've got a very worthy winner. Great race. Pack race, you guys have been phenomenal all weekend. Let's be honest, you've been phenomenal all year. How was that for you? Finally got that top step to round out the year.
I just want to thank my sponsors, first of all, Next Wave Safety, Surrey Sign Solutions and Caesar Auto Electrical, and of course AB Motorsport. Done a phenomenal job all year. But yeah, that was intense. I wasn't expecting to, thank you, wasn't expecting to lead for such a long time. I thought they'd come past quite a few times on the back straight, but I'm absolutely thrilled and happy to be back on the top step for the second time this weekend.
Fantastic, congratulations, absolutely thrilling. Right, let's go and speak to this man here, Jack Noller. Second place, fantastic racing, a great way to round out the season. What do you think?
Yeah, very different race that one. Defending from the start, had the B-boys around me, so knew they'd be not letting me do what I did with Sparrow. So really, really aggressive. Fell back a little bit in the middle as these boys all worked together and pushed their way past me, but managed to pull myself back in. Last lap, nearly had him. Just wasn't quite close enough come exit of Stowe to have a go at Clubman Vale, which I've been good at all weekend. He covered it off nicely. Couldn't quite get the momentum on the way out, but to come back to fighting for the win after being, what, 5th, 6th in the middle of the race after all that. Amazing end to the season, and I think if the camera stayed on us for the cool-down lap, I think we had a little bit of fun there, the 4 of us at the front. That was good. That was good.
Fantastic. Well, great camaraderie as well. Great racing all year. Congratulations on a stellar year, Jack. Well done. Right, Ted Bradbury, where are you? I'm looking for Ted Bradbury. Has he gone missing?
I was just going to say that.
He's gone walkabout. He wants to go and shake the hand of Steve Foden. I was chasing you with the microphone for a reason, but no, great third place. AB Motorsport, guys, you must be happy.
Yeah, it was an amazing race. Come from 11th. It was a good start. Big battle. Yeah, I just want to say I can't thank the AB boys enough. Just everyone there has just done so much for me this year and got me up to speed so fast and just taught me everything. So thank you to them. Yeah, and all my family as well. Like, they've just made it possible. So thank you.
Fantastic result. Great win. Well done. That's Ted Bradbury. Now I need to go and interview a champion-elect. I'm only saying the elect bit because they've got to check your car. Don't worry about it. But Steve Foden, 2023 Gaz Shocks, a Mazda MX-5 champion. What do you reckon?
I like it.
Wow, yeah. What a season. I just want to say a massive thanks to all of my team, my girlfriend, my family, Rob Austin Racing, all my sponsors. I'm just lost for words, mate.
I can imagine. Let it all sink in. I'm sure it will sink in by tomorrow morning, but for now, I'll shake the hand of a champion. Well done. There we go. So, we've crowned another champion in the Graz Shops MX-5 Championship. We're going to have more cars out on the circuit for the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy. It's time to head back up to Scott.
Oh, well, these champions getting emotional. It's setting me off a little bit as well. Goodness me. Fantastic stuff. Well done to what was a great final race for the Gaz Shots Mazda MX-5 Championship. And, of course, a very worthy champion-elect in Steve Foden. And I can see the emotion because he's worked hard for that all season. Deserves it, so well done. Oh, Christ, I'm almost welling up myself. Anyway, let's move on to next of our races. Now going to be the big grid for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, and it's Anthony Rogers who starts on pole position in the BMW Golf alongside the first of the 5 Audi TT Cup racing cars with Scott parking alongside in the front row. Jonathan Hayes' BMW then comes next from Andrew Dyer's Audi TT, then Feroz Billamoria's VW Scirocco, and McCart and Malloy in their Audi TT Cup car. Philip Hart's Honda Civic, the Booths in their Audi TT Cup racing car. And I'll get the rest of the grid because it's going a little too quick for me, so I'm going to quickly bring it up on the screen and figure out exactly where we're at with the qualifying order. Right, so there we go. So it's going to be Patrick Booth and John Booth in the Audi TT, Mike Parsons' VW Golf, and David Cox and his VW Golf round out the top 10. Then Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot 207, Charlie Hayes in the BMW, Larry Cosman's Fiesta ST240 ahead of Hamer and Stevens' Mini, Trevor Howell in the Honda Civic, Jason Brow in the Renault Clio 197, Quantrell and Marlowe in their Renault Clio, Shea Cavanagh's Honda Civic, Smitherham Hartshorn in their unique Honda S2000. Good to have a Honda S2000 on the grid. It's the Savages, Paul and Brandon in their Audi TTCR. Then it's the Pascal and Massey Honda Civic Type R, the Renault Clio RS200 of Watson and Harrison. Reuter and Sanford in the Mazda MX-5, fresh from racing here on the national circuit a week ago in the Supersport Endurance Cup. Lee Reynolds, who I think he's So, though, I think he was originally entered with Jack Reynolds in a Honda Civic under Integra Type R DC5, but instead he's in a Citroen Saxo VTS instead. He's head of Chris Stone in his Honda Civic Type R, and it says here competitor unknown in the Mazda MX-5. Anyway, the rest of the order comes through as Christian White in his Mini Cooper, Pete Smith in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. He was out yesterday in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. We then have Jared Coulson in his Renault Clio, Cameron Bell in the Toyota MR2, the Adcox in their BMW Compact, Barry Cully in his Seat Leon Cooper Cup car. We've still got a few more cars to go, actually, which is going to be Barry Cully, Caven Taylor in his Renault Clio, the Stone Streets in their ST150 Fiesta, Liam Browning in his Mazda MX-5, Tunbridge and Sawyer in their Mark III MX-5, Colin Whitehouse in the BMW Compact, first of the Mazda 2s, which has Nick Dougal at the wheel, Gary Paddock's Mark 1 MX-5, Lomas and Walker in a Fiat Panda. And that wasn't a slip of the tongue. It is. I did say Fiat Panda. There's a story behind that. I'll come to that, and it comes to that shortly. Risbridger and Oates in the second of the Mazda 2s. It's Payne and Underwood in the 107. It's Kirkland in the Peugeot 206 GTI. And Dunmore in the Subaru Piazza. He didn't set a time. And neither did Coomer and Evans in the BMW 1 Series. That is the new BMW 1 Series Super Cup car, which debuted. That's the latest build, which debuted at Croft in the Evolution Trophy a few weeks ago. So this should be, all things being well, a bumper 44 car grid. And once again, it's been as ever, the grid has been absolutely as popular as ever. Looks as though we are going to get, I believe, at the back of the field, if it is on the grid, the Coomer and Evans BMW 1 Series Super Cup car. We'll get some focus on that throughout the race, so you can give an idea of what that car is like and some of its development. We've also got the story to tell about the Fiat Panda on the grid as well. That's going to be a key story to talk about. That starts 40th on the grid. So keep an eye on that from row 20. So the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy simply is a 45-minute, it's kind of mini endurance pit stop race. It's cars of 5 different classes. Basically, it's Clubman level and production-based cars. You've got cars with a maximum power to weight ratio allowed of 235 brake horsepower per tonne. Each car or entry has to make a mandatory 2-minute pit stop. It has to be 2 minutes from when you cross the pit-in line to when you cross the pit out line. The time it takes from crossing pit in to crossing pit out has to be at least 2 minutes. If you're short on the pit stop by however many, it's 30-second penalty plus the time that you're short. So if you're short by a second, it's a 31-second penalty for a short pit stop. So as you can see, as they're getting even more and more popular, 5 of the new Audi TT CR cars are on the grid. The Audi TT Cup Racing, of course, a brand new series for this year. It's on the way to getting championship status for 2024, and it's also become one of the permanent support series for TCR UK next year, and there's plenty of cars in build, and literally anyone that drives these cars are absolutely raving about them. There's plenty more cars in build, and hopefully we'll see more and more as the series looks to go to championship status, and they seem to be pretty popular cars when you put them out into Club Sport and indeed Super Sport occasionally when you put them on the grid. There's 5 of them out there. We've got both of the 4G racing cars, the likes of Ross Macker in the booths. You've got the Savages in there too. You've also got the front of the grid in the TTs. That is the that's okay. It's not the Golf. That's actually Scott Parkin. And okay, that's interesting. There's a different. Oh, it's Jones and Reynolds. They're in their own Audi TT. That's not a TT Cup racing car. That's a different Audi TT. It's got a different spec on it, I think. Anyway, it's supposed to be Jones and Reynolds in a Golf, but it's not. It's a 777 car, and it's an Audi TT, which is interesting. I should have spotted that. One car to watch out for, as always, in Club Sport Trophy is the VW Scirocco, just peeking out from to the right from behind the orange Audi TT. It's the green Scirocco with the multicoloured striping on the back. That's Feroz Billamoria, always a formidable driver in Club Sport Trophy. Also in there to watch for the BMW Jonathan Hayes. That's the BMW Compact, the white one with the BMW style blue and red striping. And plenty of regulars in this series that do come out, and it's a great proving ground for all sorts of cars. Audi TTs, BMWs, VWs, Honda Civics, Volkswagen Golfs, Fiestas, Clios, Minis, and all sorts that can fit onto the grid. Even some unique cars like the Honda S2000 on the grid, and also that Fiat Panda towards the back as well. There's a great variety as always, and typically if you want to get on the Club Sport Trophy grid you have to be quick because entries do fill up pretty fast. So all set then for the final regular race of the season for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, the Silverstone International Circuit, ready for 45 minutes of pit stop racing. It's 2 Audi TTs on the front row of the grid, lights out any second now. And 45 minutes of Club Sport Trophy racing is underway. It's a pretty rapid start from Philip Feroz Billamoria in the Scirocco from the 3rd and 4th row of the grid. Look at the pack, 44. Club Sport Trophy cars down towards turn 1, and Scott Parkin gets the whole shot in towards turn 1. Fingers crossed they can get through safely. All nice, everyone mind their P's and Q's so far. A few of the MX-5s in the mix. It's Chris Fantana's the car that's in there. That was the car that's number 22, competitor unknown. He just scraped into the field and he qualified 26th. He only lives up the road from there. And looks like that was the Philip Hart Honda Civic running very wide over the runoff tarmac. gets back onto the road, but it is going to be Andrew Dyer, in fact, that leads the way in his Audi TTCR, chased down by Feroz Billamoria. Oh, that's the 777 Audi TT that's gone around. Now, the question is, did he jump or was he pushed? Oh, and as he rejoins, he tags the side of the Philip Hart Honda Civic, number 37. Onto the back straight, all got away pretty much unscathed. Billamoria hits the front in the Scirocco, down towards the right-hander at Stowe for the first time. Billamoria leads, Dyer in second place. Then it's the first of the 4G racing cars being put under pressure from Scott Parkin. It's like an Audi TTCR race all over again at the front. The rest of the pack comes pouring through. There goes the Sanford and Reuter MX-5 Mark III. We've seen that commonly in the Supersport Endurance Cup this season, run by Rob Boston Racing. It's good to see that Sanford and Reuter have jumped in. There's the 777 car. It looks that whatever happened to it on that opening lap has caused some trouble, so it's into the pit lane possibly for a quick repair or a quick check over. Meanwhile, Billamoria leads. It's now Audi TT second and third. And that's the 4G racing car that's flashing its headlights. That car sitting down on its right-hand side. Is that possibly a puncture or a suspension issue? Maybe. There's an issue for one of the 4G racing Audi TTs in there. He's trying to keep out of the way of some of the faster hot hatches coming through past him. It's the 73 car of the Maccas. That's Macca and Malloy that's had the trouble. Okay, well, that car's struggling as it goes around, but you can see it's an incredibly busy circuit. 44 cars on the Club Sport grid. They're certainly trying to turn their way out through the right-hander. Here's the 777 car. Looks like it's possible. They're checking the left front, so maybe there was damage to the left front. I don't want to put two and two together too much, but if the right front was going down on the Macca and Malloy car, is there a possibility they've had some kind of a tangle with the 777 car and it's damaged the left front on the orange Audi TT? It's pure speculation, but ultimately, that's kind of, you almost look at that and think it puts two, almost sounds like it puts two and two together. Down towards So Corner, see Cameron Bell's Toyota MR2 with a bit of bodywork flapping. Up the inside there goes 199. That is the Honda Renault Clio of Quantrell and Marlowe. Quantrell and John Marlowe. Rose Billamoria sets the fastest lap of the race, and that gets bettered immediately by a second and a bit by Scott Parkin. So Parkin charging after the second placed. Charging after the leader in second place here. It's Saxo versus Mini here. We've got the Lee Reynolds Citroen Saxo up against, that's possibly Christian White's Mini 156, 155, no 150 that is. 150 is the Hammer and Stevens car, and also in there too you saw was the number 20, the very unique liveried Honda S2000. I do love me a Honda S2000, they are quite smart cars in the mix. See that Jonathan Hayes are battling over to Andrew Dyer. Is that also one of the Honda Civics having a drama? Pulling to the inside line, was that? I'm trying to figure out who that was. Honda Civic. It looks like one of the cars towards the back of the field, I think, because the highest placed Honda Civic is down in 9th position. That's the Philip Hart Honda. There is the number 9 Clio of Jason Brow, and that is, yeah, another Honda Civic that's either just letting the faster cars through or has had an issue. Can't quite tell the number on that car. Is it possibly 152? 152. It's one of the Honda Civics either keeping out of the way of traffic or has a problem of some kind. Lee Reynolds battling away with the Sanford and Reuter Mazda MX-5 Mark III. Downforce to that rear wing and front splitter. Also there too is one of the compacts, and also in there is the Honda S2000 turning in as well. Jason Brow being chased down by Julian Hamer and Stevens in their Mini Cooper. Also in there is the Quantrell and Marlowe Renault Clio as they turn out onto the pit straight once more. So the race just starting to settle down a little bit now into its first 5 minutes. The pit window will open after 15 minutes. It will be open for 15 minutes and will close at the half-hour mark in the race. So it's a 15-minute window for all drivers to make their mandatory 2-minute pit stop. And remember, if you're short by literally even less than a second, even a couple of tenths of a second, it's still a short pit stop. So you have to serve a 30-second plus the time that you're short penalty. So even if it's 0.2 of a second that you're short by, it's still a 30.2 second penalty that you have to serve. That was the S2000 Spitherman and Hartsell getting very sideways. Oops, that's the 273. That's the Peugeot 107 off the road. That's one of the CityCar Cup cars that's in the mix as well. That's the Payne Underwood Peugeot 107 off in the gravel at Stowe. Meanwhile, the leaders are coming up behind. Ooh, okay, they're getting stuck behind the Peugeot 206. But as they pick their way through, Scott Parkin's on the charge here. He might be in a different class to Feroz Billamoria, but he's certainly giving him a bit of a hurry up here. And Scott knows how to pedal this Audi TTCR. He gets it out in any race he can. Any race he can get some mileage in it, which is good. If he's certainly going for more of a full-time run in what potentially could be a championship next year for Audi TTs, certainly is getting as much track time as possible to get the inner workings of this Audi TT just right. Now, the car towards the centre of shot is the car I wanted to talk about. That's the Fiat Panda. That's of Dean Lomas, and is it Dean Lomas who's put this car together? And you were telling me about the story about this on Friday, so we maybe keep on the Panda for a second. So the Panda comes from Race of Remembrance last year, where I think Dean Lomas was working on the mainly minis at the Race of Remembrance, and he was challenged to say, right, if you can make a better race car, then go for it. So he said, right, challenge accepted. And of all the cars he picked a Fiat Panda. So he picked the Fiat Panda. He's been engineering throughout the season. He's done a couple of Clubsport Trophy races before, and they're raising money towards the Race of Remembrance event. They've already raised some £3,700, which is magnificent. You can either put a sponsorship on the side of the car, or you can buy a square to put your name on for as little as £5. And the ultimate goal is to, ultimately, it will culminate with them putting this car out in Race of Remembrance. And it's such a unique car that it's wonderful to see it on the grid. So top effort to Dean Lomas and everyone involved for getting that Fiat Panda on the grid. And I have to say, it's not shy about getting in the mix, is it? It's up there with a few of the cars towards the back of Class E. It's having some scraps of some MX-5s and a couple of the Mazda 2s. There's a BMW in there as well somewhere, and a Clio, and all sorts going on. So good on them for getting in the mix. There's a bit compact. There's one of the, I think that's Gary Paddock's Mazda MX-5 in there too. Stephen Watson in the Renault Clio. He's giving it a red hot go, isn't he? This little Panda's fantastic. Up the inside of John Whitehouse. Magnificent. Go on, Dean. Go on, guys. Fantastic stuff for the little Fiat Panda. Keep going. Excellent stuff for the Panda. So as it carries on, Payne Underwood, sadly, that's confirmation that they're out of the race down at Stowe Corner. One thing it does lack is straight line speed as the Panda, because it's now been passed by both Stephen Watson's Clio and the John Whitehouse BMW. But it's quite nifty in the corners. It's almost kind of CityCar-esque, that car, isn't it, really? So the Panda turns its way in. And the 519 car, that is the 518 Colin Whitehouse, that is. Lee Reynolds is in. So Lee Reynolds in the Citroen Saxo is in. It's not time for the pit stops just yet. So that will come in about 7.5 minutes' time. And that was for the Rose Billamore going up the inside. He's trying to get past. That was one of the MX-5s. He's trying to put a lap on. Over the grass he goes. Way too hot into the apex. Now, that's up for debate, really, whether or not Feroz was being way too hot into the corner or the Mazda just didn't see him. But either way, Scott Parkin takes the lead in the Club Sport Trophy. It looks as though the Scirocco has got away unscathed with that one. But that was a nervy moment that Feroz Billamore did not need in this Club Sport Trophy race, particularly if he's going for the victory. So he's now got a task to try and recatch and repass Scott Parkin after losing the position. I think that's the Stone Streets and their ST150. Good to see a Fiesta ST150 in the field. We've also got one of the ST240 cars out there too as well, being run by Jam Sport. It's got Larry Cosman at the wheel. So there's Billamore. That car looks as though it's okay. It was side-to-side contact with the MX-5. I'm trying to work out which one that was. It was... Who was that they made contact with? It was... I'm trying to work it out on the grid here. I know it was a 2 car. Tunbridge and Sawyer, that was it. The blue car that was the 414 of Tunbridge and Sawyer. That's the car which they had a bit of a collision with. Shay Cavaliers in the pit lane as well. So problems with the 122 car. As Billamore carries on. He's going to put a lap on Stephen Watson shortly. Make the way onto another lap. As Billamore has managed to pick his way past. He's still trying to chase down Scott Parkin. Let's get lap time to see how they compare. Yeah, Parkin was 1.3 seconds better on that lap, and that was that incident. So he's actually losing time to Parkin. So it looks as though that really that incident kind of did Parkin a favour. It gave him a free pass to get through. And since then, he's really had the race under pretty much most of his control in the last few minutes. Billamore just soldiering on in second place. Trouble-free now, hopefully, until the pit stop window opens. Third is the Jonathan Hayes BMW Compact. Fourth is Patrick and John Booth in their 4G Racing Martini liveried Audi TT Cup racing car. Fellow TT racer Andrew Dyer is fifth. He's had a busy weekend racing in the CityCar Cup, but also in Club Sport this weekend too. And then we have Parsons in 6th, Cosmin 7th in the Fiesta ST240. Philip Hart in 8th, Stuart Kilroy 9th, and Trevor Hurrell's Honda Civic rounds out the top 10. In terms of class leaders, Scott Parkin leads Class B in 1st overall. Billamore leads Class A in 2nd overall. It is a Class C lead for the Smitherham and Hartshorn Honda S2000. Class D is being led by the Roy Twin Sanford Mazda MX-5. And Pete Smith heads Class E in his Mazda MX-5. So a little bit of variety with up the mix. We've got 2 MX-5s, an S2000, an Audi TT, and a VW Scirocco leading their respective classes. There's Gary Paddock just in front of the Tunbridge and Sawyer Mazda that was involved in a little skirmish with Feroz Billamoria. Towards the end of another lap. So we're just keeping where they should be. That's Stuart Kilroy looking up the inside for 8th position on Larry Cosmin. And Cosmin tried to come back at him, but didn't quite. Kilroy couldn't quite complete that move in that sense. Hammer and Stevens Mini Coopers in. Again, these are obviously pit stops for issues rather than anything else. That's Trevor Howard out the race. It is. So the car that was running in 10th place and 7th in Class B, well, he was out of the race, but he's now got back going again after a quick word from Jules and Rachel Battendale, who are 2 of the rescue unit operators at Silverstone this weekend. There's the Hammer and Stevens Mini that's in the pit lane with problems. Now this battle's looking quite fun here between Stuart Kilroy and Larry Cosmin. This is 4th position. Ooh, and I think Cosmin trying to get back up the inside here to try and force his way through if he can. And the car that he's in is the ex-Ollie Turner car from earlier on this season. That's a Fiesta STT40, so that car getting a bit more mileage after it was out early on in 2023. So the rest of the pack goes through. The great thing is when you get this massive variety of cars is that you've got battles constantly, whether it's just position or just for race position or track position, you've got battles everywhere on track. They're battling for the Hamer and Stevens car, sadly. That car has got doors open, bonnet open, and I think that's, sadly that engine might not be going any further, unfortunately, because it looks as though that car does not want to play ball. Oh, that's Jason Brow that's had an issue. Off the road he goes. That's the number 9 Renault Clio. That's damaged front suspension. So that suggests maybe, well, it suggests contact with somebody. I guess the question is who, but Jason Brow's car, that front wheel's not exactly pointing the way it should be, that's for sure. Back to our scrap going on for 8th and 9th overall. In different classes, so Stuart Kilroy currently 6th in Class B, and Cosmin just dives past all 3 cars. He got past the Mini, which is the Sussex Road and Race Mini. Also, he got past the 518 BMW, and got past Stuart Kilroy as a result of that too. You see here the little panda getting involved, trying to get around or at least race with the Sanford and Reuter Mazda MX-5 if he can. Sanford and Reuter car. Meanwhile, there is another of our front-running machines. That is the number 33 Audi TTCR of Patrick and John Booth, currently running 4th overall and 2nd in Class B behind its fellow Audi racer Scott Parkin. There's Jonathan Hayes running 3rd place overall with the BMW. Got past the Adcocks in the BMW Compact. There's Stone Streets in the Fiesta, and there is Andrew Dyer trying to chase down the fellow TT racer. So the pit window will open any second now. We're getting towards the beginning of the pit window. It'll open roughly round about just under 20 seconds. So that'll be probably a possible influx of initial pit callers to get their pit stop out of the way early. Pit window opens any second now. So the pit window does indeed open, so it's 15 minutes now for all drivers involved. As you see, Andrew Dyer just getting around some more of that traffic. The Adcocks and the Stone Streets. Pit window now open here at Silverstone in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. And Scott Parker continues to hold the lead by quite some margin, because Benoit only just coming past the pits by the looks of it. 9.6 seconds is the gap, and a couple of cars already diving in. There's confirmation Jason Brower is out of the race in the Renault Clio. On the screen. And we'll see if there's any pit calls at the moment. We have one, it's the Adcox in the BMW. There are other pit callers, but they're quite way down the order. We've also lost in the mix David Cox of VW Golf. The Mk1 Malloy Audi TT has gone and hasn't come back out again. Neither of the Lee Reynolds Honda Civic. The Shea Cavanaugh Honda Civic is also... So Lee Reynolds Citroen Saxo. The Shea Cavanaugh Honda Civic is out too. Here's car 73, which is another of the Golfs. That is the Anthony... That's the Mike Parsons Golf. He's battling away with Philip Hart. And also in there too is Barry Cully in his Seat Lamborghini Cup car. There's Trevor Hurrell, who's had another adventure. This time pulling the car off the road for the second time, and it might well be out of the race in particular. Christian White in the pit lane also. So the 155 car is also in for its mandatory stop. No one from the top 10 has yet made their stop, so I imagine they'll do so a little later on in the race. Tunbridge and Sawyer also coming for their pit stop. It's more cars that are further down the order that want to get their pit stop in early. If they are switching to a second driver, perceptibly a quicker driver, they can maximise the time that they're in. Driven by Racing Squad are down there helping out. We see Eliza on the left front. I think we've got Nick down there as well. Driven by Racing here this weekend, so good to see that they're also helping out with one of their supported cars. That's the Christian White machine, so they're helping out with a bit of pit crew action here. Driven Minds, a new partnership with Brscc, and they really do pay attention a lot to mental health in motorsport, because it's quite important. They've been even helping, I think, Steve Foden at one point with some of the some work to make him sort of be in top condition for his Mazda MX-5 Championship fight, and they've managed to kind of form a friendship with him. And it's good to see that their effect is starting to be felt already within the Brscc paddock, and we're very thankful that Driven Minds has come on board and can become a part of the Brscc fraternity in the paddock this weekend. It's their second weekend in the Brscc paddock. The first was with TCR UK on that weekend in August. So they're back again to offer some support and to be around, and to ultimately, as you can see as well, helping out with the picturing duties for the Sussex Road and Race Mini Cooper. Some more pit calls coming in. Larry Cosman has come in quite early from 8th place in the Fiesta ST240. Also in the pit lane as well has come the Stuart Kilroy Peugeot 207 GTI. That's from 8th and 10th respectively. There's Pete Smith in the Mazda MX-5, and chased now by Jonathan Hayes. And there also are the Booths, Patrick and John Booth, and this is the battle for 3rd and 4th place overall. It's not for class position, because Jonathan Hayes' BMW is in Class A and the Booths are in Class B. That's Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot, smoking brakes, so he's been pushing hard in his battles all the way through the season, all the way through the race so far. A quick check with the guys on the pit wall, and then he quickly runs back around. And there might actually have been somebody else in the pit lane to do so. Chris Stone's Honda Civic also in from 14th, so a few initial pit callers. There will be some that will leave their stop right towards the end of the pit window so they can maximise their stint time. As Bidamoria just continues to try and chase down Parkin. And that is 28. It's one of the Stone Streets out of their car. So it's a Stone Street crew get to work as they change drivers. More battles going on here. This is the 73 Golf of Parsons battling Philip Hart. This is for track position and for class position. This is for 4th and 5th in Class B and for 6th and 7th overall. So it's VW Golf versus Honda Civic Type R, EP3. And maybe the wing and splitter of that Golf is working just a little bit harder. The Liam Browning and Stephanie Saw Mazda MX-5 has just pitted. I think they've made a change from Liam to Stephanie, or vice versa. Now down towards Bell they go. Kilroy also finishing his pit stop, so he's back out again after his mandatory visit. The Roytron Sanford MX-5 is in. He's in from what's currently 8th position. Also in his 2 is Cameron Bell in the Toyota MR2. Had a bit of flapping bodywork earlier on, so I wonder if they've managed to either secure that rear bumper a bit better, or simply just take it off to prevent it getting worse and getting a black and orange flag for mechanical standards. Further back, we've got the 518 Colin Whitehouse. We've got another one of the Honda Civic, the Mini Renault Clios. I'll get the right car eventually. That's Jared Coulson's number 14 car. And here's Villamoria, who was 4/10 quicker than Scott Parkin on that last lap. He's then again, the last lap that Scott Parkin just completed is a 1:16.554, so that's really changed quite substantially. Villamoria does a 1:18.5. It was a slower lap that time by, so he's actually lost 2 seconds in that lap alone. But Villamoria pushing on. He will at least be aiming for a class win if he can manage it. There is the number 24, that's the Savages, Paul and Brandon Savage. And another of the Audi TT Cup racing cars. Good to see them in the mix too. There's the Adcocks, who have been competing mostly this year in the Supersport Endurance Cup in class Clubman C. They've been battling mainly with David Drinkwater and Adam Reed, and also Pete Smith at Mazda MX-5, so a bit of rivalry there. It looks like Lee Reynolds' Citroen Saxo has been back out on track, but coming back in again after trying to fix whatever the problem was, and it looks like it's still manifesting itself, unfortunately. So we come towards, just going past half distance, Jared Coulson pitting in the Renault Clio. Here's mandatory 2-minute pit stop. Jonathan Hayes carries on. Nobody from the top 6 just yet have pitted thus far, leaving it towards the end. The highest placed cars that have made pit stops currently at the moment are in the pits right now, is the Mike Parsons VW Golf, the Smitherham and Hartshorn Honda S2000, and the Quantrill and Marlowe Honda Civic Renault Clio 2. So as they make their way down towards the, seeing here, that's the Scott Parkin in the lead of the race and continuing to push on. Let's try and build that gap even further now. The gap is out by another 2 seconds last time by. A 1:16.5 last time compared to a 1:18.5. I tell you what, these Audi TCR cars have got some poke, haven't they? They've got some handling too. Another one of the compacts in for its regular pits, for its mandatory stop. And Watson and Harrison in. That's the number 107 Renault Clio. There is the Jared Coulson car. Well, that's had a bit of a tag in the door, isn't it, really? But they've at least lifted it up, and they're going to at least go to working on some tyre pressures by the looks of it. Or they're changing the tyre, actually, in fact. They're changing. He's pointing to the right front saying, is it good, is it bad? Or trying to signal to the pit crew to make whatever change they need to make. There's the S2000 in the background. It's also making its mandatory stop. And pit stop's being completed. That's Chris Stone with the Sanford and Reuter car. Also in the pit, and I can see that is the Jonathan Hayes BMW, and Andrew Dyer was following him in as well by the looks of it. So that's 3rd and 4th. So yeah, so Jonathan Hayes and Andrew Dyer into the pit lane from 3rd and 4th. They're the highest placed pit calls at the moment. And Hayes, what's definitely not confusing is that there's 2 Hayes on the screen, both with BMWs. There's 26, which is Jonathan Hayes. Then you have 93, which is Charlie Hayes, and that is the other BMW compact E36 that's running in 7th place at the moment. Both of those cars are in pit lane right now, making their mandatory stops. There's still 10.5 minutes, no, still 5.5 minutes to go of the pit stop window, so we're going to get an influx of some of the front runners coming in quite late. We've still got the top 2 to make their stops. There is the red compact. That is going to be, I think that's 93, is it? Yes, it is. It's the Charlie Hayes car, and there's Jonathan Hayes. So that's father and son. So Jonathan Hayes with his regular pit stop, whilst Charlie Hayes fans himself and gets ready to re-enter the race. Meanwhile, there is one of the 4G racing cars running about its business. That is the, can't tell if it's the 7... If it's the 173 or the 33, it might be the 173 I just saw there. But in fact, no, because the 173 is out of the race, isn't it? No, it is back out on track. I thought it was out of the race and in the pit lane, but 173, it's several laps down, but it is back out on track. Jared Coulson's Renault Clio back out also, just put a lap on Colin Whitehouse's BMW compact. And they're also putting a lap on both of them. is Scott Parkin in the TT. So now down the hill and towards Vale and Club once again. Time ticks down as we get towards the end of that mandatory pit stop window. And Scott Parkin has got this race currently firmly under control. It's a 12-second gap as the pit lane becomes a slight more hive of activity. There's also cars on the pit straight too, including Scott Parkin's leading car. Jonathan Hayes is exiting the pits. So too is Chris Hayes. So that's pit stops complete for both of the Hayes family. There's the Christian White Mini, which has successfully completed its Club Sport pit stop. And there's Chris Stone ahead of the Sanford and Reuter MX-5. And this is actually for position. It's for 15th and 16th overall. And this is not for class because the Mazda MX-5 is in Class D and leading Class D. As Chris Stone's Honda is currently 3rd in Class C at this point. But they've swapped around position-wise, so it means that the Reuter and Sanford car is now in 16th and Stone's up to 15th now. So change of position. And not too far behind, just to the background there, is the car in 17th, and that is the Savages, Paul and Brandon, in their Audi TT Cup racing car. There's Feroz Bilamoria, he's made his mandatory pit stop, and he's out of pit lane. So stop complete for him. Now we're just waiting on Scott Parkin to time his to perfection. He's still got 2 minutes 50 seconds to make it happen. Oh, that was the Stone Streets that was sideways there at the complex at the arena. What's happened to the Stone Streets? Bit of a weird scenario to be there. Either it's just cold tyres or possibly just getting tagged round. Either way, it's not exactly how they were hoping for this race to turn out, at least not in that fashion, but away they go. I can't see any obvious damage on that car, so it looks as though it's got away with it. It looks like it's more of a self-inflicted spin rather than being helped around. And Bilamoria now on the back of Chris Stone, who is being helped to create a bit of a gap now between himself and the Sanford and Reuter car. I thought he was making for the pit lane, but he's not. He's instead, he's made a pit stop so that he doesn't need to. But one of the only cars left to pit, or the only cars left to pit, literally, is the Scott Parkin Audi TT, because this man, Feroz Bilamoria, has made his mandatory stop. So he doesn't need to come back in again unless there is a particular problem. So Bilamoria's gap is still currently a lap at the moment, but we're still waiting for Scott Parkin to make that pit stop. In the pit lane has come Pete Smith. He's risen as high as 4th in the order. Well, that's not going to last really, because ultimately we've still got more. One, we've got still more. He's one of the last cars to pit, and 2, he has only just pitted himself. So it means that he's left it quite late, and so he would have naturally come up the order ahead of those that have already pitted anyway. That's the 1-7. That's the 773 car of Payne, 273 car of Payne and Underwood. As the race leader, Scott Parkin does make it in for his mandatory stop. And the rule is also as well is that you can, so long as you pit before the pit window closes, you can take your pit stop any time, as long as you're in the pit lane before it closes. Now, the camera's just looking at the front right of Scott Parkin's car. That's just pressures they're putting down to try and reheat them back up again. That's interesting. Now, are they doing a tyre change? They're doing something. They're tweaking the wheel nuts. But I think that they were looking at the front right because it looks as though it's a little bit flat or it lost a bit of pressure. Either way, Scott Parkin is making his mandatory stop, and he will be pushed backwards and back into pit lane very shortly. There goes Bilamoria. So Bilamoria will effectively get his lap back at least. Now the next task is how far ahead Bilamoria will find Scott Parkin as he runs wide. Why is Bilamoria running wide up at Abbey Corner and Farm? What's going on there? Don't tell me that's a problem for Bilamoria, right as we see him on camera. Oh no! For most Bilamoria slowing as he comes up towards the arena section. Oh, all his hard work is coming to nothing, sadly. When his luck is good, it's very good. When his luck is bad, it's horrible. He had an awful run of luck in a couple of races in the middle of the season, particularly when he got caught up in an incident at Donington Park that was absolutely not his fault. And so, sadly, Feroz Bilamoria's challenge for Club Sport victory comes to nothing because his car pulls off the road and, unfortunately, will not see the checkered flag. Now, the pit window has closed now, so anyone that hasn't made a mandatory stop will be penalised. And so as Parkin makes his way out of pit lane, he continues in the lead now. So it means that Patrick and John Booth will inherit second place overall, and in class, well, they'll still be second in Class B anyway, but they'll take second overall in the standings. It's then Jonathan Hayes up to third. It'll be Andrew Dyer up to fourth, and Philip Hart in P5 in the Honda Civic. Mike Parson 6th, Quantrell and Marlowe 7th, Hayes 8th, Kilroy 9th, and Cosmin rounding out the top 10. So we see Andrew Dyer make his way out through Vale and easily past Club, past Stone Street. So had that spin earlier on. Ooh, there's lockups there. That was the Peugeot 206 getting in the way there, as we see Jared Coulson and Cameron Bell negotiate it. And again, further back, there's Pete Smith in the MX-5, and there's your race leader, Scott Parkin, out after his pit stop. And now with Billamoria's demise, sadly, it means that he's may well run unchallenged all the way to the checkered flag. So let's wait and see. $13 minutes and a bit to go in this Club Sport Trophy race. And Scott Parkin has got this race under lock and key at the moment. It's an Audi 1-2 at the moment because we've got Parkin and the Booths in first and second place. There are the Booths. Patrick and John. Thought he was going quite deep into the corner there for a second, but no, he's carried on as normal. And they too are chasing on track at least. They're chasing the Savages. Wiggle there. And there's the other team car, which has been in the pits for a while. That's the McCarr and Malloy machine. There's Jonathan Hayes' BMW, third in overall. And now on course to win Class A. Again, looking at class leaders. It is going to be, at the moment, Class B victory for... I know, no, actually could be a victory for both of the Hayes, in fact, because it's going to be, at the moment, Scott Parkin winning Class B. Jonathan Hayes will win Class A. It'll be Charlie Hayes who now leads Class C after the pit stops. Class D is still led by the Roydston Sanford MX-5. And then Class E, I'll quickly check it. Class E is led by still Pete Smith. So Pete Smith still leads the way in Class E in that one. 3 Audi TTs together. It is like an Audi TT Cup racing race, isn't it? It's both of the 4G racing cars. One might be several laps down, but it's still running in team formation. With the Savages also in there too as well. Company. That's the Quantrell and Marlowe car, I think, is pitted again. So issues for the Quantrell and Marlowe car. Just trying to work their way past 69, which is the Cavan Taylor Renault Clio. And all 3 TTs together, it seems. Look at that. Down the back, down the pit straight towards Abbey once more. 11¼ minutes to go. Larry Cosman running a little bit wide as well. The Tunbridge and Sawyer MX-5, they got tangled up with the Billamoria's Scirocco still running relatively on song. I think that, yeah, McCarr and Malloy have actually unlapped themselves on their teammates. So that car will probably try and get at least a lap back on somebody else. So just coming up to 10 minutes to go now in this Club Sport Trophy race. Everything's just about settled down now. It's used towards the... Oh, that's... I say that, and unfortunately we had a coming together. That's the Stone Streets in their ST150. And Jared Coulson in the Renault Clio. So sadly 2 cars have come together. This is at the loop, exiting Village by the looks of it. At the very least, this will be a safety car because they'll have to try and recover those 2 cars from the middle of the road. So Stone Street getting out of his car. Jared Coulson, difficult to tell if he has or not. So that's going to be at the very least double waved yellows, but how that's going to play out in terms of a safety car, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. If it's a safety car at all. rather than even throw a red flag. I mean, it'd be tricky circumstances if they did, given that we also got a curfew to try and stick to here at Silverstone. There's the Smitherham and Hartshorn Honda S2000. Running quite well, 4th in Class C, 15th overall. Good effort from the S2000. Good to see one in the series too as well. I don't often see them racing too much these days, but nice to have one out. It looks relatively stock, apart from 1 or 2 key information. That is, can't tell if it's Jared Coulson or one of the Stone Streets walking away, but those cars. Okay, right. Well, they're quite far off the racing line anyway. They're off on the run-off tarmac, quite deep into it anyway. So that's a saving grace. They're probably going to be covering that with double wave yellows, whilst those cars are being recovered and dragged to safety within the last 8 3/4 minutes. So I should keep an eye on the time, what they decide to do. Confirmation on the race control, the pit window is definitely closed. It's usually right in the last few minutes where they start to think about if anyone's actually been short on pit stops, and they start to apply time penalties. So I wonder if there's going to be any sort of penalties that will come in towards in the last few minutes for anyone that has transgressed, had a pit stop that was had a pit stop infringement, or simply had it to be too short rather than. There's no such thing as a too long pit stop in terms of you can't be penalised for a too long pit stop. Too short, obviously, you can be. Got 2 of the MX-5s on track here battling amongst each other. That's the 66 on track. 66 is Liam Browning. That's Liam Browning and Stephanie Saw in their Mazda MX-5. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same specification as Pete Smith. So Mk1 and Malloy. Mk1 and Malloy continue on. They are, for the record, showing as being in 35th position, 9th in Class B, and 9 laps down off the lead, 3 laps behind the nearest car, which is the number 919, which is the Thomas Kirkland. It is Kirkland, isn't it? Yeah, Thomas Kirkland Peugeot 206 GTI. There's Stuart Kilroy in the 207 GTI, battling with the Adcocks. As they pick their way through, is that the 173 car slowing? I wonder. Either it's slowing because it has a problem, or slowing because it's in the, I would imagine, yellow flag zone, given that it's in the area where we had the incident between Jared Coulson and the Stone Streets in their Fiesta. There goes Larry Cosmin. Car 32, the Fiesta ST240 race car. Good to see one of those out in the Clubsport race. We had a few out in the modified Ford Series race a couple of races ago. And good to see a few more of them being run a bit more diversely rather than just inside the championship. There's Jonathan Hayes and his BMW. Yeah, there is the Mk1 Malloy Audi TT, which was going slowly up at the the arena section. So he's hit trouble. Five minutes 40 to go. Still Scott Parkin leads the way overall. It's 2nd place for Jonathan Hayes. 3rd for Andrew Dyer in the Audi. 4th for the Honda Civic of Philip Hart. The booths are in pit lane, so trouble for the 33 car, so that's in the pit lane as well. So both of the 4G racing cars are in for what could be potential issues. 6th for Mike Parsons in the Golf. 7th for Chris Hayes in the Honda Civic. 8th for Stuart Kilroy in the Peugeot 207. It is 9th for Larry Cosmin and 10th for Chris Stone. Yeah, both of the Audi TTs. The only other thing I could guess to be is that potentially those 2 cars might be helping out with possibly a little bit of tyre testing going on, maybe, I wonder. So I'm not too fussed about the result, it's more kind of just checking over the tyres and make sure that they work and do what they should do. Either that, or it is genuinely some reliability issues for that car. There is Colin Whitehouse in his number 518 BMW. Big skirmisher cars here. You've got Watson, you've got Chris White in there. You've got the Tunbridge and Sawyer Mazda. Gary Paddock's in there as well. Around the outside looks Christian White to try and take the track position. And this is, I think, battling just outside the top 20. So lots of back and forth here at this point. In terms of close battles on track, the closest really appears to be towards the head of the field. It appears to be at the moment, really. Well, I think there's been a recent change in position, I think, but Larry Cosman and Chris Stone, 9th and 10th at the moment, only separated by about 4 tenths. But the last lap time by for Cosman was in fact a 20 point. Well, that's quite close, 20.8 compared to a 21.0 for Stone. So those two cars, yeah, there is a class gap, given that Cosman is Class A. Stone is Class C in the Honda. That could be an intriguing spot. Less than 3.5 minutes left in this W Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race. All the pit stops are complete. Pit window is long closed. As the race comes into its final 3 minutes, a few more on-track battles to be had. Got the Tunbridge and Sawyer MX-5. You've got Caven Taylor and his Renault Clio. Barry Cully in the Seat having a look up the inside too. Gary Paddock's in there as well in the Misty Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. There are the two 4G Racing Audis. The Booth car appears to be heading back out there. So whether it is possibly testing something, I'm not sure. As for Mk1 Malloy, they're also going back out by the looks of it, rather tentatively. So as we wait for the checker flag to fly in the last couple of minutes, it looks as though Scott Parkin's got this race under control. He's ahead by 45 seconds to Jonathan Hayes back in second place. It will be class wins, of course, in first and second respectively for Scott Parkin and Jonathan Hayes. So into Vale for the second to last time, because when they cross the line, it'll be 1 minute 40 to go. Almost 1.5 minutes left, so it'll be this lap and then one more after they complete it. These Audi TT racing cars, they do get about sort of everywhere these days. So it's good to see that they are being used a little more diversely than just within the dedicated TT Cup racing series. So Scott Parkin moves his way onto the second to last lap of this Club Sport Trophy race and looks on course to pick up the Class B victory and outright honours on top of that as well. So now less than a minute to go now. And Parkin has now completed 32 laps of the international circuit. One more, that'll be 33. And he turns his way in towards Stowe Corner for the second to last time. And it looks as though he's firmly in command. Yeah, look at the gap. It's less than 45 seconds now because Jonathan Hayes has pulled a little bit back, but I suspect that Scott is just hanging back more than he needs to. He's not pushing too hard. He just wants to get this job done and to pick up the victory and celebrate. And comes out through the final couple of corners to start the last lap of this Club Sport Trophy race. And it looks as though class wins are just about settled soon. It's been a relatively, apart from the small incident between Jared Coulson and the Stone Streets up at the arena section, it's been a relatively drama-free Club Sport Trophy race. We had the dropout from Rose Billamori with a mechanical issue. He could have been in contention for the win. But as it stands, he will look to add more of that silverware to his collection with Scott Parkin. Jonathan Hayes continue on in second place in that BMW. There was Scott Parkin for a second. We see Jonathan Hayes and co making their way out the final couple of corners to start their last laps of the regular Club Sport Trophy season. There's still, of course, the Race of Remembrance Club Sport race coming up in November at Anglesey. But for this man here, Scott Parkin, as soon as he got in front, has literally had this race completely under control, even through the pit stops. And it will be another win in Club Sport Trophy for the number 6 Audi. Up to the checkered flag comes Scott Parkin. It will be overall and Class B victory in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy here in Silverstone International, the final race of their regular season. The Panda makes the checkered flag, that's good to see. So now we wait for second place. It's, as I mentioned, the Class B victory goes the way of Scott Parkin. Now we watch Jonathan Hayes in his BMW turn his way into Stowe Corner for the last time. And it's just Vale and Club and the pit straight to negotiate. And it will be second place and a class win for him. Just in front of him there is Gary Paddock in the Misty MX-5. But a nice simple drive from Jonathan. And he's out to find out also it's a double Hayes win, because Charlie Hayes looks set to pick up the Class C win, but it's second overall and Class B honours for Jonathan Hayes at the checkered flag. Congratulations to him for picking up the Class honours in Class A. So Charlie Hayes across the line, he's confirmed as Class C winner. And also rest of the order now, we've got, still waiting for Roger and Sanford to come across the line. We have our Class E winner. He's just gone out a shot at the bottom of the screen. That is Pete Smith, so well done to Pete. And there goes Roger and Sanford, Class D winners in the race after a strong drive in their Mazda MX-5 Mark III. And so out of the 44 starters that we had, we managed to have 30 take the checkered flag, so a bit of an attrition rate, but still, 30 ain't bad. And in the end, actually the last lap time, Scott Parkin even took the fastest lap of the race on the final lap too, which is quite incredible. So, Scott Parkin and co will pull in with their class leaders at the top of the pit lane. Here's the result from our SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race. It is victory for Scott Parkin and Class B victory, Class A win and second overall for Jonathan Hayes. Andrew Dyer's Audi, Philip Hart's Honda and Mike Parsons' Golf round out the top 5. Charlie Hayes wins Class C, Stuart Kilroy, Larry Cosmin, Chris Stone, and Class D winners Roger and Sanford in the MX-5, then the Savages in the Audi and Matt Pascal and Massey in the Honda Civic. 30th goes to Cameron Bell. 14th in Class E victory overall goes to Pete Smith and Chris Van Tannen. The Spitherum and Hart's Honda S2000 makes it home in 16th. The Adcox in the BMW, Watson and Harrison in the Renault Clio, the Booths in the Audi TT, Barry Cully's Seat, and Cavan Taylor, Browning and Saw, Christian White and Colin Whitehouse ran out the top 24 cars. And then quickly on to 25th downwards, the last 5 finishers were Tunbridge and Sawyer in the MX-5 Mark III, Gary Paddock's Mark I, the Mazda 2 of Nick Dougal, Risbridger and Oates in their Mazda 2, Lomas and Walker in the Fiat Panda, and Thomas Kirkland in the Peugeot 206 GTI. And as you can see there in greyed out, all the cars that we lost, including, sadly, Feroz Billamoria, just after his pit stop, he had to pull off the road with some kind of mechanical issue, and out of the race he went. So that's the final regular season race. Of course, as I mentioned, the Club Sport race takes place on the weekend of Race of Remembrance, so be sure to get involved in that if you haven't done so already. But you can see our top 5 cars in all 5 classes are coming in, and to have a chat to all of them, it is Rob Lewis down at the top of pit lane.
Well, Scott, we have our overall winner and winner of Class B, Scott Parkin in the Audi TT Cup car. Scott, how was that race for you?
Pretty straightforward after the first lap, really. There were a bit of chaos. I think a couple of comings together that took out my main rivals. And then I was chasing the Scirocco, and then I saw that he pulled off as well. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. Looks like some sort of mechanical. So a bit of a shame, really, because I think it would have been good to have a good battle with those guys. So then I was just racing the stopwatch, looking at the timer and just trying to beat that lap.
You're almost using it as a good time to develop the car for the TT Cup, right?
I'd say so, but then because we're using different tyres, we seem to be going backwards with the setup. Every time we get a good setup for this, put the other tyres on and it's not so good. So yeah, I don't think you'll be talking to me as much next weekend if you're there. So
maybe we can only but try. But congratulations on a fantastic overall win and our Class B winner. Let's talk to our Class A winner, that's Jonathan Hayes. Beautiful BMW, by the way. I am a sucker for an old BMW. How was that race for you?
It was good. I mean, if there was a prize for the oldest car on the grid, this has got to be the one, surely. 1995, there can't be anything older than this. But yeah, it was good. It's very hot.
Very leery, but really good fun. Loved it.
How was it out there?
Hot and leery, that's what it was. Yeah, this thing's a bit, you know, footloose at the rear, so yeah, she's a little bit scary sometimes, especially around Stowe there, you know, she's out, but you know, it's fun.
What's it like, obviously, with a multi-class racing like this? What's it like with the lower classes in the traffic?
It's fine. Everybody seems to know their place, and everybody's driving really well, and I'm loving it. You know, I've got no criticism.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb class win there in Class A. We've got a lovely Rob Boston racing livery. I like it. For some reason, a splitter and a wing on an MX-5 just makes it look like an absolutely mean GT racer. There's something about this. We'll let the driver grab themselves out in a second. Now, I believe this would be another class winner for us in another MX-5, so they're popular winners today. Yeah. Albeit in one of the lower classes. How was that for you?
Really good, really good. We started off this year with a car that it needed some TLC, and we've brought it up to where it is now, and it's driving really, really well now. It's a shame that Pete's not here, because it's his car. This is what he wanted to do. We wanted to race together as we're best mates. So I'm disappointed that he's not here now, but yeah, it's been awesome. And I've got to say thanks to the sponsors, Parkgate Tyre, Alba Studios, Quadra Pumps, FM Balloting. Yeah, without them we wouldn't be here, so awesome.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb class win there as well. So more MX-5 class winners. He's still not taken his helmet off, but we've got another class winner with us as well. Congratulations on your result. How was that race for you?
It was really, really good. It was quite a lot of close racing with the Peugeot and then the 199 Clio. I think unfortunately the Clio had a mechanical, but that was great fun. Got a nice tow from my dad on a couple of laps to take the win. So I think with the Peugeot anyway.
So father and son, class winners, A and C. Can't be better than that, right?
No, best. Really good. Yeah, and big thanks to Dent Wizard in Shrewsbury. They managed to turn our car around pretty quick as well, because it was all smashed up after Snetterton. So yeah, big thanks to them.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations. That's father and son going racing and both winning on the day. Can't get any better than that. Now let's see if, well, they're after getting some photographs. Can I photobomb here? Let's find out. I want to photobomb and see how it's going on. We've got the dynamic duo of this very mean-looking Mazda MX-5. Guys, how was that race for you?
Warm.
I was going to say you look a bit warm.
Oh, what a race. That was great fun.
Great fun. Lots of traffic.
Lots of traffic. No grip, unfortunately. We used some second-hand tyres just to have a go. We weren't supposed to be coming here, but we collected the car at 3 o'clock this morning. Somebody told us there was an entry.
That's commitment.
So we set off at 10:30 last night. At 3 o'clock this morning we got here. And here we are.
You'll sleep well tonight?
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to go for a lie down now, I think.
No, we've got margaritas first.
Margaritas first. Well, guys, congratulations. Superb class victory there for you. So that rounds up all of our class winners with the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. We've got some more racing to come. We've got the Mazda SuperCup out next. We've got modified Fords later. And we've also got more CityCar Cup action. So it's time to head back up to Scott Woodward.
Thank you very much, Rob, and good to hear once again from our class winners in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race. As I mentioned, it's their regular season completed. Of course, they'll be back out for the special ROR Club Sport race at Racer Remembrance at Anglesey in November 11th and 12th. So there's still some spots available to book into that if you want to take part. More provisional champions, I think we should, because we're now heading up to our third and final race, and at the final race of the season for the 2023 Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. And as James Cousins said earlier on, it is uber competitive, and with a partially reversed grid, it's going to be very interesting indeed. So James Cousins takes pole position with Alistair Dendy alongside him on the front row. Then it's Richard Amos and Alex Stott. Tom Griffiths and Aidan Hills, potential champion-elect, starts back in 6th. Just a clean race for him. Could wrap it up for him quite easily. Then it's Sam Heading and Patrick Fletcher, Chris Richardson and Martin Tolley. Tom Selden also on the 6th row of the grid too. Josh Morris and Kamal Kelsey on club class pole ahead of Robert Way and Steve Kite. And Ollie Hall and Amy Watts from Max Merritt and Nick Rutter, crucially a couple of rows ahead of George Grant. That could be the key battle, particularly if George can get ahead and try and outscore him as much as possible. Bruce Robertson and Alison Heath come next from Alex Jones and George Grant. Right towards the back of the grid we have in 25th backwards, it's Eliza Seville. Lee Britton towards the back after he pulled off the road. Watch for Will Powell and also from Will Batiley. If his car's in good form, he could charge through from the back in 28th position. So in terms of the pro class, essentially it is Aidan Hills with a 54-point lead over James Cousins. All he needs to do is pretty much keep it clean, keep it on the road, take the checkered flag, and not drop too many points. And effectively, the Pro Class title is provisionally his, and he will be champion-elect. In terms of the result for the Club Class, I think there's a bit of time I can quickly work this one out on the fly, because I didn't get a chance earlier on. So in terms of the result from race 2, take a look at that quickly. So Club Class was won by Kamala Kelsey, and he got the fastest lap of the race. That's 101 points to him. 98 points goes to Robert Way. And anyone else in the actual Club Class battle who's in this top 5, top 6. Robert Tyre gets no points for the second race because he retires. And then it's Bruce Robinson. Let's see where he ended up. He ended up in Club Class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th, which is 88 points. And Amy Watts ended up, she was 5th in Club Class, that's 90 points. So she's only roughly about 12 points away from her teammate Wilbur Tiley. If she can outscore him, and actually Wilbur Tiley doesn't even finish or score any points, there's a chance that Amy Watts could even move up into what would become possibly 4th place in the championship, but she would need her teammate to have a real poor result in order for that to happen. Now in terms of the Masters, if we look at that for a second, so Nick, let's look at the Masters run through here. So Alistair Denny won that one. Martin Tolley was 2nd, so he gets 98 points. And Denny also got the fastest lap of the race. There's no fastest laps to apply. So then it was, I'm pretty sure I'm doing this on the fly, but I'm trying to work this out whilst in my head whilst we're going. So Nick Rutter scored 94 points for being 4th in class. And George Grant was 5th, 6th, 7th. So he actually picked up 88 points. So the difference is now 5 points between Nick Rutter and George Grant. So what George needs to do, again, he needs to really hope that Nick Rutter has a poor race, because he's now 5 points back. George Grant is on track. You can see the Clapham North car just going through the shot there, but he's got some work to do from quite deep in the field. And so Bruce Robinson, just for the record, where he ended up, he was 6th, he was 5th, so that's 92 points for him. So that's going to pretty much cement him into 3rd place quite well. And I think Martin Tolley, given if he can get a good result here, can also leapfrog Chris Ginn to get 4th place, because Chris Ginn isn't here this weekend. So ultimately, in terms of the battles, it's a lot more straightforward in Aidan Hill's his bid for Pro Class Glory and Robert Way in Club Class Glory. But for the Masters, it's the tightest battle of them all. It's 5 points now between, on my calculations, between Nick Rutter and George Grant. Basically, George Grant needs to really have a reverse of what happened in race 2. He needs to finish at least 6 points, basically three places ahead of Nick Rutter in Masters. He needs Nick to have a real poor race to drop backwards. But obviously we never want to wish people having a poor race. We just want to make sure that results go your way. And so this is going to be quite tricky when we get set for this final race. I think, as James Cousins said, as I mentioned just now, it has been an uber competitive season all year long for the MX-5 SuperCup. It's one of the most competitive in recent years that I can remember. And with Aidan Hills, yes, he's won 11, 12 races. It doesn't really matter. There's been so much battling, so much competition behind. And other race winners in the field like James Cousins, Patrick Fletcher, a couple of others. Sam Heading took his first victory. And others in the mix as well. And other drivers have really come on strong and made impacts. Lee Britton, of course, was a race winner. It's just been such a competitive championship, and it's one of those series where people can come into it and think, oh, I might be quick, I might be good here, there, everywhere. But then you get into one of these championship cars, and you actually get surprised by how competitive it really is. And then some drivers who are champions from other series do need at least a season to get used to these cars as they get themselves ready to go. The last couple of cars are getting into position. Stand by for what could be a very intense 20 minutes to decide the fates of the all 3 titles provisionally in the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. Pro, Club and Masters titles are all on the line here. One more race, one final 20 minutes to decide which way each of the 3 titles go provisionally and who becomes each of the champions-elect. All cars are in position. Racing for the green flag at the back. That's the Dendy on reverse grid pole. James Cousins alongside him. The 5-second board is up. Stand by for what could be a very hectic and entertaining 20 minutes of Super Cup racing. The red lights go on. Revs rise for the final time in 2023. We're Super Cup racing. It's a decent start from everyone for the first few rows. Decent getaway also from... But actually, one thing I will mention, where is Nick Rutter? Nick Rutter's not even on the grid. Nick Rutter is not on the grid, in fact, at all. So I wonder if that's been... What's happened there, I wonder. It doesn't look like he's on the grid, but... If he's not on the grid, that could possibly go the way of George Grant. So we'll have to wait and see. He's not further back, is he? He's starting from the pit lanes, what's happened. So Nick Rutter started from the pit lane. Now that's very interesting, so we'll keep an eye on that as that battle goes on. I didn't see Nick Rutter on the grid there. He started from the pit lane, which is very interesting. I don't know the reason why, but now this is a prime chance now for George Grant to go for that Masters title if he can pick his way up through the order and keep out of trouble. Few battles here. You've got Steve Kite, Ollie Hall and Lee Britton trying to pick his way through from the back of the field too, but it's James Cousins who leads the way then from Richard Amos in second place. It's Aidan Hills in third place. And then you've got Alistair Dendy trying to go down the outside of Patrick Fletcher. Fletcher diving up to get past him for fourth. And Dendy hanging it around the outside. He's not afraid to hang it out with Patrick Fletcher. He's going for it on the outside line. He can just about hold on. But James Cousins would love to end the season with his fourth win of the season after dominating Donington Park and getting the hat-trick. As for Aidan Hills, third will more than do it for him. Just nice and clean, nice and tidy, just like Steve Foden earlier on. No dramas, just drive his own race. Don't get involved in too much. Ooh, especially not that, because that's very close in between Alistair Dendy, Sam Heading and Tom Griffiths. Thankfully, he's ahead of that, so he's not getting any involvement in that at all. Now then, what about the contenders in each of the classes as they come across the line? So for Pro Class, it's pretty simple. Aidan Hills is third. He's just about where he needs to be. For Club Class, it's Kelsey that leads the way. Kelsey leads the way in second position. George Grant, meanwhile, let's have a look and see where he is. So in terms of Masters, Dendy leads the way, Tolley in second place. It's then Kite in third. I'm trying to work this out on the fly here. So Heath is fourth, and Grant is P5. He needs to get ahead of Martin Heath if he can, and then stay ahead of Robinson, and then also possibly Nick Rutter, because that potentially could even give him the Masters title if he can get past Heath and then start to pull away, because his next target will be up the road. That's Steve Kite. So he could try and catch up to him and finish mid-pack, but he needs 3 cars between him. He needs 3 positions better than Nick Rutter in order to make that happen. So Rutter came across the line 10 seconds back. So he's got all that deficit to make up. He's on the back foot there. And to even get past the next Masters car, he's got to get past Eliza Seville, then Alex Jones, and then catch up to Bruce Robinson. So at the moment, this swings back into George Grant's favour because of the the pit lane start for Nick Rutter. So, as I mentioned, it's pretty straightforward for Pro and Club. It's the Masters contest that's the strays. There's George Grant. That's the man we need to watch for. He's ahead of Martin Heath. That's crucial. So, in terms of where they are right now in terms of points, I've got to work this out on the fly now. So, Dendy leads the way then. Tolley's up to second place. That'll give him 98 points. I'm going to work this out on the fly because we need to make sure we can get this right. So, Grant is up to fourth now. He gets 94 points. And if Rutter stays where he is, that will give him 88. So in actual fact, incredibly, if Rutter stays where he is and he doesn't get past at least Martin Heath, then at the moment it will be a single point in it, and George Grant will take the Masters title provisionally and be champion-elect on my calculations by 1 point. So that could be the decider. It ultimately depends on how quick Nick Rutter's lapping and how quickly he might catch the cars in front. In fact, his last lap was 2 seconds slower than Eliza Seville, so actually he's not even catching the cars in front. So I wonder if Nick Rutter's had a drama of some kind, and possibly in between races, a problem that's manifested itself, and he's right at the back of the field and of the Masters contingent, and he is those 3 places back that George Grant needs him to be in order to stand a chance of taking the title. So very dramatic circumstances here then. Still Cousins that leads it then. It's Amos second, Hills third, Fletcher fourth. Sam Heading still's the fastest lap of the race back again. It went momentarily. Car 66 gets out of position start, so that actually gives him a 10-second penalty. Ooh, that's interesting, but that depends on how far. Right, well, Rutter's 12 seconds behind the next car anyway, so it's not going to affect him too much. So that might possibly help. Right, Robinson's coming across the line. He's back down in 25th. And Watts and Rutter haven't come through either just yet either. Well, Watts hasn't crossed the line, neither has Amy Watts, neither has Nick Rutter, so it's all going on here. And Rutter is ahead of Watts, and he's 12 seconds behind Bruce Robinson. So whatever happens to Amy Watts, she's dropped down the order, down to the tail of the field. Racing at the front here is getting pretty close. Martin Tolley gives Tom Selden a bit of a polite nudge up the straight. And this is now getting very, very intense here between all 3 of them. Now, Aidan Hills is kind of playing the Steve Foden tactic here. Don't overdrive it. Don't over-race people. If anyone's got a move on you, just let them through, and you can get it done. He knows what he needs to do. It's calm, cool, collected, and keep it on the black stuff. That's all he needs to do. And P5, if he stays there, if he lets Tom Griffiths through, P6 will do it. So all 3 titles on the line. Let's quick check in with Club Class, how they're doing at the moment. Kelsey still leads. He's only 0.278 of a second ahead of Robert Way. But there's one of the men we need to watch for, George Grant. At the moment, as it stands right now, He is a point ahead of Nick Rutter in the battle for the Masters title, because at the moment he will score 94 points for 4th position, and Nick Rutter is currently sat in 7th in Masters at the moment, which gives him 88. So I'm just going to double check this to make absolutely sure that this is what's happening. So Dendy still leads. I'm double checking this to make absolutely sure. It's Dendy from Tolley from Kite, then Grant in 4th, Heath is 5th, Robinson 6th, Rutter 7th. Yep, that looks about right to me. So literally, it's a point in it between the two of them. Now Grant, he did a 121 last time. He's quicker than the cars around him by a little bit. As now we see here, this is the second pack of cars headed by, that's the Dendy, and Lee Britton. He had to carve his way through deep in the pack. He's up the inside of Dendy into Stowe Corner. Stott's gone with him as well. This should be quite the affair here as they turn into the right-hander. Amos is going for victory here. He wants to get the victory in the final race of the season. It'll be tricky, but he's going to give it a red-hot go here where he can. Now they make their way out through Club Corner. Oh, running wide there was Dendy. And he's now lost out to Chris Richardson. And also in the mix there is Scott Wright in car number 11. And I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on with that gap between the Masters in terms of how it's looking. It's still Grant in 4th. It's still Rutter in 7th place. Ultimately, well, the last lap for Rutter was a 124.1 compared to Robinson doing a 25.9. So Robinson lost a second and a half in the mix. Rutter, meanwhile, his last lap, we haven't come across the line yet, but 25.9 for Robinson. What was Rutter's lap time? It kind of all rests on whether Rutter can catch and pass Robinson. What was the last lap for Rutter? He did a personal best last time of a 24.4, 25.6. So he's dropped his pace a little bit, but he's still 3/10 faster. Even at that rate, he won't catch Bruce Robinson unless he makes a big mistake. Up the inside for second goes Richard Amos, gets the push from Sam Heading. Round the Stowe they go. Heading gets a little bit squeezed by Amos as he looks to the outside line. He'll have the inside run this time for Vale. And Heading won't give it up easy. They're going to be touching wing mirrors. And Heading will go for the outside line. Amos leans on Heading a little bit of a twitch of oversteer. And here comes Tom Griffiths through past Amos. Round the outside, will he go over the curb? He's just about in track limit. Sweeps past both. Beautiful move from Tom Griffiths. Fantastic setup. Takes advantage of both Sam Heading and Richard Amos fighting amongst themselves. Sweeps around the outside and through he goes into 3rd place. Brilliant stuff from Tom Griffiths. So up to P3 goes Griffiths then. Down to 4th goes Amos. Down to 5th goes Heading. And there's Aidan Hills. 6th will do it. 6th will do it for the club class, for the pro class title for him provisionally. He will be champion elect. Let's see what they've got left here then. This is going to be a pretty intense finish to the season here, I'm absolutely certain. So the pack makes its way through, seeing some of the club class runs. Robert Way is ahead of Mark Halsey now. That's pretty crucial. There goes Amy Watts, Max Merritt, and there's George Grant. There he is, P4 in Masters. He's one of the main ones we need to keep an eye on, P4. And last time by, Robinson and Rutter matched each other for lap times. The gap is still 10.1 seconds. So George Grant, he's getting his TV time in this race, isn't he? Mainly because his battle out of the 3 is the tightest one. So the top 5, as we see, there's a bit of a shuffle around here now. So Aidan Hills has got past both Amos and Heading up to 4th place. Looks like it was a pretty straightforward pass from what I'm presuming. There's George Grant. Just has to keep it clean, keep it tidy. He's halfway there. Halfway there. He's still running at the moment in 22nd at the moment. It's still 4th in Masters. And we'll keep an eye on the lap times if Nick Rutter's finding any pace. He matched the lap times pretty much for Robinson on 25.6 both times. Whilst that happens, Scrap going on for 4th now in pro class and overall, and Hayden Hills, I think he's more interested. Richard Amos waving to Sam Heading alongside him, and I think Aidan Hills is more taking the racing line because he doesn't want to fight too much if he doesn't have to. He doesn't want to get involved in incidents that could potentially hamper him. He just wants to have some fun in a race. But if he knows that a move is going to be on, he's going to be passed, I'd imagine he won't even fight it. He'll simply just go, right, I'm not going to get involved, you go through, Doesn't matter if I'm 4th or 6th or a little further back, I'm still going to get the provisional title wrapped up. As Amos throws it up the inside of the first part of Club, and just gives Heading a little nudge on the exit there. The Heading chops the nose off of the number 6 car, and through he goes. Still James Cousins in front. Still James Cousins with the advantage. Just checking with the club class as well, just see where they are at the moment. It's still Wei, who now leads in 15th place overall. County 2nd, Hall 3rd. Amy Watts back up to 4th now. So that must have been a glitch in the timing, in the timing then, because Amy Watts was showing at one point it's right down the back of the field, but thankfully they managed to fix that. And Max Merritt running up the top 5. And in Masters, I know we keep talking about it, but Alistair Dendy leads the Masters from Tolley in 2nd place, Kite in 3rd, George Grant in 4th, and then Heath, Robertson and Rutter. That's where he needs Rutter to be, back in 7th, not making any progress. He was quicker by 1.4 seconds, 1.2 seconds last time by though. Rutter did find a bit more pace. 1:25.4 for Robinson. What's Rutter's time this time by? 1:23.7. He's found another 1.7 seconds. The gap is down to 7.1. This might not be over for the Masters. This could be very tense indeed. So Lee Britton, I can see, going back to the pro class at the front. He's now broken away from that second pack and trying to bridge the gap to the top 6. As we see Richardson scrapping with Wright and Stott. And Stott is just holding on to position here in, that's 8th and 9th by the looks of it. And it looks like it's going to be Wright in 10th, Dendy 11th. And 12th place for Martin Tolley. I'm just keeping an eye. I'm keeping a close eye on that gap between Robinson and Rutter, because if Rutter gets through, it changes the complexion and it changes the order of how the Masters battle will work out. There's still a point between it. As it stands right now, it's George Grant's Masters title by a single point. So, pro class front runners all the way through the right-hander. Still 7 minutes to go now as we come up towards the hanger straight once again. Cousins still leads. Fast snap of the race is still with Sam Heading at the moment. So Tom Selden up the inside there to try and pick up a move on. That's a Dendy. Won't affect it. Well, Martin Tolley now leads in Masters now because he's got past Alistair Dendy. So that's now a Masters lead for Martin Tolley. It's not had the best of luck in 2023, but at least he's showing a decent amount of pace in the Masters context. And oh, now then, this is interesting. Now Martin Heath has pitted in Masters. That puts him now down to 7th, but it now promotes Nick Rutter up to 6th. So it promotes Nick Rutter up to 6th, and that essentially at the moment, by my calculation, that now gives Nick Rutter the Masters title by a point. So Martin Heath pitting, with whatever issue he's had, has now potentially seen Nick Rutter go into a position where he could lift the Masters title by a single point. And it's through no fault of either. It's not of any doing for the championship contenders, really. It's all down to what's happening. Meanwhile, 3 abreast for the lead. We've got Patrick Fletcher looking up the inside of Cousins. There's a bit of door rubbing as they're coming towards the right-hander. As the pit lane comes, I think that's Alex Jones, I think, coming to the pit lane. But the 5 of them down, maybe 6 of them down towards the complex into Vale. Still Fletcher, Cousins, Griffiths up the inside for 4th goes Heading. And again, Aiden's just not fighting it too much. Fletcher now takes over in front. You can see the light starting to fade on the camera at least, and the sun's starting to set here on another season for the MX-5 Super Cup. And still Patrick Fletcher in control. Hills has slipped back to 6th now, but he probably feels that that's all he needs to get the job done. This is very much a calculated drive from Aidan Hills. That's not a right battle he wants to get involved in though. That's Amos almost shoving Sam Heading out wide to hold on to 4th place. And now as they come down the hanger straight once more, it's now James Cousins' turn to attack. And can he squeeze through now? As they turn in, they've broken off into 2 groups of 3 now, which is interesting. Yeah, Martin Heath, meanwhile, is definitely in pit lane with a problem. So sadly, that unfortunately means that at the moment it shows that Nick Rutter will effectively pick up the Masters title, on my calculations, by a single point. There's Alistair Dendy with Robert Way, who again is just doing what he needs to do. Leading the club class, 14th overall, and yes, leading club, so he can possibly wrap up the provisional club class title with a class win. A good battle with Alistair Dendy here as we go into the final 3.5 minutes. And the tension is unbearable in all the camps. It's very close. Now there's that Griffiths to the lead. It is Griffiths to the lead, so something's happened in that skirmish off camera. And Tom Griffiths now was in the lead for a second there, but it looks like James Cousins is coming back at him on the inside. So a possible change for the lead as we come on towards the pit straight. But now Tom Griffiths, who hasn't yet won a MX-5 SuperCup race, remember that. Could he possibly get it done in his last race of the season? He's looking to the outside line as Cousins goes back to the front. Now they come down towards Vela once again, and Griffiths is now on the inside line, possibly trying to defend from Richard Amos. Amos might have he doesn't have the inside line to try and get past Griffiths. He's having to defend from heading on the outside line. Heading one's way wide over the green stuff. That might be risky for track limits. Be careful. So 2.5 minutes to go then. Richard Amos has a 5-second time penalty. And Rutter's also got past Robinson as well, so that's another couple of points that Rutter's made up. So that now puts him on to 92. So it now changed it to a 3-point margin for Rutter. He's now ahead by 3 points from George Grant. So there's a change there once again. He's got past Robinson at least. He's caught him and passed him. But now onto the back straight with 2 minutes to go now. There's Fletcher, just almost sends Sam Heading out wide, and also Lee Britton's in the mix now too. He's got past Aidan Hills, and I imagine, just as I mentioned earlier on, Steve Foden didn't want to fight too much. Neither does Aidan Hills. They're coming out to put a lap on Bruce Robinson. He puts his arm out of the cockpit and says, "I'm not going to get in your way." So at the moment, it is Aidan Hills in 7th. He needs. This is probably going to be, I think, will be close. It might be 2 more laps. It might just sneak in at 2 more laps, depending on when they cross the line. These are going to come through. Yeah, this might only just be 2 more laps by the looks of it. Across the line they go. The fastest timed out there are 1 minute 19s, 1 minute 20s. Across the line they'll come. And they've crossed the line. The timer goes to 18:37. So that was just a 1 minute 23 that time. So I think there might be just time for 1 more lap after this one. So 2 more laps to decide who provisionally wins each of the 3 titles. As the Dendy gets a little run out wide by Will Powell, as Robert Way continues to lead. The Kamal Counts is at the back of that queue. He's second and just enjoying himself whilst also trying to pick up runner-up in the standings. Meanwhile, Cousins still leads. Griffiths second. It's now, and there's Nick Rutter. In fact, Nick Rutter is in the mix there. He's of course away and gone, but he's now, of all places, right in the thick of the pro class lead, but he's keeping way out of the way and decided he wants no part to get involved in that. He's just simply keeping his own pace. So there goes Cousins, there goes Griffiths, there goes Rutter, currently on course to pick up the Masters title by 3 points. And then the rest of the pack goes through, but this looks like it's going to be a straight shootout in the end at the checkered flag between James Cousins and Tom Griffiths. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack are coming up to put that lap on Nick Rutter. Rutter firmly trying to get out of the way here, which he does. It's nice driving from Nick, but you might get a little bit caught up here. Across the line they go, and there is 1 more lap of the season to go then. So 1 more time around the Silverstone International Circuit they'll go for the final lap of the season. Now Amos has that 5-second penalty, so it may well be that Sam Heading picks up the 3rd step on the podium, and of course this will also promote the likes of in the mix as well, Patrick Fletcher, Lee Britton and Aidan Hills on top of that as well. For club class, it's still Robert Way who leads in 13th overall. For Kamal Kelsey, from Steve Kite and from Amy Watts. So Steve Kite looking for 3 podiums in club class in his weekend in the championship. Still they're going to scrap for third. Running wide there is Amos. It might give the opportunity for both Britton and Fletcher to get involved. But now as they come down the back straight for the final time, and champion-elects are imminently about to be crowned as they come down towards Stowe for the final time. And Griffiths is posturing. He's looking for a move. He goes very deep and very hard into the corner, almost into the back of James Cousins. Can't make it stick. That's what Amos, he just sends it round the outside into Stowe corner, holds onto the place, but it's not going to matter because he has that 5-second penalty, so it's not going to change anything. But for James Cousins, he will cement provisionally second place in the championship with a fantastic result. They're still scrapping for third place on the road downwards, but up to the checker flag will come James Cousins to pick us a nudge there from Amos on the back of Sam Heading. Across the line comes James Cousins to win from Tom Griffiths in second place. Then it's Heading third, but across the line seventh place it will be champion-elect provisionally. Aidan Hills is 2023 Pro Class MX-5 Super Cup champion. A brilliant season all year, and he wraps it up provisionally in fine style. As for the club class, it's Robert Way who takes the victory in the class and the provisional title there too. That's a second title wrapped up. Oh, and as for George Grant, he drove his heart out. He drove as hard as he could, but the result, unfortunately, this occasion will not go his way. He will finish fourth in Masters, but he looks like he's going to lose out by just 3 points in the end. Across the line he goes. And I know that George is incredibly competitive, and he might well be pretty gutted at that. But there is, in fact, your club class, your Masters winner, in fact, originally, Nick Rutter, the orange car in the mix. James Cousins certainly marking himself out as a definite championship contender from the beginning of next year. That's his 4th win of the season to go with his Donington hat-trick. But even more delight for him will be that his team boss, Aidan Hills, is provisional pro-class champion in the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. And he's quested for that for a long time. Ever since he joined the championship and won Rookie of the Year status in his first season, he's been a permanent championship contender and race winner every single time he's raced in the championship. Came back last year as a guest, did a fine job, did a full season, and provisionally it's given him the title. James Cousins wins the final race of the Super Cup season ahead of Tom Griffiths and Sam Heading, with Lee Britton, Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills in 6th to provisionally put him champion-elect in pro class ahead of Richard Amos, Chris Richardson, Alex Stott and Scott Wright. Martin Tolley wins the Masters category from Tom Selden in 12th. And then as we scroll through for 13th downwards, it's Robert Way who wins the club class and provisionally also the club class title alongside that too. It's Real Pal from Kamal Kelsey, Alistair Dendy, Josh Morris and Steve Kite, Amy Watts and Ollie Hall in the 20th position. Then George Grant in 21st from Max Merrick, Eliza Seville and Nick Rutter who finishes 5th in the Masters Championship. That gives him provisionally, on my calculations, the Masters title by 3 points from George Grant in the end. And then Bruce Robertson was the last finisher from Alex Jones who retired in the pit lane, and so too did Martin Heath. All I can say is, what a season. What an amazing season it's been all round for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup on all fronts, and a very, very worthy trio of provisional champions. We're going to get plenty of celebrations down there in pit lane, and to capture it all and have a chat to our 3 provisional champions, hopefully, is Rob Lewis down there for what should be some mega celebrations for the MX-5 Super Cup provisional champions.
There's so many cars down here. We've got lots of champions to crown in the Super Cup. I want to chat to James Cossins, our eventual winner, but I think first it's only fitting I go and see Aidan Hills. He's getting a big hug by his team. James Cossins is there as well. We'll let our cameraman get in the way as well. A very happy Aidan Hills, some very worthy championship winners. We'll see if we can get through them all because we have got some more racing coming up. He's a very popular man. Aidan Hills. I'll let you keep your helmet on. We've got to get through it, but Aidan Hills, Mazda MX-5 Super Cup champion. How does that sound?
Unbelievable. I'm speechless, mate. That's something I've worked towards for years. And just credit to everyone in my team and all my family for the support over the years. I didn't know I'd get this emotional, to be honest, but that last lap was just... The race itself was carnage, but honestly, thanks to everyone who was Motorsport. This championship's as much for my dad as it is mine. You know, he works so hard, and for the last 18 years of my racing, you know, he's been with me every step of the way, so thanks to my dad. Thanks to everyone. There's too many people to mention, but everyone, my family, my mum, my sister, my girlfriend, my granddad who's come to every race, you know, so... Yeah, thanks to everyone.
I think it's only right we bring this man in as well, James Cossins, who won the race overall. Fantastic effort from all the Hills Motorsport guys. James, fantastic win for yourself, but what about our new champion?
Oh, what a season he's had. Unbelievable bloke. It's always good when it happens to the nice ones as well. Unbelievable drive by Aiden again. All year he's been absolutely on it. The race itself was pretty good. I saw him getting involved, so you know he never backs down really, does he? But yeah, he was getting his elbows out. But yeah, it's quite a nice little trio of all three of the Hills cars heading back in that last lap, which is great. Yeah.
Loved it. James, unfortunately I've got to move on and chat to other people. Fantastic win there. Fantastic worthy champion in Aidan Hills. What a gentleman he is. I've got to chat to our new club class champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You must be ecstatic.
Oh, it's been a roller coaster of a weekend. It's been mad. So we've broken the car twice. Had a limp home in third. Limp home in third gear. So second in that one. Then I was like, I don't want to win the club class and not win the race. So I was on a bit of a mission then. But yeah, it was cool. It was good.
Fantastic result. Bit of pro class next year?
Yeah, so I can't live with these boys because their engines are too good. So this is going to get a full refresh, and then we'll come out later in the year and see if we can mix it with those boys.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there. Superb result. I'm hoping to grab Kamal Kowsey, who's here somewhere. Kamal. Oh, so nearly.
So nearly. I missed a gear, unfortunately. Got a few people past, but we were hanging with the group, looking to make a move, but it's fine. Congratulations to Rob, and of course, congratulations to Aidan Hills.
Fantastic. Ever the gentleman, Kamal. Congratulations there, sir. And Steve Kite, another great result for yourself.
Thank you.
Club podium and Masters win.
Yeah, not bad weekend. Yeah, well done to Aidan. Brilliant season. And well done to Rob. Win the clubs. Brilliant racing from all of them. And worked hard all year.
Absolutely.
Hopefully I'll be with them next year.
That's the plan, right?
Exactly, yeah. Come back and get some more pots.
Fantastic. Fantastic, Steve, thank you. Now, I'm hoping there should be some other people here in terms of Tom Griffiths and Sam Heading. Somewhere. Found you in the end. There's so many people around here that go missing. But that was a bit of a mad race, wasn't it?
It was crazy, yeah. What was it, 6, 7 of us all in a massive scrap, and then me and James managed to break away, which was good for us. I mean, it meant on the final lap we could just have a bit of a fight between ourselves, which is great. But massive congrats to Aidan, first of all, though. Like, he's done a brilliant job this year and he deserves it. So that was great.
Fantastic job. Ever the gentleman, congratulations.
Very quickly as well. It's my girlfriend's birthday today, so I was hoping to get her a win, but second will do. So happy birthday.
Second will do. Congratulations. Well done. I've got to be quick. We've got CityCar Cups out on the circuit, but another podium for yourself. Good job.
Yeah, it feels great. You know, hectic race. You know, so much contact, but yeah, lucky to get on the podium again. So really happy about it.
Fantastic. Well, we've got cars ready to go, but fantastic result. Back next year?
Yeah, 100%. I just want to quickly thank M&M Office Supplies for putting me on the grid this year. You know, been a big help. So yeah, thank you to them.
No worries. Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations. Right, we've managed to get through all of the champions, all of the club class, pro class podiums. We've got CityCar Cup out on the grid now. Scott, time for yourself.
Tell you what, kudos for getting through all 7 of those drivers in that short space of time. Excellent stuff from Rob down there to get it done. So we're all set then for the final race of the season for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. The grid is a result of race 1. So Stuart Bliss starts on pole, Richard Jepp in second place, and third, if he stays there, should give Elliot Lettuce champion-elect status in the main title. Chris McKenzie then comes next from Joe Moss and Jack Wheeler, then Liam Browning and Andrew Dyatt, Richard Snuggs and Bradley Porter in the top 10, followed by Hayden Payne and Arthur Simonday, both Student Motorsport cars as well. Josh Jackson starts 13th ahead of Benjamin Bastow, then Craig Flynn and Patrick Booth, Richard Simmons and Bob Bannister on the 9th row of the grid from Alex Foden and from Emilia Vincent in the top 20. So, another 15 minutes of racing to finish off what's been a mega little season for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. We've got champions to provisionally crown them both overall and in SMC. Let's get to work then. 15 minutes of CityCar Cup racing, all set to get underway. The red lights are on for the final time in 2023. We're CityCar Cup racing. Clean start for the first few rows, bit of wheel spin there for Christopher McKenzie from row 2. But they take a bit of time to get down to turn 1, but Stuart Bliss gets his nose in front. Also a good start for Chris McKenzie. Despite the wheel spin, he's up the inside of Lettuce, and he should be in front there by the time they turn in. So possibly to third place goes Chris McKenzie. So now they make their way back through into the farm section and back into the arena section for the first time. And it's Stuart Bliss who leads then. Second place for Jepp. And of course, Jepp's in line to pick up a second SMC title for Northbrook Racing. They were known as Met Motorsport last year. They picked it up on the final races of the season here at Silverstone on the international circuits. This would be quite a nice sort of bit of deja vu for them if they can get it done on this occasion. CityCars, all 33 of them, turn their way down onto the hangar straight for the first time, and it's still Jep. So it's still Jep chasing down Bliss. Lettuce is there in third place. And again, even though it'll be another few points taken out, if Lettuce can get the fast snap of the race and do exactly what he did in race 1, that's it. That'll be more than enough. Lettuce now possibly thinking about going for second place. He's got a good run on the exit of Stowe Corner as they head down towards Vale. He might be on the outside of Richard Jep as they turn down towards the complex at Vale. He doesn't need to be there, but he's going for it anyway. Holds on to third. And Chris McKenzie, who's not in the fight for the championship, doesn't really care too much. He's just going for his own battle nonetheless. So as they come through out of the right-hander at the double apex of Club, down the pit straight they go. And Stuart Bliss is clear by, let's just double check the gap, and that he is clear at the moment at the end of lap number 1 by almost a second at the end of that. Jep in second place, Lettuce in third, and Lettuce again, third will do it. That will give him the provisional title, even though Stuart Bliss will take another win. So the arena section, Chris McKenzie's just starting to keep on putting the pressure on a little bit. Through the right-hander, out of Chapel onto the hangar straight for the second time. As Hayden Payne, Arthur Simonday having a scrap over position in the Student Motorsport Challenge contest. Now they make their way back down the hill, down the straight. So even without a tow, Stuart Bliss is pretty much starting to edge away here in the lead, but Richard Jep is trying to go with him, and it will also bring both Elliot Lettuce and also Chris McKenzie, as Lettuce is practically couldn't be closer. He's practically pushing Richard Jep out of Stowe Corner as they make their way back towards Vale and Club for the second time, and Lettuce having to try and go a bit more defensive this time because he knows just behind him that it will be a tricky one for sure. So the gap is now, I think if I worked it out, 14 points between Stuart Bliss and Elliot Lettuce up top. So Lettuce, of course, leading by 14 points now, given that it was 45 points for third place for Elliot Lettuce, plus the point for fastest lap that he picked up as well in third place, compared to the 50 points that Stuart Bliss picked up. So again, if it stays as it is for the next 11.5 minutes, that should be all she wrote for Elliot Lettuce and becoming champion-elect for the season. And same too for Richard Jep as well. Just needs to keep himself on the black stuff and keep it calm. But how much would he also love to end the season and essentially wrap up a second SMC title for the team with an outright victory? It's possible, but he needs to get himself past Stuart Bliss and stay there for the next 11 minutes, if and when he can get through. There's Josh Jackson, one of the rookies this season, just battling away with Arthur Simonday for Queen Ethelburgers. They've been a very impressive student motorsport team, being a sixth form squad, not college or university, but a sixth form team. And they've been really impressive in terms of putting that car together and being on the pace. Scoring regular top fives in SMC. So Lettuce is right in the thick of it here, but he knows what to do. He's putting the pressure on Richard Jep. He's thinking about it, but no, he's going to sit back and just run in behind. He knows that, even though he knows that the likes of Mackenzie, Joe Moss and Jack Wheeler are not really in contention for anything to do with the championship, at the same time he knows they don't really care. They're going to have their own race, and if they want to make up a position, they'll go for it. However, I think even if he does let all three of them through behind him, it still won't be enough points dropped to Stuart Bliss to lose out on the championship. So he might even have that as a saving grace. Jack Wheeler sets the fastest lap of the race. So a good effort from them. Across the line, lap time wise, very evenly matched between the top 5 cars, all of them doing either a 1 minute 31.4 or a 31.5. So pace wise, there's no real difference between the top 5 cars. There's car 49, which is a bit further back. That's the Barrack Sport GSR car. That is Smith in car 49. Top sector breaking away. Scrap for 7th is on here between Richard Snuggs and the number 88 car, and Liam Browning, who is at the moment sitting in 3rd in Student Motorsport Challenge. And looks like there's a side-by-side battle between Joe Moss in the red car and the blue car with the El Salvador flag on its roof. That's Chris McKenzie. And possible change for fourth here. Under brakes in towards the right-hander we go. McKenzie has the outside line. He just sweeps across and holds on to the place as they turn back down the hill towards Vale once again. Now underneath the under brakes and turning back in once more. Now getting into half distance now. 6 minutes gone, 9 minutes still left to go in the final race of the season for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup for 2023. Third full season they've had. And what this will do, if it stays as it is, that we're going to have literally a title for each of the three represented manufacturers. Because we had Nick Grindrod, who won the title in 2021 in a Citroën. We then had Richard Bliss last year in a Toyota Aygo. And of course now all we need is a Peugeot champion. And we'll get that provisionally if Elliot Lessis stays where he is, keeps out of trouble, and gets it across the line. 8.5 minutes to go, just under. Still Bliss, Jep, then Lettis in third. And then the scrap for fourth between McKenzie, Moss and Wheeler. As they turn back out of the kink, back through Chapel and onto the back straight. Once again, this is on lap 5. Up to 6th and 3rd in SMC has gone the Boston College car with Liam Browning. And now you see there, Duncan, that you've got the... there's a great run there for Josh Jackson off the exit of the corner. He's going to power past 1, 2, 3 cars. He's going to get past Bradley Porter by the looks of it, and past Richard Snuggs. Also in there too is Andrew Dyer. He's another of the also Bliss Toyota Aygos. And Josh Jackson's picked up about 3 or 4 cars in one lot. Great big gaggle of cars heading down towards Stowe Corner, led by Liam Browning, then Bradley Porter, then Snuggs, Jackson, Hayden Payne looks around the outside of Andrew Dyer. Simon Day wants to get involved too for Queen Ethelbergs, and he's also in the fight, trying to get back past for track position at least, getting past Hayden Payne. They've had a bit of a back and forth this weekend between those two teams. So a real healthy battle pack for the bottom of the top 10 places and beyond. There goes Simonday up the inside to put Queen Ethelberger ahead of West Suffolk College. And also you need to bear in mind that Andrew Dyer will be in a car for Barrack Sport as well. So that's a car which he's racing with for Barrack Sport. So I imagine their Citroën C1 wasn't in action for this weekend. So they've managed to Andrew's managed to go to his old mates at Auto Bliss and has picked up has to make use of, I think that might even be last year's championship winning car which he's at the wheel of, because Stuart Bliss is at the wheel of his regular car. Now then, Elliot Letts has slipped back to 5th, 6th position now, but I don't think that should affect him too much in terms of the championship. You should get 50 points for a win as Richard Jett was a beautiful undercut on Chris McKenzie up the inside, exiting Chapel onto the hanger straight. Beautiful move to get him into 2nd place, but all that battling, look, is just allowing Stuart Bliss to sail off into the distance. Drive off into the sunset and pick up another race victory to end 2023. Now, as for Elliot Lettis, he's got back to 5th position. He's now on the tail of Chris McKenzie looking to the outside. Joe Moss is in there as well. In fact, Joe Moss has completely just let Elliot Lettis through. So it's back to 4th place goes Elliot. And then McKenzie runs wide. And so despite at one point being slowed down to 6th place, it looks as though that Lettis may well end the lap back where he started, which was, well, he was in 2nd because he got past Jep. McKenzie just rides the curb, puts it on 2 wheels for a moment, thumps the curb again and almost tags the rear of Elliot Lettis' car. Lettis back to 3rd, but it's Jep in 2nd place, but all that battling has allowed Richard Bliss to get away now. Joe Moss sets the new fastest lap of the race. He did last time by. This time he's now done a 1:33, but his new fastest lap of the race is a 1:31.110. This gaggle of cars, meanwhile, it's been going at it all weekend. So you've got Liam Browning at the front of this group, then you've got Richard Snuggs, Bradley Porter, Andrew Dyer and Josh Jackson. Then in the next group you've got Hayden Payne, Arthur Simonday, the 41 of Alex Foden. In there too is the 99, 99, which is Benjamin Bastow. So all sorts going on here as Lettis goes on the attack for 2nd place on Richard Jett, because he would love to at least try and get himself into 2nd place if he can. Thumps the curb on the inside through Chapel. Back onto that hanger straight once again. Jack Wheeler's at the back of that group now. And again, this is another championship where everywhere you look, there's battles up and down the field. This is for the midfield, but it doesn't matter. It's healthy, it's competitive, it's exciting, it's great racing up and down the field in CityCar Cup. And of course, it's great to see the student motorsport cars getting stuck in down the outside. Looks at Elliot Lettis, they literally touch wing mirrors. Little kiss on the wing mirrors from Jep and Lettis. And as Lettis now just tries to get back through on the inside line, 4.5 minutes to go now. 4.5 minutes for Elliot Lettis to keep his cool and to do what he needs to do to hold on to this. Meanwhile, up the inside looks McKenzie. Loves that inside curb, doesn't he? He takes the inside for the first part. Just almost lops over the curb. And oof, that was Joe Moss trying to get back up the inside. There goes Simon Day on the inside of Alex Foden. Foden runs too deep. And as he manages to come back on the road, Simon Day holds his line on the inside, and they're going to go side by side again. So down the pit straight towards Abbey once again. 3 minutes 50 on the clock, so a handful of laps left to go in the season. And I think these guys, rather than fight for particular positions in the championship, they're literally just racing to have some fun, and why not? Now for second place, it could be on, because Letters has got the inside line now. He did at least for a moment on Richard Jepp. He's still looking up the inside, but Jepp is really giving as much as he gets. The Northbrook Racing team have come on leaps and bounds to be as competitive as they are. Rich Stewart Bliss, meanwhile, is literally having a casual Sunday drive. He's out by 2.9 seconds, nearly 3 seconds out in front. That's rather un-CityCar-like, unless your name's Nick Grindrod. But ultimately, the Blisses have been one of the stalwarts of the championship in the last 3 seasons, both Richard and Stewart. Richard, of course, was champion last year. Stewart, of course, will have to settle for second place this time. Joe Moss a little wide over the curb there. As this time, is Lettuce going through. There's a possible change there as Jack Wheeler allows Chris McKenzie through. And Lettuce then literally latched onto the rear bumper. Wide goes Chris McKenzie. They go side by side with Wheeler. Meanwhile, right further back, you've got Dominic Fletcher, who had a very eventful first race earlier on. He had 2 spins and a bit of contact as well on top of that, and eventually he kind of had that, almost felt like he got fed up and had enough of it. There's the 33 of Booth in the 4G racing car, ahead of Arthur Simonday. Just in the background, I can also see John Nicholson in the pink Peugeot 107. So lots of great battling up and down the order. And still, Lettuce is pressuring Jepp for second place here. He wants to try and get this done in fine fashion. Can't quite get the line he needs to go through again. Takes that huge bite of curb on the inside. It's enough. Now they make their way down the back straight once again. They're going to get, I think, next time by with the last lap of the season. Bliss is away and gone, but it's now for 2nd to 5th backwards between Jepp, Lettuce, McKenzie. Just hiding in there, you can see is Jack Wheeler and Joe Moss. And here comes Lettuce. Is he going to make his move this time? Down the outside of Stowe corner. Jepp's a little bit later on the brakes. And as Lettuce pitches it in, he's now under threat from Chris McKenzie and Jack Wheeler. A tighter exit for Lettuce might give McKenzie the opportunity he needs to go down the outside. He's trying for it. He's definitely going for it. Ooh, it's now 3 abreast. Lettuce doesn't want to be here. He's in the middle between McKenzie on his left and Wheeler on his right. He's got McKenzie going through. Lettuce goes back around the outside and says, try this on for size. I am going to be champion-elect. You want to try and get past me? Do it the hard way. Back through the third he goes. And with 1:07 left on the clock, the final lap of the season begins. And it looks as though both Richard Jepp and Norfolk Racing and Elliot Lettuce are going to go forward and become champions-elect in fine style. Side by side between McKenzie and Wheeler for 4th position. Wheeler goes down the outside. McKenzie almost leans on him through the first part of Abbey. Now through Farmer, left-hander, back towards the arena section. And a bit of a switch from our camera there, just to see some more action going towards Abbey. But here's our leading group of 5 cars behind the race leader Stewart Bliss. And Dyer's pitted in at the end of this race, so not a great end to his season for Brscc. But now through the right-hander. Also, we've lost Benjamin Shaw, I think he's out of the race. That's one of the, I think it's the Colleague Gwent car, if I'm correct. So they've also had a drama. So both Brscc and Colleague Gwent seeing their cars out in the final couple of minutes. But now towards Stowe for the final time, with the final time this season. Unless he's there in the tow, but he's not going to be close enough, I don't think, unless he really sends it down the outside. I can't see him getting through here. He might try and set himself up. He pitches the car in. Jepp's got a couple of car lengths on him through Stowe corner. Might run out a little bit too wide on the exit. But I think he's just about going to hold on. As for Stewart Bliss, though, whilst that battle continues to go on, Bliss will go forward to take another race victory. But it's the man in 3rd place we need to keep an eye on, because he's going to come through in a few corners' time and pick up the title he's waited 3 seasons for. He's worked his way through in 3 seasons since the championship started. It's going to be a victory in the end of the final race of the season in CityCar Cup for Stewart Bliss. 2nd for Richard Jepp, and he'll win the SMC title for Northbrook Racing. And 3rd place is enough for Elliot Lettuce to put him provisionally as champion-elect for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Congratulations to Elliot a fantastic drive all season, multiple wins. At one point, he was absolutely unstoppable, and that is a well-deserved provisional title for Elliott and co. and all involved. Well done. Second place in SMC goes to Jack Wheeler. He's 4th overall. It's Chris McKenzie in 5th. Joe Moss is 6th. Then Bradley Porter. Then it's Liam Browning 2nd in SMC. He's 2nd in the student motorsport cars for Boston College. And then Richard Snuggs 9th. Josh Jackson in 10th. And then I think, looking down the order, I think we're going to get a podium for Hayden Payne in the West Suffolk College car for 3rd in SMC, I think, because we saw Andrew Dyer fall out of the race. And, no, sorry, forgive me, no, I apologise, it's not going to be a podium. It'll be 4th place for them. It'll be 3rd. Well, that's been a mega little season for the CityCar Cup. It really has been wonderful to watch them race coast up and down the country. You can see headlights flashing because Elliott Lettis knows what that means. Ever since he started dominating right at the start of the season, he has been the man to beat. And Stuart Bliss has taken the fight to him ever since the first round when he managed to deny Elliott Lettis taking a hat-trick at the opening race weekend supporting TCR UK at Snetterton. But since then, for the most part, Lettis has been on an absolute tear in the first half of the season. And then Bliss was able to catch up. And Elliott had a bit of a rocky final race last time out, weekend last time out at Donington Park, but 2 third places are more than enough to get it done for him. So Stuart Bliss wins the race outright. Richard Jepp takes 2nd and seals the provisional title for Team Northbrook Racing in the Student Motorsport Challenge. And 3rd place goes to Elliott Lettis. That's enough to give him provisionally champion-elect status in the 2023 Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Congratulations. But it's Jack Wheeler 4th, Christopher McKenzie 5th, Joe Moss in 6th, then Porter, Browning, Snuggs and Jackson ahead of Bastow and Foden, then Hayden Payne for Dominic Fletcher and Patrick Bootham and Arthur Simonday, Lewis Torres, Bob Bannister, John Nicholson and Amelia Vincent in the top 20, then Blease, Semmons, Hartwell and Smith to round up the top 24 runners. There were a handful of cars that didn't make the flag either from 25th downwards. 25th should be Craig Flynn, Prem Gindel, and then Peter Bauer and Alistair Meering. The 2 cars we lost at the end were Andrew Dyer after he pitted with an issue, and Ben Shaw also stopped on track 3 laps from the end. Well, again, another season concludes for Brscc, another championship provisionally decided both in the overall standings and also in Student Motorsport Challenge as well. And it will be fantastic to see both of them embrace and take it to full effect. So we're going to have a chat to our top 3 in that race and also our 2 provisional champions within the CityCar Cup. And down there to capture all the reaction, as always, is Rob Lewis.
Happy campers all round. It's been a pleasure to crown the last of our champions in the CityCar Cup. We've got 2 champions to go and speak to. First of all, I want to speak to a jubilant race winner in Stuart Bliss. It was a lights to flag victory. Stuart, took it all in your stride, right?
yeah, no, really good weekend. Great end to the year. Saying the championship was sort of over before the last round, realistically, but you know, kept Elliott honest to the end of the year, and yeah, the team are doing a great job. Thanks to all my sponsors, and thanks to everybody. Really, Lindsay and Greg, Brscc, done a great job with the championship, and hopefully I'll be back next year for some more.
Very sweet. Thank you very much. Congratulations there, Stuart Bliss, our overall winner. Now I'm going to speak to our first champion. Let's speak to Richard Jepp, who is 2nd overall, 1st in the Student Motorsport Challenge, and the 2023 Student Motorsport Challenge champion.
Yeah, thank you. That was a tough one. A lot of fun. Elliott was so quick in that. Stu just disappeared once we started battling, but yeah, it was really good fun. Between there's about 4 cars, I think, battling for that 2nd position then. But yeah, great job by the team again for giving me the car that has performed all year. So thank you.
Not bad feeling going home a champion, is it?
No, it's all right. It's all right. I can get used to it. Thank you, though. Cheers.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Richard. Right. We've also got an overall champion to crown, and it's this man here, 3rd place, but you're not worried about that. 2023 CityCar Cup champion. How do you feel?
Sounds good. I like that.
Sounds very good, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, no, we had a terrific season, to be honest. Consistent, and we worked hard. So we got the rewards from it now. So yeah, really good.
2024, what's it looking like for you?
MX-5 SuperCup. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Another learning curve, so yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's door-to-door, good close racing, all about the momentum, so I think you'll fit right in.
Hopefully, yeah. Get used to rear-wheel drive, though, but yeah.
Fantastic. Elliott, congratulations. A very worthy champion there. So that's our provisional CityCar Cup champion, Elliott Lettis. We've just got some time. I'm just going to whiz over and speak to Liam Browning and Jack Wheeler again, who are very worthy very worthy podium finishes in the Student Motorsport Challenge. I've managed to grab Liam. Liam, another great podium in the Challenge. Is it a building block for next year?
I think so. The way these people at BCR have worked has been mega. So if we get this offered the same package next year, let's go again. That was my fault, really. We just lost complete pace. I decided to make loads of changes, didn't work, went the wrong way, then lads are gone. So now it's just trying to fight to keep the third position. And I saw Tyre had fallen back, so we were pretty much guaranteed. Good move from Brad as well on the last lap to get me literally on the last corner, a little undercut. Fair play, and yeah, just there's nothing I could have done there really, Rob, to be honest. So we'll take that. We'll take them.
Take that, roll on to next year. Congratulations on a superb podium. Liam, Jack, another great podium. Good way to round off the season.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, really happy with that result.
2024, more of the same thing?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully get off to a better start this time, but yeah, that's the plan.
Hopefully challenge for top honours.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Fantastic. Congratulations on another superb podium. Now, we've got one more race left, and if you can hear the ground shake, there's a reason why. It's time for the modified Fords. It's time to head up to Scott.
Thank you very much, Rob, and again, congratulations to our two provisional champions in the CityCar Cup. Of course, the overall title champion-elect going to Elliot Lettis, and the Student Motorsport title also provisionally going to Team Northbrook Racing and Richard Jett. One more race, as Rob mentioned, and it is the second race of the weekend for the Modified Ford Series. Their very last race of the 2023 season. Sponsored this weekend by Nearly New Mobility, so thank you very much to them for supporting the Modified Ford Series once again this weekend. So, the grid is set by the results of race number 1, which means that as it's set by that way, it's going to be another showdown at the front of the field between Jason Davies in the Sapphire Cosworth and Dave Cockell in the Ford Escort. Then we've got two Sierras, the Dave Matthias Sapphire, that's actually a Sierra RS500, not a Sapphire Cosworth, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody in his RS500. Then Malcolm Harding's Mark II Zack Speed, and another Mark II for Piers Grange. Pantera's Christofori's Mark II, the Escort Mark II RS2000 of Paul Neville, and the rest of the field goes sweeping through. We've then got Kester Cook and Josh Payton on the 5th row of the grid. Luke Bennett and Alan Breck from Wayne Crabtree and Chris Baker, and Brian Lilly and Simon Horrobin in the first of the ST240s. Caitlin May and Adam Clark from Lloyd Jameson and Marco Ricci, and it's Gary Johnson and Alex Bohm from Sam Shimwell and Piers Warwick. Then we have, back from 25th onwards, we have Dave Barrett and Jimmy Neophytou. From Mac McCarthy and Paul Solby, then Mick Head and Darren Unwin, Kevin Hadfield, and then some of the cars that didn't make the flag earlier on towards the back of the field, such as Scott Matthias, Rory Jose in the pink Focus. We've got the likes of also Dave Guthrie, Daniel Cowan, Adam Underhill, Harry Hardy. Hopefully Steve Goldsmith is also there too in the Ford Anglia, and Tim Sandu starting on what should be a 39 car grid. There's a few other cars, sadly, that can't make race number 2. So as always, they're going to form them up on the grid one by one, and then they'll set them off onto a formation lap. It's the only rolling start that we have this weekend here at Silverstone. Just looking out the window, looking at the grid, there are some beautiful looking machines. I'm looking directly at Brian Lilly's Ford Sierra RS500, which has that amazing kind of replica Dick Johnson Racing shell livery, the deep red with the shell down the side and also the big shell logo on the roof. It's one for a bit of nostalgia. You can see the runyourfleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car ready for action. It's not had much work to do this weekend. It's only had one safety car period to look after, and apart from that, it's been to lead the 2 modified Ford Series races underway to set the pace. So it's been quite a relaxing weekend for the safety car drivers. But you can see this unbelievable looking grid. You can see, look at it. It stretches as far as the eye can see. There were Fords all over the place. And just at the front of the field, there were some beautiful looking cars. You've got Jason Davis's monstrous Sapphire Cosworth. You've got Dave Cockell's ex-Tarmac Rally car Escort Cosworth. You've got a pair of Sierra RS500s, including Dave Matthias's, whether it's a genuine or replica, Rob Gravitt 1990 Sierra RS500. The similar example of Stephen Scott Dunwoody. You've also got in there the little Mark II Cortina of Josh Payton. You've got Malcolm Harding's Zack Speed replica Mark II Escort. You've got more Mark II Escorts for Piers Grange and Paul Neville. You've got another one in there too for Christoforo. The Alan Breck Jägermeister Capri's in there, starting from the 6th row of the grid. You've also got the SHP V8 Euro car of Luke Bennett with that thundering Roush V8 underneath it. And you've got the 4 Fiesta ST240 cars as well. I can hear the cheers downstairs, I think, also for some of the presentations for the CityCar Cup, which is, I'm certain that's Lindsay leading the presentations. She's damn brilliant at doing the podiums, so she certainly does it. She does it better than anyone else, as far as I've found, and there's a reason why people enjoy it, and she makes plenty of noise and includes a lot of people in the mix. So 15 minutes of racing for the Modified Fords to round off what's been a really entertaining and critical weekend for Brscc in terms of finals weekend. You can see the paddock's been packed all weekend long. Plenty of great racing, plenty of provisional champions settled. Season's coming to a close, and now, of course, we come to the final, literally the final race of the weekend here, the final race of the season for the Modified Ford Series. And once again, as they were when they began with the Brscc, when they joined for 2021, they've been a wonderful asset to the club as well. And again, as I said earlier on, there is no surprise why this grid has won Best Looking Grid on more than one occasion in some of the club racing industry awards. Because it is a fantastic looking grid. You can see the two Jägermeister cars together on the grid somewhere. Wayne Crabtree's Golf Mark 1 Escort. I have heard, apparently, that the other car that Wayne Crabtree has, which is a car I'm very much missing because he brought it out for the very first ever Modified Ford race with the Brscc. That was at Donington Park in 2021. It was a wonderful looking Pikes Peak style looking Ford RS200. And I believe he is in the process of possibly selling that Mark 1 Escort. I heard this from Luke Bennett when I spoke to him on the phone earlier on this week. And he was saying that apparently, if as and when that's sold, the money from that sale from the Escort, if he is selling it, is going to go towards putting a Cosworth YB engine, I believe, into the back of the RS200, and he is looking to bring it back out. And I hope he does, because that's such a wonderfully unique car to have an RS200 on the grid. It's not very many places in the UK that you find them. So if he can bring it out once again, that'll be amazing. Now, I have to commend also for the Modified Fords. They're in beautiful 2x2 formation. This is exactly what you want from a rolling start. And just look at the site. I could even stop talking for a few seconds. In fact, I will, and just to take it in up this run at Stowe. Just look at this. It is a magnificent looking grid of all sorts. Escorts, Fiestas, Focuses, Sierras, Pumas, Capris, and all sorts in between. And we're set to get the final race of their season underway. Supported by Nearly New Mobility, also by Scale Extric. And again, they're coming up in beautiful, neat 2x2 formation, exactly how it should be. And let's get set then for one last hurrah in 2023 for the Modified Ford Series. It's Jason Davies in the Sapphire Cosworth on pole, alongside Dave Cockell. They haven't had a chance to face off against each other. They did yesterday, did earlier on today, and they're going to do it again. Slightly more spread out for this second start, but heck, it's the last race of the season, so why not? Onto the pit straight, green flag in the air. We're underway for Modified Fords, charging down towards turn 1, and Dave Cockell again gets the jump on Jason Davies this time, and charging down the outside was the second of the two front-running RS500s. That was Stephen Scott Dunwoody looking for third place, trying to get around the outside of Dave Matthias's Rob Gravitt 1990 example, replica example by the looks of it. Jason Davies back in front though. He's into the lead. Also a good start for Piers Grange. He's up there too. In fact, Stephen Scott Dunwoody's car's been swamped not just by Dave Matthias, but also by Piers Grange in the PRG Trailers Mark II and Malcolm Harding's Mark II Zaxby car. They're both up in front of him. And also the Josh Payton Mark II Cortina's got through also. There goes Caitlin May alongside Brian Lilly in the RS500, but down the pit straight, down the back straight. Look at the speed that these cars have got. They're rockets in a straight line. It's Davis from Matthias. It's Davis from Cockell from Matthias. Then it looks as though it's both Grange and Malcolm Harding up there in 4th and 5th places. Into 6th now has gone Josh Payton in the Mark II Cortina. In fact, no, he's lost it back again now because Stephen Scott Dunwoody is back through in the RS500. There's Paul Neville battling with Josh Payton, who's also lost a couple more spots. He's now fighting with Kester Cook in the Fiesta ST150. And also up there too, the two Jägermeister cars as well. The SHP V8 Euro car with Luke Bennett at the wheel. And Alan Breck and the Jägermeister Capri. More battles further back. One of the Focuses getting in the mix with Mac McCarthy. Also in there too is Dave Barrett in his winged Fiesta ZTEC S, one of the older ZTEC S's. And of course there's an absolute sea of ST150s as well. There's Matt McCarthy's car there too, and a few others. There's the Steve Goldsmith's car. He's up in the mix. He's starting from the back of the field, but the Anglia not wasting any time to get up through the order, which is good to see. You can see also the Mick Head Martini Escort Cosworth towards the back of the field also, so it's good to see that's back out for this second race. You can see this impromptu little ST240 race is also breaking out as well. You've got, look, you've got Simon Horrobin from Caitlin May, from Marco Ricci, and then from Adam Clark, who won the club class in both races this weekend. There's 241, which is Sam Shimwell in another of the Boomerang Racing Fiesta ST150s. Look at Steve Goldsmith. That Anglia is absolute rocket ship as well. Look at it, down the back straight, charging past Piers Warwick. And that's now going to put him up to, where's that going to put him? It's going to put him into, I think, into the top 25 at least. Oh, Brian Lilly's coming to a standstill. That's a shame. The Dick Johnson-esque Sierra RS 500 in trouble. And he's come to a stop just on the exit of Stowe Corner on the outside of the circuit. Meanwhile, that's Piers Warwick battling away with Harry Hardy and also the 61 car, which is that David Guthrie? Looking in the running wheel. Yeah, David Guthrie, who was towards the back of the field. He's one of those cars recovering from the back after he retired in race 1. He's battling away with his teammate Sam Shimwell. And Shimwell's got the legs on him so far. The rest of the pack towards the rear comes through. Quite a few ST150s, and there was someone very sideways in the background. One of them very, very big lurid slide, but he managed to hold it. Kudos to him. I didn't quite catch exactly who that was, but it was definitely an ST150. He was full on opposite lock, 45 degrees, exiting club corner in the background. There's Rory Jose in the pink Focus Mark II Turbo. And again, as I mentioned earlier on, it's got some bodywork on there, very similar to that you find on James Allen's car. Look at that. The ST240s are quick in a straight line, but that pink Focus with Rory Jose at the wheel makes them look like they're standing still. Past he goes, and there goes Marco Ricci back up the inside. He's thinking, you won't get me on the straights, but I'm much better on the brakes. And Marco Ricci, bless him, was quite ambitious with that move. I think he realised halfway through, that's not going to work, is it? And so he's also lost out back to Rory Jose, and also seen Adam Clark go past as well. So as they come through, Rory Jose trying to get through. It's a shame that Brian Lilly's car has ground to a halt as well. You have to give that a bit of a cord wrangle, I think, in order to get some of the electrics or something going again. So there goes Steve Goldsmith. He's gone past the 124. That will be Alex Bohm, I believe. Yes, it is. So that's now Goldsmith up into... Well, Bohm comes back at him through the exit of Abbey Corner, so through Farm. That's not done just yet. And here's a tasty battle. This is Alan Breck in the Jägermeister Capri, fighting with Wayne Crabtree in the Mark 1 Escort with the Golf colours. You are further back. Again, two different cars you couldn't find. A rear-wheel drive Ford Anglia and a front-wheel drive ST150 with an EcoBoost engine. Front splitter, rear wing, and they're evenly matched and they're having a fantastic run. And there was a bit of twitch of oversteer there from Goldsmith, the old little Goldsmith slide there in the Anglia. And his next target is to try and catch up to the two ST240s in front of him. It's going to be Marco Ricci and Adam Clark if he can. The rest of the pack comes through. That looks like it's Alex Bohm ahead of the 36, which is Gary Johnston and his really smartly turned out Mark 1 Escort. I love the colour on that as well. It's like a deep sort of burnt orangey red. Oops, that's going to be a bit of a cool wangle as well, isn't it? That's going to be the Underhills that has had the Focus expire on it, and it goes straight into the gravel off the road, so that's not going to go any further. Now the caution could be is if it's actually come off the road and actually expired, but it might well have left some fluid on the road on the approach towards Stowe Corner. If it has, that might be a bit tricky. There is Wayne Crabtree in car number 5. He's chasing after Alan Breck in the V8 Capri, and there is the SHP V8 Euro car with Luke Bennett at the wheel. I've got to be careful here because if there's been some oil down here or something that's gone down here from the Focus, we'll wait and see if anyone starts to get caught out on it. It seems to be like it's very much off the racing line, thankfully, so they don't seem to be affected too much, which is good to see. So the race heads towards its halfway distance. We can see Rory Jose trying to pick up some spots here. He's currently in 15th position, chasing after Chris Baker in the Mark III Escort RS 1600. And as they head more cars heading down the pit straight, we're back to this battle here. So you've got now quite a bit of back and forth here between these 4 or 5 cars. You've got in the mix there, you can see there's Rory Jose has got past Chris Baker. His next target is going to be the 3 cars in front. That'll be the Wayne Crabtree Escort Mark 1 and then the 2 Jägermeister cars, the Alan Breck Capri and Luke Bennett's V8 Euro car. If he's got the pace to try and catch up to them, you can see he's reading them in a little bit. And down towards Stowe they go. So Bennett, Breck, Crabtree, and then it's Rory Jose. He's up to 14th now. This is overall for 11th, 12th and 13th. There is Jose in the pink Focus. There's confirmation the Underhills are definitely out of the race. See here that Crabtree having a little look up the inside. And back towards the front, we can see that Jason Davies has pulled out a gap now of 6 seconds. It's a bigger margin than he had earlier on in race number 1 when Cocker was able to give him more of a challenge, but Davies certainly either just turned his engine down a little bit or just realised that he's running as hard as he can, but he can't run at probably the same pace that Jason Davies can, otherwise he might find himself with a prematurely expiring Escort Cosworth. So there is Dave Cockell picking his way through some of the traffic. He's got the Lightning McQueen style number 95 and flames on the side. It's definitely as quick as Lightning McQueen, I'll give him that, because it's such a fast car on a straight line, and typically it's easy to say, but if Jason Davies wasn't here, this would be a fairly straightforward race for Dave Cockell. But he's got someone to try and test his skill against. In third place in that melee of traffic there, I just saw, was the Dave Matthias Sierra RS500. It's a wonderful example. I don't know if it's a genuine RS500, a Group A touring car, or whether it is simply just a replica that's been put together. If it is a replica, it's a damn good replica, because it's obviously painted up in the colours of the 1990 Rob Gravitt title-winning BTCC racer. Still 6 minutes to go now. Dave Cockell holding a nice steady gap. The gap is through that traffic. He's actually lost 5 seconds. He did a 1:17.0 last time by, compared to 1:11.9 in clear traffic from Jason Davies. So he's now 11 seconds back from in second place. And they make their way now through the right-hander at Stowe and down the hill towards Vale. Here comes Jason Davies. There goes Cockell. Also in there, I think that's Sam Shimwell and Piers Warwick who are making their way through the Vale and Club. So there's Dave Matthias. There's Piers Grange. He's got a bit of company here. He's got 3 cars on his tail. He's got Piers Grange in his Mark II Escort, the Zack Speed Mark II Escort replica of Malcolm Harding, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody in his RS500 too. So they're all together. This is for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th overall. It's quite an entertaining little scrap, isn't it? And Malcolm Harding does have slightly not great memories of Silverstone International. He was competing, I think, in one of the Blue Oval Saloon Series races last year here at Silverstone International, and he got caught up in a first lap incident, which unfortunately saw his car pitched over into a roll. It barrel rolled once, not a severe barrel roll, but it rolled over once. It landed back on its wheels, and even though he had a little bit of damage onto the roof, he still managed to get himself back in the race and finish it anyway. So Malcolm Harding, he likes this circuit, but at the same time probably would prefer not to be inverted anytime soon. Up the inside looks Stephen Scott Dunwoody. That's him putting his RS500 up into now 5th position, into the top 5. The wiggle there from Scott Dunwoody as he tried to get back on the power again. As for battle for 3rd overall, this is Matthias versus Piers Grange. I wonder if Scott Dunwoody's got some power pace here to catch up to these 2 cars in front. Nice bit of flame on the overrun from the RS500. Malcolm Harding tries to come back at him. Oh, it's side by side. Harding's got much better grip and turning from the Mark II Escort, but the straight line speed of the RS500 will see the Sierra come back through. Meanwhile, change for 3rd in front of them. That was Piers Grange up the inside of Dave Matthias. So Dave Matthias loses a podium spot with just over 3.5 minutes to go. And they make their way down towards the arena section now. This is on lap 10. Wide there from Piers Grange, but he's got the 3rd position he wants. So 4th now for Dave Matthias, 5th now for Stephen Scott Dunwoody, 6th now for Malcolm Harding. It's now 7th for Josh Payton. Pantelis Christofourou is in 8th place in his Escort. 9th is Kester Cook, and rounding out the top 10 is Paul Neville, but he's been closed down in the last lap by 2.5 seconds by Rory Jones. So Rory might still end up earning a top 10 spot from starting deep in the pack. He started way back on row 17 in 33rd position, so he's up into the top, almost up into the top 10. As the quartet battling over the final podium place, head through Vale, back through Club again to complete another lap. And so all the rear-wheel drive, it really is Mark II Escorts versus Sierra RS500s at the moment. In terms of position, it's the Mark II Escorts that are winning, at least Piers Grange's is. Turning in. And Harding keeping up the pursuit. Stephen Scott Dunwoody is doing a fine job in 5th position. You can see that car running a little more reliably than it has been in the previous times. Probably jinxed it, but we'll have to wait and see. A few more cars. There's Paul Neville's car. Is that starting to smoke a little bit? Oh, it might be. Is that something leaking on the back of Paul Neville's car? I think there could be an issue there for Paul Neville. He's got past Kester Cook, though, so he's up into 9th, but I think there's something that's smoking or steaming on the back of Paul Neville's car by the looks of it, so he might well be a premature retirement 2 minutes from the end. And Stephen Scott Dunwoodie's got some good straight line speed. He's a little bit quicker than the Dave Matthias RS500. Closes up under braking. They've got the Gary Johnson Escort Mark 1 to deal with now. And they all put a lap on him. So they've got, I think, possibly 2 more laps. As they all close back up under braking. Piers Grange looks like he's pulling away now in 3rd place. 4th, 5th and 6th. Still got... that could be a change here, though, because Malcolm Hardy's back up the inside of Scott Dunwoodie. We've been here before, haven't we? Up the inside he goes initially, but then wait for the power of that Sierra, and back past he goes again. So that's really proper back and forth. A nice little spit of flame for good measure on the off throttle. Dump some unused fuel through the exhaust system. There's no unused fuel in this car, though, because Jason Davies making full effect of the pace advantage that he has. And again, like we saw him at Alton Park and other places, when he gets out in front, this Sierra Sapphire Cosworth is quite the machine. It is incredibly powerful, and it really does perform at its best when it has got Jason Davies in fine form at the wheel behind it. So Coquel's got the gap back down again now to 7.8 seconds. He's going to come across the line to start the last lap of the weekend and the last lap of the season for the Modified Ford Series. There's Steve Goldsmith. He's in 16th place. He's ahead of 2 of the ST240s. Now there is Dave Coquel. Looks like he's in a bit of a hurry, doesn't he? He's 3/10 quicker than Jason Davies on that last lap, but he's still 7.4 seconds back, so I can't see him closing that gap in any time soon by the looks of it. And Malcolm Harding is still pushing on to try and grab 6th if he can. Headlights ablaze for Stephen Scott Dunwoodie. He might want to try and catch, if he can, the 2 cars in front. I will say, I do love me a Sierra RS500. And the fact we've got multiple of them in this weekend's Modified Ford Series is absolutely magnificent. Particularly that example from Stephen Scott Dunwoodie and the Dave Matthias one as well. That's a really wonderful car to have on the grid. But here comes Jason Davies then to turn his way into Stowe Corner for the final time. And all weekend he took pole by 2.5 seconds in qualifying. He had that initial battle with Dave Coquel, but he pulled away by a couple of seconds. He's pulled away even more in this one. Jason Davies will complete the Modified Ford Series season with an excellent win, and the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth once again in fine form. Little twitch of oversteer, up to the checkered flag. It's going to be a perfect double for Silverstone in the final round of the Modified Ford Series for Jason Davies, as the Welshman takes victory in the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth, a well-earned victory. Second will go to Dave Coquel. It'll still be a Super A Classic win for him too. Good to see the Steve Goldsmith Anglia finishing. I think also that was Simon Horrigan winning the battle of the ST240s as well. Now for 3rd place backwards is going to be Piers Grange. He will also win Class B+. Through he comes. And 2nd and 3rd in Class A is going to go to the 2 Sierra Sapphires, Sierra RS500s. Dave Matthias is happy with that. 2nd place in class. A bit further back you've got Patelis Christofouri and the number 27 Mark II Escort. The Mark II Cortina chasing him down. This is going to be 7th and 8th. 3rd and 4th in Class B+. And also in there too is good. Let's look at class winners just quickly to run them through them. So Jason Davies wins Class A. Super A is won by Dave Coquel. B+ won by Piers Grange. It is a B class win for Chris Baker. And also a Class C win goes to Alex Bowman, the Fiesta ST150. He finishes 22nd overall. But a fine effort nonetheless. There's Luke Bennett crossing the line and giving a wave to the marshals in the SHP V8 Eurocar. Also a good finish for the Alan Brett Capri. But Jason Davies, again, one of many drivers signalling to the marshals to give them a wave, and so you should. And again, massive thank you to all the marshals, all of our volunteers, our coordinators, everyone that's played their part this weekend in volunteering to give up their time to make sure this weekend happened as smoothly as it could do. Without them, genuinely, we couldn't go motor racing. So a big thank you from everyone on behalf of Brscc for all their efforts. It's been quite a weekend, but it has now finally come to a close. And so the final result of the weekend, Jason Davies picks up the victory in the Sapphire Cosworth, and Dave Coquel 2nd and Piers Grange in 3rd. All 3 of them winning their respective classes. And Dave Matthias, Stephen Scott Dunwoodie, Malcolm Harding, Patelis Christofouri, Josh Payton, Kester Cook and Paul Neville rounding out the top 10 ahead of Luke Bennett's Eurocar and Rory Joseph's Focus ST Turbo. And then we get to 13th place backwards, where we find more finishers. Alan Brscc Capri, then Wayne Crabtree. Chris Baker wins Class B. Yes, B, and it's a Class C win also for Alex Bowen, 22nd. Rest of the orders coming through on the screen here from 13th down to 24th, and then back to the rest of the orders. You can see where your favourite driver finished in that race. Again, a big thank you to all of our production crew. Thanks to everyone who's raced this weekend. A big congratulations to all of our provisional champions-elect. And thanks to everyone that's made the season for all the champions that have concluded here this weekend. A magnificent season all round from start to finish. It's been absolutely amazing. And once again, we get the top 3 in modified forms down at the top of the pit lane. And so for the final time to have a chat to our top 3, it's going to be, as ever, the very capable and wonderful Rob Lewis. Rob, for the final time this weekend, on you go, son.
Jason Davis, well, you certainly made that look a bit easier, didn't you?
I just ran away. No, obviously, it was clear to see how quick Dave was in the first race. And he got the jump on me on the start of the first race, and I thought I'll try and be a bit more tactful here. So I changed my starter procedure a bit, and it went a little bit better, but he still had me. But head down there, and I just thought, let's go, let's try and break away from the get-go, and yeah, plan seemed to work.
You've raced this car for many years and developed it over time. Just what makes it so special?
I'd love to say it's all the driver, but I can't take the credit. It's a combination of bits, do you know what I mean? It's not the most powerful car out there, certainly not the least powerful car either, but I mean, it's the combination of bits, they just work, do you know what I mean? We've done it over the years, and it's just, we've hit a sweet recipe with it. It's working great, yeah.
Certainly a sweet recipe. It gives you the overall win in the modified Fords on both races. Congratulations, Jason Davis. I just want to go and grab Dave Cockle, actually. Let's go over to him. He's chatting away with Piers Grange as well. Dave, congratulations, sir. Another fine second place. Great race. You just couldn't quite get him, could you?
God, no, he'd gone. And then there were yellow flags all the way down the main straight, so when I hit back more, because I got even bigger, further behind him. But yeah, he'd gone anyway.
But a fantastic pair of races for yourself. You haven't been out a lot this year, but it's good to come back with a positive pair.
I've had a lot of problems this year, which I've not been out, problems with car, so 2 seconds, I'll take that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Congratulations, Dave. Wonderful job. Piers Grange, I'll come and speak to you. That was a hell of a race that you drove in that beautiful Mark II Escort. How was that from your point of view?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was quite tough, but just kept on chipping away at it and just trying to keep it, not make any mistakes, and then try and spot the gaps and go. And luckily I did.
And you just managed to nip past Abe Mathias at the end?
Yeah, I managed to maintain it as well, because I thought he was close to coming past me a couple of times. Yeah, it was good fun.
Well, fantastic overall podium result in the modified Fords this weekend. What a great run of results we've had. Now, before we go, we've got a pair of people here. We've just missed the third director, Eliza. She's headed off home, but we've found the opportunity to chat to 2 of the directors with Driven Minds, and that is Nick Goff and Katie Ramsey, or, as of a few weeks ago, Nick and Katie Ramsey Goff. So you've just got married, congratulations. How's this weekend been for Driven Minds? This is one of the events that you guys have been attending on behalf of the organisation.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Another amazing weekend at Silverstone. A bit different this weekend. We presented to Student Motorsport yesterday. Did a presentation on motorsport mindset, so talking about resilience, defining success, and kind of how do you kind of keep your mental fitness, you know, all good and well. So really, really good weekend. Lots of good conversations, meeting people up and down the paddock, and it's just been so great to be so welcomed by everyone.
Nick, any more on that?
Yeah, first of all, just want to express our gratitude really to the Brscc as a whole. And actually we had some great news yesterday from Paul. They've agreed to extend us into next year, so you'll be seeing us around at a lot more race circuits, hopefully.
Absolutely. Well, from myself, I can speak for Scott as well. It's an honour and a privilege for us both to be ambassadors for Driven Minds as well. It's great work you guys are doing.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
No worries. Right, we've spoken to Driven Minds well, and that's all the racing over, done and dusted. The sun is setting here on the Silverstone International Circuit. So from me, Rob Lewis, for the final time, it's been an absolute privilege to bring you the podiums and the champions from this weekend's racing. There's a lot more to come from the Brscc this year yet, and Scott Woodwist will take you through that all now. But from me, Rob Lewis, goodbye. It's time to head back up to Scott.
Lewis, you're a gentleman, a scholar and a superstar. Thank you ever so much once again for your hard work in pit lane and capturing our champion. and getting them in the moment with all the emotion as well, which has been absolutely amazing. Yes, there's still lots to go for Brscc. We've still got a few more race events to crown a few more provisional champions. Next event, which is not live streamed sadly, but it is going to be Stetson next weekend. We've got the likes of the Audi TT Cup racing season. We've got the BMW Compact Cup out as well, and a couple of others in the mix too as well. The end of the season for Zero Prototypes, end of the season for C1s as well, and a couple of other different series out there in the mix too. Weekend after that is a big one. It's the Formula Ford Festival, also tying in with the TCR UK finale. That's going to be a mega weekend of racing, also featuring Fiesta Juniors, Civic Cup, and the Mini 7s, 7 and Melia categories out for their final round of their winter series as well. And our final regular race event is going to be October 28th at Alton Park, where we're going to conclude the season for the Super Classic Formula Fords, and also on top of that for the MG Metro Cup and the last rounds of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship too. Then we get into some more different events. We've got the Race of Remembrance on November 11th, 10th to 12th at Anglesey. If you plan to enter that or attend that, then please do so, because that's going to be an amazing event to celebrate our current and fallen heroes on behalf of Mission Motorsport, and to celebrate their Remembrance Weekend. There's also, if you want to find out everything about what Brscc does up close and personal, you can come here on the 18th and 19th of November for the first ever Driven by Racing Brscc exhibition event. You can come and test cars, you can take your AIRTEC test, you can find out how to be a coordinator, a marshal, a timekeeper, a scrutineer, a rescue unit person. However you want to get involved in motorsport, there's a way you can do it with the Brscc, and that's a perfect chance to come to Silverstone and learn how to do it firsthand on top of that. And then it's going to essentially the awards, which will happen on the 2nd of December 2023, and then we're straight into 2024, and all the planning is already underway for some very exciting developments and key progress in other championships and series as we go forwards. Again, I want to say a big thank you to all the championships and series racing here this weekend, particularly all the Mazdas, the Fiesta SD150s and ST240s, also the CityCar Cup, as well as the Clubsport Trophy, Modified Fords, and of course the Mini 7s on top of that, 7s and Melias, everyone that's raced this weekend. And a big congratulations once again to all of our provisional champions, whether they be class or overall. Again, thank you to all the marshals, thank you to all the Brscc staff and personnel, all the volunteers, coordinators, officials, everyone that plays their part. Again, without you guys, we simply couldn't go racing. And thank you also for watching this weekend. It's been amazing to live stream both of the days of our finals weekend here at Silverstone. As you can see, the sun starts to set and the light is fading here, but the season is not quite over for Brscc. Our next event, which should be live streamed all set, should be the Formula Ford Festival in a couple of weeks' time, where we'll see TCR and Festival champions crowned once again for 2023. But from myself, Scott Woodwist, from Rob Lewis, and all of us here at Digitex and Brscc, thank you for watching and supporting us, and tune in for more action for the rest of the season, so we can look to crown more provisional champions here with the Brscc. But until then, have a fantastic evening and rest of the weekend. If you're heading home anywhere, please drive safe, and until then, bye for now.